Welcome, welcome. You're here at Goofy Harry. Today we present to you, What If Harry Potter Was Raised by Boa Hancock in One Piece? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. The Boy on the Burning Sea. The sea burned. Not with fire, though there was plenty of that too, warships cracking apart like kindling across the horizon, but with something worse. The ocean itself seemed to reject what was happening at Marineford, waves rising in confused towers of white and gray, the water stained pink in places where it shouldn't have been. Boa Hancock stood at the prow of the Kuja pirate ship and watched the last embers of the war fade behind them, and she felt nothing. That was a lie. She felt everything. She just refused to let any of it reach her face. Hebeheim-sama, Marguerite said from somewhere behind her, voice small. Should we increase speed? The currents are, I don't care about currents. Yes, Hebeheim-sama. Hancock gripped the railing. Her knuckles were pristine, unmarked. She hadn't taken a scratch during the entire war, because she was Boa Hancock and the world did not get to touch her unless she allowed it, but her hands were shaking. Just slightly. Just enough that she pressed them harder into the wood until the trembling stopped. Luffy was alive. She'd confirmed that much before they'd fled the collapsing battlefield. Trafalgar Law's submarine had taken him, and Jinbe, and they'd vanished beneath the waves. He was alive. Ace was not. She hadn't cared about Port Gasti, Ace. She'd gone to Marineford for one reason and one reason only, and that reason was currently unconscious on a surgeon's operating table in a yellow submarine somewhere in the deep. But she'd seen Luffy's face when his brother died in his arms, and something about that expression had crawled into her chest and refused to leave. She knew that face. She'd worn it once, in a dark room on a dark island where celestial dragons kept children in cages. Sandersonia, she said quietly. Her sister appeared at her side almost instantly. She'd been hovering, Hancock could tell, the way both her sisters always hovered after anything that reminded them of those years. Sister? How far to the calm belt? 6 hours at current speed. Less if the wind holds. 6 hours. Then the Sea Kings would surround them, and no marine vessel would follow, and they'd be safe in the waters around Amazon Lily. Home. Hancock closed her eyes. The afterimage of war played against her eyelids, Whitebeard's body riddled with wounds, Akainu's magma fist punching through a young man's chest, the sky splitting open. Her eyes snapped open. The sky splitting open. That had happened, hadn't it? In the chaos, in the final moments before they'd pulled away from Marineford, the sky had cracked. Not from Whitebeard's tremor fruit, not from any attack she recognized. A jagged line of green light had torn across the heavens like a scar, there and gone in a heartbeat, and something had fallen from it. She'd been too focused on confirming Luffy's escape to pay attention. But now, standing in the salt-stung wind with the war fading behind her, she remembered. Green light. A crack in the sky. Something falling. Did anyone else see? She started, and then the lookout screamed. Object in the water. 30 degrees starboard. Hebeheim-sama, I think it's a person. Hancock was at the starboard rail before anyone else moved. She could see it, a dark shape bobbing in the churning water, tangled in what looked like a piece of burnt fabric. It was small. Far too small. Bring us alongside, she ordered. Hebeheim-sama, it could be a trap. Hancock turned her gaze on Ran, who had spoken, and the warrior immediately went pale and silent. They brought the ship alongside. It was not a trap. It was a baby. A boy, barely over a year old, wrapped in a singed blanket that had once been patterned with moving images. Hancock blinked, and the images were still, just ordinary threads, but she could have sworn and clutching a piece of broken wood in one tiny fist. He was soaked, shivering, and silent. Not crying. His green eyes were open and staring up at the sky as if watching for whatever had dropped him here. Aphalandra pulled him from the water with hands that dwarfed him entirely, cradling him against her massive frame with a gentleness that bordered on terror. He's alive, she whispered. Hebeheim-sama, he's alive. He's so small. Hancock stared at the child. He stared back. On his forehead, Partially hidden by a mess of black hair plastered wet against his skin, there was a scar, shaped like a lightning bolt. It was fresh, the skin around it still an angry red, and as Hancock reached out and brushed the hair away from it, she felt something pulse against her fingertips. Not hockey. Not a devil fruit aura. Something else entirely. Something she had no name for. The baby grabbed her finger. His grip was surprisingly strong. He held on to her, those green eyes locked on her face, and he did not cry. He did not cry. Where did he come from? Sandersonia asked, peering over Hancock's shoulder. Did he fall from a ship? There's no wreckage, he fell from the sky, Hancock said. Silence on the deck. The Kuja pirates exchanged glances. Sister, Marigold said carefully, people don't fall from the sky. This one did. Hancock took the baby from Aphalandra. He weighed almost nothing. The broken stick in his fist, she looked at it more closely and felt that same strange pulse, stronger now, radiating from the wood like a heartbeat. She didn't take it from him. Whatever it was, he was holding on to it like a lifeline. He's a boy, Ran observed, unnecessarily. I have eyes. But Hebiheim Sama, a boy? On our ship? The law of Amazon Lily, I am the law of Amazon Lily. That settled it, as Hancock's declarations tended to. The baby made a small sound, not a cry, more of a sigh, and tucked his head against Hancock's chest. His tiny hand released the broken stick and grabbed a fistful of her hair instead, and Hancock looked down at him and felt something she had only ever felt once before in her entire life. On an auction stage in Sabaody, when she looked at her two sisters and decided no one would ever own them again. She felt the decision happen. Not in her head. Somewhere deeper. Find him food, she said. Clean water. Something warm. What are we going to do with him? Marigold asked. Hancock didn't answer immediately. She watched the baby's eyes drift closed, his breathing evening out against her collarbone, one hand still tangled in her hair. The scar on his forehead pulsed once more, that strange, unnameable energy, and was still. We're going to take him home, she said. 16 years later, Harry missed the target on purpose, and it was the funniest thing he'd done all week. The arrow whistled past the training dummy's head by a precise 3 inches, close enough to ruffle the straw hair, and buried itself in the tree behind with enough force to split the trunk halfway through. The Kuja warrior he was sparring with, a stocky woman named Cosmos who had been trying to land a hit on him for the better part of 20 minutes, stared at the vibrating arrow shaft and then back at Harry with an expression that was equal parts fury and admiration. You did that on purpose. Did what? Harry rolled his shoulder, spinning the bow in his left hand with a lazy flourish. Missed? I never miss. You shot behind me while I was attacking you. I was multitasking. Mother says efficiency is the mark of a queen. You're not a queen. Not with that attitude. Cosmos lunged at him. She was fast. All Kuja warriors were fast. They trained from the moment they could walk, and her hockey-infused fist would have cracked stone. Harry swayed to the left, caught her wrist as it sailed past his head, and redirected her momentum in a gentle arc that sent her stumbling 3 steps past him. He didn't counterattack. He planted the bottom of his bow in the dirt and leaned on it like a walking stick, grinning. Stop playing with her, Harry, called a voice from the hillside. He looked up. Ran was sitting on the grassy slope above the training field with her arms crossed and a look on her face that suggested she'd been watching long enough to be annoyed. Beside her, a dozen younger warriors were doing drills that they'd entirely abandoned in favor of watching Harry fight. I'm not playing, he called back. This is very serious combat training. You're leaning on your weapon like an old man. An old man with excellent posture. Cosmos attacked again, this time a spinning kick aimed at his ribs, coated in a thin layer of armament hockey that turned her shin a glossy black. Harry felt it coming before she'd even started the rotation. Observation hockey sang through him like a plucked string, painting the trajectory of her kick in his mind a full second before it arrived. He stepped inside her range, too close for the kick to connect with any power, and tapped 2 fingers against her sternum. A ripple of something that wasn't quite hockey and wasn't quite anything else pulsed from his fingertips. Cosmos's eyes went wide, and then she was airborne, launched backward in a tumbling arc that carried her 20 feet before she managed to flip and land in a skidding crouch. She was breathing hard. Harry wasn't. What? Cosmos flexed her arms, looked down at herself. That wasn't hockey, wasn't it? Harry. It might have been hockey. It wasn't. Harry grinned. She was right, it wasn't hockey, not entirely. It was the thing that had no proper name on Amazon Lily, the thing that Elder Nyan called the boy's peculiarity, and his mother called Harry's gift, and the other warriors called various things ranging from witchcraft to really unfair. He'd been doing it since he was 4 years old, when he'd accidentally levitated every snake on the island into the trees during a tantrum, and his mother had looked at the floating, bewildered serpents and said, with the unshakable certainty that defined her entire existence, "My son is extraordinary, and this is not up for debate." She hadn't been wrong. She was almost never wrong, at least according to her. Harry walked across the training field and offered Cosmos his hand. She took it, letting him pull her to her feet, and punched him in the shoulder. It actually hurt a little. She'd been sparring with him since he was 10, and she knew exactly where his guard dropped. "You're getting stronger," she said. "That push would have sent me 10 feet last month, not 20. I've been practicing." "On what?" "Sea Kings mostly." Cosmos stared at him. "You've been practicing your power on Sea Kings. Only the rude ones." She punched him in the shoulder again. Harry laughed. The training field sat on the eastern slope of Amazon Lily's central mountain, overlooking the dense jungle canopy that stretched down to the coast. From up here, you could see the calm beltwaters shimmering in the afternoon heat, deceptively peaceful, the massive shadows of Sea Kings visible just beneath the surface. Harry had grown up with that view. The jungle, the mountain, the impossible sea. For most of his life, it had been the whole world. He stretched his arms above his head and felt the warmth of the sun on his face. He was tall, taller than most of the Kuja warriors, which had started causing logistical problems around age 14 when he'd outgrown every piece of Amazon Lily clothing and they'd had to start making things custom. His black hair was an untamable disaster that defied every attempt at management, a fact that genuinely infuriated his mother, who considered personal appearance a matter of national pride. His eyes were green. Bright, startlingly green, the color of the jungle canopy below, and when he used hockey or his other abilities, they glowed. The scar was still there. It always would be. Harry. One of the younger warriors, a girl named Dahlia who was maybe 12, came sprinting down the hillside at a speed that suggested either great enthusiasm or poor braking ability. She skidded to a stop in front of him, panting. "Hebeheim Salmo wants you," she said immediately. She said to tell you that immediately does not mean after you finish showing off, and that she knows you're showing off because you're always showing off. She knows me so well. She also said, Dahlia scrunched her face, clearly reciting from memory. She said that if your hair looks like that when you come to see her, she will be personally offended. Harry ran a hand through his hair, accomplishing nothing. "Tell her I'm on my way and my hair looks fantastic." Dahlia sprinted back up the hill. Harry watched her go, then turned to Cosmos and tossed her the bow. "Same time tomorrow? Only if you actually fight me tomorrow instead of dancing around like it's a game." But it is a game. That's what makes it fun. He started up the slope, taking the stone steps 2 at a time. The path wound through flowering trees and past training grounds where warriors sparred in pairs and trios, the crack of hockey-hardened strikes echoing off the mountainside. Several of them called out to him as he passed, greetings, challenges, one memorable suggestion from Kikyo that he was welcome to try and dodge her arrows anytime he felt too confident. Harry blew her a kiss without breaking stride, and Kikyo's arrow impacted the stone step exactly where his foot had been a half-second earlier. "Getting slow, Kikyo. Getting cocky, little prince." He could hear her laughing as he rounded the next bend. The steps opened onto a wide terrace carved into the mountainside, the approach to Kuja Castle, the seat of the Empress. Salome, his mother's enormous snake, was coiled in a patch of sunlight near the entrance, and she raised her massive head as Harry approached. He scratched under her chin without slowing down, and she made a sound that was somewhere between a purr and a hiss. The throne room was cool and dim after the brightness outside. Hancock sat on her throne, though sat was generous. She was draped across it sideways with her legs over one armrest and her back against the other in a position that should have looked ridiculous and instead looked like it belonged in a painting. Sonia and Marigold flanked her, and Elder Nyan perched on a cushion near the base of the throne, looking annoyed, which was her default state. "Mother," Harry said, spreading his arms as he walked in. "You summoned me. I came immediately. I was not showing off." Hancock looked at his hair. "Your hair," she said, "is a travesty. It has character. It has knots." She swung her legs off the armrest and sat up properly, and Harry could see it now, the shift in her posture that meant this wasn't a social call. Her jaw was set. Her eyes had that quality they took on when the world was making the mistake of being difficult. Sonia and Marigold were tense too, their body language that of warriors, not sisters. Harry's smile faded. Not gone, it never fully left. He'd inherited his mother's ability to face the world with an expression that said "try me," but tempered. He read the room the way she'd taught him. Something had happened. "What's wrong?" "Sit down, Harry." "If I sit down, it means it's bad enough to require sitting. I'd rather stand and pretend it's manageable." "It's manageable because I say it is." Hancock's voice was iron. "But sit down." He sat, cross-legged on the stone floor, which put him roughly at eye level with Nyan. The old woman studied him with that sharp, bird-like gaze she'd had as long as he could remember. 3 days ago, Hancock began, we received a message through the usual channels. The warlord system has been formally abolished. Harry blinked. That's been coming for a while. You said so yourself. I did. I also said that the Marines would be too afraid to actually move against me. A pause. I was wrong. That admission alone told Harry how serious this was. Boa Hancock did not say, I was wrong about anything, ever, up to and including the time she'd insisted that a particular shade of red was actually pink and had maintained that position through 3 days of escalating argument with Marigold. The SSG, whatever new weapon they've built to replace the warlords, has apparently given them confidence, Sonia said. The Marines have been moving on former warlords across the Grand Line. Buggy, my hawk, Weevil, and now us, Harry said. There was a fleet spotted entering the Calm Belt 2 days ago, Marigold said. 6 warships. The Sea Kings destroyed 2 of them, but the rest are equipped with sea stone hulls. They're still coming. For warships. Harry turned that over in his head. That's a lot of firepower for a courtesy visit. It's not a courtesy visit. Nyan's voice was dry as old paper. It's an invasion force. And according to our intelligence, they're carrying something classified. A new designation. For you. Harry pointed at himself. Me specifically? Nyan produced a piece of paper, a decoded message, by the look of it, and held it out. Harry took it and read. Classification update, Subject H, Amazon Lily. Designation, Level 6 Anomaly. Powers, unknown origin, does not conform to devil fruit or hockey categories. Threat assessment, undefined. Standing orders, observe, contain, acquire if possible. Authorization, Gora CI Direct. Harry read it twice, then a third time. Then he folded it neatly and handed it back to Nyan. They have a file on me. They have more than a file, Hancock said, and her voice was vibrating with something that Harry recognized immediately as rage held under pressure. They have been watching you. For years. The Marines that patrol the Calm Belt, the ships we drive away, they weren't just testing our defenses. They were observing. Gathering information. They know about your abilities, Harry. Not the details, but enough. Enough to be scared, Harry said. Enough to want to control you. Hancock stood. When she was angry, she was beautiful in a way that had sharp edges, a drawn blade, a lightning strike, something that demanded you look at it and punished you for doing so. The Gora CI themselves authorize this. They don't do that for ordinary threats. They do that for things that threaten the balance. Harry thought about this. He thought about it calmly, which was itself a choice, The scar on his forehead had begun to pulse, a faint warmth that he'd learned to recognize over the years as a response to strong emotion, and he made the deliberate decision to stay steady. The warmth faded. When do they arrive? Tomorrow. Possibly tonight, if they push through the current. And what are we going to do about it? Hancock looked at him. For a moment, the mask slipped, not the Empress, not the warlord, but the woman who'd pulled a baby out of the sea and decided he was hers. Pride and fear and ferocity all at once, a storm system contained in a single glance. "We are going to do what the Kuja have always done when someone comes to our home uninvited," she said. "We are going to make them regret it." Harry smiled. It was his real smile, the one that reached his eyes and made the green in them brighter, the one that Cosmo said was his most dangerous weapon because it meant he was about to enjoy himself. "I was hoping you'd say that." Dinner in Kuja Castle was not a quiet affair on the best of days, and on a day when war was coming, it was chaos. Warriors filled the great hall, eating and arguing and sharpening weapons simultaneously, their voices bouncing off stone walls hung with the banners of the Kuja tribe. Harry ate surrounded by women who had raised him, Marguerite on his left, Aphilandra on his right. Her plate was the size of a small table, Sweet Pea across from him making nervous conversation about arrow trajectories. "The thing is," Sweet Pea was saying, "if they have sea stone-hulled ships, they'll be resistant to. They won't be resistant to me," Harry said through a mouthful of Sea King steak. "I know, but Sweet Pea, they will not be resistant to me." "Don't talk with your mouth full," Marguerite said automatically, then caught herself and looked embarrassed, because Harry was 17 and she'd been telling him not to talk with his mouth full since he was 3, and at some point it had to stop. "You sound like 9, Harry told her. "Take that back immediately." He laughed. Around them, the hall buzzed with preparation, not panic, never panic, because Kuja warriors did not panic, they prepared, which was different. Weapon racks were being wheeled in. Quivers were being stacked. Someone in the far corner was testing a massive ballista, which seemed like a fire hazard indoors, but Harry had learned not to question Kuja engineering. He pushed his plate back and leaned his elbows on the table. The classified message was still burning in his mind. Level 6 anomaly. Powers. Unknown origin. He wasn't offended by the label, honestly. He thought it was a bit flattering, but something about it nagged at him. Unknown origin. They didn't know where his abilities came from. Neither did he. That was the thing, wasn't it? 16 years on Amazon Lily, and he still didn't fully understand what he was. His mother had told him the story many times, the burning sea, the crack of green light in the sky, the baby with the scar. She'd told it like a fairy tale, like a legend, because Hancock understood that stories shaped identity, and she wanted his to be one of wonder rather than loss. But the facts remained. He'd come from somewhere else. Somewhere that wasn't this world. The broken stick, the wand fragment, was still in his room, kept in a silk-lined box on his bedside table. It hadn't worked in years, not since he was 9 and had accidentally made it emit a shower of golden sparks during an argument with Marigold about bedtime. But sometimes he held it and felt that old pulse, that resonance, like hearing a song from a room too far away to make out the words. His abilities didn't need the wand. They'd grown on their own, fed by the same wellspring that powered hockey, but flowing through different channels. He could move things without touching them. He could conjure shields of crackling emerald light. He could, when he was angry or desperate enough, reshape the physical world around him in ways that made hardened Kuja warriors take a step back. And all of it was growing. Year by year, fight by fight, the power deepened. He'd stopped trying to find its limits because every time he thought he'd found one, it moved. Level 6 anomaly. Maybe they were right to be scared. "You have that look," Marguerite said. "What look?" "The one where you're thinking about things you won't tell anyone about." "I was thinking about how good this steak is." "You were not." Harry sighed. Marguerite had known him too long. She'd been one of the first warriors to hold him as a baby, and she had an annoying ability to read him that he suspected was some form of unofficial observation hockey. "I was thinking about where I came from," he admitted. Marguerite's expression softened. She put her hand on his forearm, a rare physical gesture from a Kuja warrior, where touch that wasn't combat-related carried weight. Does it matter? Not to me. But it matters to them. The world government doesn't classify things they understand. So let them fail to understand you. It's not your job to make sense to people who want to put you in a box. Harry looked at her. Then he smiled, smaller than his usual grin, more genuine. You've been talking to Nyan again. Nyan is very wise. Don't tell her that. She's insufferable enough. From across the hall, as if summoned by the mere suggestion that anyone was talking about her, Elder Nyan's voice cut through the noise. Harry, stop gossiping and come here. We need to discuss defensive positions. Harry groaned, stood, ruffled Marguerite's hair, which earned him a hockey-enhanced slap on the wrist, and made his way through the crowded hall to where Nyan had commandeered a corner table and spread a map of Amazon Lily's coastline across it. The map was detailed and marked with annotations in Nyan's cramped handwriting. She'd been the strategic mind behind Amazon Lily's defense for longer than anyone alive could remember, and age had not dulled her ability to think in terms of sightlines, choke points, and kill zones. For ships, she said without preamble as Harry sat down. Standard marine warships with seastone reinforcement. Crew complement of roughly 300 per ship. That's 1,200 Marines. We have 5,000 warriors. We have 5,000 warriors on an island they cannot leave. The Marines don't need to land. They can bombard us from the water. They won't bombard us. They want me alive, the orders said, acquire. You don't acquire things by blowing them up. You don't acquire things by asking nicely either, and yet here they come with 1,200 soldiers. Nyan peered at him over the edge of the map. They'll try to land. Force their way to the city. Use numbers and firepower to overwhelm our perimeter while a smaller, more specialized team goes for the real objective. Me. You. Harry studied the map. The coastline was rocky and treacherous, which was good. It funneled any landing force into a handful of viable beaches. The jungle beyond was dense and familiar to the Kuja, which was better. And the mountain approaches to the city were narrow and defensible, which was best. Let them land, Harry said. Nyan raised an eyebrow. I'm serious. Let them get off their ships. Let them into the jungle. That's where we're strongest, 5,000 warriors who've trained in that terrain their entire lives against Marines who've never set foot on the island. He traced a finger along the map. We hit them here, here, and here. Staggered ambushes. Push them back toward the beaches in stages. By the time they realize they're losing, they'll be trapped between us and the sea. And the specialized team? The one that will inevitably come for you specifically. Harry leaned back. I'll handle that. That is not a plan. It's a plan if I'm strong enough for it to work. Are you? Harry met her eyes. Nyan held his gaze for a long moment, this ancient, weathered woman who'd survived more than most people could imagine, who'd trained him in strategy and history and the brutal realities of the world since he was old enough to understand words. She was looking for something in his face. Doubt, maybe. Fear. She didn't find it. Your mother's arrogance, she muttered, but there was warmth beneath it. Fine. You'll handle the specialized team. But you will not fight alone. I'm assigning Marguerite and Kikyo to your position. I don't need, this is not a debate. Even emperors have guards. She rolled up the map with a decisive snap. Now go talk to your mother. She's on the balcony pretending she's not worried about you. Hancock was not pretending she wasn't worried. She was genuinely, catastrophically worried, and she was handling it the way she handled most emotions she found inconvenient, by standing somewhere dramatic and looking so beautiful that the universe itself felt slightly inadequate by comparison. The balcony of Kuja Castle jutted out over the eastern face of the mountain, offering a panoramic view of the jungle, the coast, and the endless shimmer of the calm belt. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of amber and rose, and Hancock stood at the railing with Salome coiled at her feet and watched the horizon for ships that hadn't arrived yet. Harry stepped out onto the balcony and stood beside her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The wind carried the sound of the jungle, birds, insects, the distant crash of waves, and somewhere far below, the low, Rumbling groan of a sea king surfacing. I talked to Nyan, Harry said. We have a plan. I know. She told me before she told you. She always tells me first. Then why did she? Because she wanted you to think it was your plan. It makes you more invested. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, and then laughed quietly. That manipulative old, she loves you. I know. Hancock turned to look at him. The sunset caught the angles of her face, and Harry was struck, as he was occasionally struck, by the sheer absurdity of having the most beautiful woman in the world as his mother. It had given him a deeply skewed sense of normalcy. He'd been 13 before he realized that other people's mothers didn't turn attackers to stone with the force of their attractiveness. I want to tell you something, Hancock said. And I need you to listen without making jokes. I always listen. You always listen while making jokes. This time, just listen. Harry nodded. Hancock looked back at the horizon. Her hands were on the railing, and Harry noticed, with the particular attention that came from a lifetime of watching this woman and learning to read the things she hid, that her hands were steady. Deliberately, forcibly steady. When I found you, she said, I was not a good person. Mother, listen. The word was quiet, but it had weight. Harry closed his mouth. I was not a good person. I was a person who had been hurt and who had decided that the world deserved to be hurt back. I hated men. I hated the world government. I hated the Marines, the celestial dragons, the system, all of it. And I was right to hate those things because those things are hateful. But I was wrong about what to do with that hatred. She paused. Salome shifted at her feet, sensing her mistress's mood. Luffy showed me that it was possible to be strong and still care about people. He was the first person who ever did that. A faint smile crossed her lips, there and gone. But you, Harry, you showed me something different. You showed me that it was possible to love someone so much that the hatred stopped mattering. Harry felt his throat tighten. He said nothing. You were so small. Hancock's voice was barely above a whisper. You were so small, and you grabbed my finger, and you didn't cry. Every baby cries, Harry. You didn't. You just looked at me with those eyes, your eyes, those ridiculous green eyes, and you held on. And I thought. She swallowed. I thought, this child is not going to cry because he doesn't know yet that the world is something to cry about. And I decided that he would never have to learn. You couldn't keep the whole world from me, Mother. I know that. A flash of her usual imperiousness. But I could give you a world where you were loved. Where you were strong. Where nobody could look at you and see something to use or control or break. Her eyes were bright. Hancock did not cry. She considered it a personal failing of the universe that tears existed at all, but her eyes were bright. Tomorrow, the Marines come. They come because you are extraordinary, and extraordinary things frighten small people. They will try to take you from me. They won't. No, Hancock agreed. They won't. Because I will kill every last one of them before I allow that to happen. But Harry, she reached out and took his face in her hands, the way she had when he was small, tilting it so she could look directly into his eyes. I need you to know that whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens after, I have never for one single moment regretted pulling you from that sea. You are the best thing I have ever done. You are my son, and I am proud of you, and if the entire world comes to this island, we will send them running. Together. Harry put his hands over hers. Together, he said. Hancock held his gaze for a moment longer. Then she let go, straightened her spine, and the Empress snapped back into place like armor. Now fix your hair. If we're going to war, we're going to look magnificent doing it. My hair is fine. Your hair is an act of aggression against aesthetics. I love you too, Mother. She turned away quickly, but not before Harry saw the smile she was trying to hide. He didn't call her on it. Some things were sacred. He couldn't sleep. The castle was quiet, relatively. Kucha warriors snored with the same intensity they brought to everything else, and Harry lay on his bed in his chambers, staring at the ceiling. Moonlight came through the open window, along with the warm salt breeze that was the permanent background smell of his life. On the bedside table, in its silk-lined box, the broken wand hummed faintly. He reached over and opened the box. The wand fragment was about 6 inches long, snapped cleanly in half. Hollywood, with something at its core that glinted white when the light caught it. He'd never been able to identify it. He picked it up and held it, and felt the old familiar resonance, that distant song, the echo of somewhere else. Who are you? The thought wasn't new, but it felt sharper tonight. Tomorrow, people were coming to his home because of what he was, and he didn't fully understand what that meant. He knew the facts. He'd fallen from the sky. He had a scar that pulsed with energy. He could do things no one in this world could do. But the why of it, the story behind the story, the scar pulsed. Not the gentle warmth he was used to. This was different. A stab of heat, almost painful, and with it came a flash of green light. A woman's voice screaming. Not in fear and defiance. The sound of something breaking. Cold laughter, high and terrible, and then Harry sat up, gasping. The wand fragment in his hand was glowing, actually glowing, a faint golden light pulsing from its core, and his scar was burning. Not the dull ache he'd felt before, but a real, sharp, present burn, as if someone had pressed a brand to his forehead. He pressed his palm against it, breathing hard. The visions faded. The glow dimmed. The burn cooled to a throb and then to nothing. What the hell, he muttered. He sat on the edge of his bed for a long time, holding the wand fragment, feeling his heartbeat in his scar. That voice, the screaming woman, he'd heard it before. In dreams he couldn't quite remember, in the space between sleep and waking. It wasn't a Kuja voice. It was someone else. Someone from before. Someone who died for you, said a thought that felt both his and not his. Harry shook his head. He put the wand back in its box, closed the lid, and lay back down. Tomorrow was going to be a very long day, and he needed to be sharp for it. Whatever the scar was trying to tell him, it could wait. He closed his eyes. Sleep came eventually, fitful and laced with green light. Dawn broke gray and heavy, the sky choked with clouds that hadn't been there the night before. Harry stood on the eastern wall of the city, looking down at the coastline, and watched 4 marine warships emerge from the morning mist like ghosts. They were big. Seastone-hulled, as Nyan had said, he could see the dull gray plating along their waterlines, the material that the Sea Kings instinctively avoided. Each ship bristled with cannons, and their decks swarmed with white uniformed figures, moving with the organized purpose of a military force that expected to win. Harry leaned on the wall and counted cannons. Then he counted marines. Then he stopped counting because the numbers didn't actually matter. There's a lot of them, Marguerite said, arriving at his side with her bow strung and a quiver full of snake arrows on her back. There are, Harry agreed. Are you worried? Are you? Marguerite considered this. A little, she admitted. Good. A little worry keeps you sharp. He pushed off the wall and stretched, rolling his neck until it popped. A lot of worry makes you hesitate. And we're not going to hesitate. Kikyo appeared on his other side, already in full battle gear, her mask pulled down around her neck. Hebeheim-sama is at the southern approach. She wants you at the northern beach. The northern beach? That's the most likely landing point. She wants you there because it's the most dangerous position, and she trusts me to hold it. Harry grinned. Tell her I'm flattered. She also said to tell you that my hair looks terrible, that I should be careful, that I should turn them all to stone and send them home in pieces. Kikyo paused. All 3, actually. The walk down to the northern beach took 20 minutes through dense jungle paths that Harry could have navigated blindfolded. The Kuja warriors were already in position, hidden in the canopy, behind boulders, in foxholes so well disguised you could step on one and not know it until an arrow sprouted from your chest. This was their home. Every rock, every tree, every shadow belonged to them. Harry took his position at the tree line, where the jungle met the pale sand of the beach. The sea was 100 yards out, choppy with the coming storm, and 2 of the 4 warships were angling toward this stretch of coast. He could see longboats being lowered, dozens of them, packed with marines. Marguerite and Kikyo flanked him. Behind them, 50 Kuja warriors waited in silence. Rules of engagement, Harry said quietly. They fired first by coming here. Understood, Kikyo said. The longboats hit the shallows. Marines poured out, wading through knee-deep water with rifles raised, fanning out across the beach in standard landing formation. They moved well, disciplined, professional. An officer at the front was shouting orders, directing squads left and right, establishing a beachhead. Harry watched them. He was calm. The scar was quiet. The power inside him was awake and thrumming, ready, but he held it the way his mother held her composure, not suppressed, just waiting for the right moment. There were maybe 300 Marines on the beach now, with more coming. The officer raised a loudspeaker den mushy. Attention, residents of Amazon Lily. By order of Marine Headquarters, you are to surrender the individual known as Subject H for questioning and assessment. Failure to comply will be considered an act of aggression against the world government. You have 10 minutes. Silence from the jungle. Harry stepped out of the tree line. He walked onto the beach with his hands in his pockets, strolling like he was out for a morning walk, and 300 Marines collectively pointed their weapons at him. He could feel the weight of their attention, 300 heartbeats accelerating, 300 trigger fingers tightening, 300 pairs of eyes trying to decide if this teenager walking toward them was brave or stupid. Subject H, I assume, the officer called out. He was a captain, by his coat, a hard-faced man with the look of someone who'd been given an assignment he didn't particularly want but intended to complete. My name is Harry, Harry said, still walking. And you're on my mother's island. Stand down immediately. You're to come with us for I'm going to give you one chance. Harry stopped. He was 30 feet from the nearest Marines now, close enough to see their faces, their rigid postures, the sweat on their brows. One chance to get back in your boats, sail away, and tell your superiors that Amazon Lily is not a place you can come to and take things. This isn't a negotiation, boy. No, Harry said. It isn't. He let the power rise. It didn't look like hockey, or rather, it looked like hockey seen through a prism, refracted into something new. The air around Harry began to shimmer, not with heat but with raw force, a visible distortion that made the sand at his feet lift and swirl in lazy spirals. His eyes blazed green, not glowing subtly the way they did in training, but blazing, 2 points of emerald light that cut through the gray morning like signal fires. The scar on his forehead sparked once, a crackle of energy that jumped from his skin to the air. The nearest Marines took a step back. Involuntary. Instinctive. I'm not going to ask again, Harry said. The captain's face had gone pale, but his jaw was set. He was brave, Harry could give him that. Stupid, but brave. Fire, the captain said. 300 rifles cracked simultaneously. The sound was enormous, a wall of noise and lead and killing intent, and every bullet stopped. They just stopped. Midair. Hanging in the space between the Marines and Harry like a swarm of frozen metal insects. Hundreds of them, suspended in a field of invisible force, motionless. Harry looked at the floating bullets. Then he looked at the captain. Would you like these back? He flicked his wrist. The bullets reversed course, not at lethal speed, but fast enough to sting, to bruise, to knock rifles from hands and send Marines stumbling backward. It was a choice. He could have killed them all. He wanted them to know that. Kuja, Harry said, and the jungle exploded. Arrows came first, a blackening rain from the canopy, each shaft coated in hockey, each one finding a target with the precision of women who'd been training their aim since childhood. Marines fell, clutching legs and arms and shoulders. The Kuja were aiming to disable, not kill, because Harry had asked them to and because the women of Amazon Lily trusted their prince's judgment even when their warrior instincts screamed otherwise. Then the close-range fighters burst from the tree line, 50 Kuja warriors, hitting the disoriented Marine force like a breaking wave, hockey-hardened fists and snake-coiled weapons turning the beach into a chaos of combat. Harry moved with them, through them, past them. He didn't use a weapon. He didn't need one. A Marine lunged at him with a sword. Harry caught the blade between 2 fingers, armament hockey coating his hand in glossy black, and snapped it. The Marine stared at the broken stub of his weapon. Harry headbutted him, gently by his standards, and the man crumpled. 2 more came from the left, hockey users themselves, officers, probably better trained than the rank and file. Harry could feel the quality of their hockey, Solid, workmanlike, nothing special. He ducked the first punch, redirected the second attacker into the first, and sent them both tumbling with a pulse of force that cracked the sand beneath them. He was moving fast now, cutting through the marine formation like a thread being pulled from cloth, and everywhere he passed, soldiers fell. Not dead, sprawling, gasping, clutching parts of themselves that had suddenly decided to stop working. His fighting style was a thing the Kuja had helped him build over 16 years, part their archery-based precision, part his mother's graceful lethality, part something entirely his own, that wild, unnamed energy redirecting attacks, amplifying his strikes, bending the rules of the physical world in small, devastating ways. A cannonball screamed toward the beach from one of the warships. Harry felt it coming, observation hockey painting its trajectory in his mind like a bright red line, and he turned toward it, planted his feet, and raised one hand. The cannonball hit his palm and stopped. The impact shuddered through his arm and into the ground, cracking the beach in a spiderweb pattern around his feet, and he held it. A sphere of iron the size of his torso, still smoking from the cannon's fire, sitting in his upraised hand like a dark, heavy fruit. He threw it back. The cannonball crossed the distance to the warship in about 2 seconds, hit the forward cannon battery, and detonated. The front third of the ship erupted in fire and shrapnel, listing hard to port as water rushed into the breach. Marines on deck scrambled for lifeboats. "That's one," Harry said. From the southern side of the island, carried on the wind, he heard the unmistakable sound of Hancock's voice, cold, imperious, and resonant with power, marrow, marrow, mellow. It was followed by a sound like shattering glass multiplied by 100, which meant his mother had just petrified an entire landing party in one shot. Harry grinned. "Show off," he said fondly. The battle on the northern beach was already turning. The Marines were retreating, pulling back toward their longboats under covering fire from the remaining warship. The Kuja warriors pressed them, harrying their retreat, making them pay for every step. Harry let them go. The retreating soldiers weren't the threat. The threat was the figure standing at the prow of the second warship, watching the chaos with arms folded and an expression of clinical assessment. Harry's observation hockey had been tracking this person since the battle started, the way you'd track a thundercloud on the horizon. The figure's presence was dense, concentrated in a way that marked a truly powerful fighter, the kind who had compressed their hockey into something diamond-hard through years of combat and discipline. An officer's coat hung from their shoulders, white with the red accents that indicated. Harry's eyes narrowed. Not a captain. Not a vice admiral. The coat was too distinct, the presence too heavy. An admiral. The figure stepped off the prow of the warship. No jeppo, no moonwalk. They simply stepped into the air and stood there, 40 feet above the sea, as if gravity had decided to make an exception. Then they began to walk. Each step left a ripple in the air, a faint distortion, like heat haze. They landed on the beach 60 feet from Harry, and the sand beneath their boots crystallized. Not into glass, into something geometric and structured, spreading outward in a pattern that looked almost like circuitry, rigid lines and perfect angles imposed on the natural chaos of the beach. Admiral Kuratsuchi was tall, lean, and had the kind of face that looked like it had been designed by committee, symmetrical, sharp, utterly without warmth. His hair was steel gray, cropped close, and his eyes were the pale blue of glacial ice. He looked at Harry the way an engineer looks at an anomaly in an otherwise perfect blueprint, with intense, focused displeasure. "Subject H," Kuratsuchi said. His voice matched his face, precise, measured, devoid of emotion. "You've exceeded projections." "I get that a lot." Harry rolled his shoulders. The power was still surging inside him, amplified by the adrenaline of combat, and his eyes still glowed. "You must be the real reason they sent 4 ships. 3 would have sufficed for the island. The 4th was for you." Kuratsuchi uncrossed his arms. "I've read your file. Unclassified power origin. Capabilities that don't conform to any known system. The Gora CI are concerned. The Gora CI can be concerned from Mariewa. They didn't need to send an admiral. They did. Because I volunteered. Kuratsuchi's pale eyes studied him with an attention that was almost scientific. I needed to see it for myself. The anomaly. The thing that doesn't fit. Harry felt the sand crystallizing toward him, those geometric patterns spreading, reaching for his feet like frozen roots. He stepped back, and the pattern followed. He stepped sideways, and it adjusted. Your power, Harry said. What is it? Order. Excuse me. The Chitsujo no mi. The order fruit. Kuratsuchi raised one hand, and the crystalline patterns on the beach surged upward, forming walls of rigid, geometric structure that boxed Harry in on three sides. I impose structure on chaos. I create rules where there are none. In my presence, the random becomes systematic. The uncontrolled becomes controlled. The walls were closing in. Harry could feel them, not just physical barriers, but something deeper, a pressure that was trying to categorize him, to define him, to put him in a box. His power resisted instinctively, the unnamed energy in his blood pushing back against the attempt to impose order on something that was fundamentally wild. And that, Kuratsuchi said, watching Harry's resistance with the closest thing to interest his face had shown, is why I needed to see you myself. Your power shouldn't exist. It doesn't follow rules. It doesn't have a system. In a world governed by devil fruits and hockey quantifiable, categorizable, orderly forces, you are noise. You are chaos. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is. Chaos breeds instability. Instability breeds suffering. I have spent my career eliminating instability. The walls pulsed, and Harry felt the pressure intensify, his wild energy being compressed, squeezed, forced into shapes it didn't want to take. I'm not here to kill you, Subject H. I'm here to understand you. And if I can't understand you, you'll contain me. If necessary. Harry laughed. It wasn't a nervous laugh or a performative one. It was genuine, delighted, the laugh of someone who'd just been handed a challenge that was actually worth his time. The crystalline walls were pressing in now, the geometric patterns trying to crawl up his legs, and the pressure on his power was immense, like being squeezed through a funnel, like the entire world was trying to tell him to be smaller, quieter, less. He'd been dealing with that his whole life. The world government wanted to control him. The Marines wanted to classify him. This admiral wanted to impose order on him. His mother had spent 16 years teaching him exactly one response to people who tried to tell him what he was. Harry's conqueror's hockey erupted. It didn't roll outward the way it usually did, a wave of pressure and authority that crushed weaker wills. This time, it detonated. The crystalline walls shattered. The geometric patterns on the beach cracked and dissolved. The sand itself split in a line that ran from Harry's feet to the waterline, and the sea beyond parted for 100 yards, two walls of water rising on either side of a sudden, impossible canyon. Kuratsuchi staggered. His feet shifted in the sand, the first involuntary movement Harry had seen from him, and his ice-blue eyes went wide. That, the Admiral said quietly, was Conqueror's hockey. With a twist, Harry said. The energy pouring off him was visible now, a green-black aura that crackled and sparked, Conqueror's hockey laced with his wild magic, the two forces woven together into something that was more than either. The sand around his feet had fused into glass. The air hummed. Kuratsuchi straightened. His composure returned, but something behind his eyes had changed. The clinical assessment was still there, but now it was joined by something else, something that might have been respect, or might have been genuine concern. Interesting, the Admiral said. Then he moved. He was fast. Faster than any Marine Harry had faced before. One moment he was 60 feet away. The next he was right there, his fist coated in armament hockey and wreathed in that crystalline geometric energy, driving toward Harry's center mass with the force of a falling mountain. Harry caught it. Both hands braced, feet planting craters in the glass sand beneath him. The impact shockwave flattened trees at the jungle's edge and sent a visible ring of force across the beach. Harry's arms shook. His teeth clenched. This man was strong, Admiral-level strong, the kind of raw power that had shaped the world's power structure for decades. But Harry's hands didn't move. He looked up at Kuratsuchi over the locked fist between them, and his green eyes were blazing so bright they cast shadows. "My turn," Harry said. He didn't punch. He pushed, not with his arms, but with everything, every ounce of hockey and magic and sheer stubborn refusal to be less than what he was. The force caught Kuratsuchi in the chest and launched him backward. The Admiral actually flew, his boots leaving the ground, his coat streaming behind him, and hit the water 200 yards out. The splash was enormous. The warship behind the impact point rocked violently. Harry stood on the beach, breathing hard, his hands still raised. Around him, the battle had stopped. Kuja warriors and Marines alike had frozen, staring at the spot where an admiral had just been punched into the ocean. Kuratsuchi emerged. He stood on the water's surface, Jeppo holding him up, and his coat was gone, torn away by the impact. His uniform was cracked and damaged, and for the first time, there was a visible expression on his face. It was almost a smile. "The file was wrong," Kuratsuchi said, his voice carrying across the water. "You're not a level 6 anomaly." He straightened his uniform, and the crystalline patterns began spreading across the water's surface around him, geometric order radiating outward. "I'll need to recommend a reclassification. How about you reclassify your fleet into the bottom of the ocean and leave?" Harry called back. A moment. The Admiral regarded him. Then Kuratsuchi made a decision. Harry could see it happen. The calculation behind those pale eyes and the geometric patterns receded. The pressure eased. The air lost its humming tension. "This isn't over," Kuratsuchi said. "But it isn't going to be resolved today. Not without losses I'm not authorized to sustain." He looked past Harry, toward the jungle where 5,000 Kuja warriors were probably very eager to express their feelings about uninvited guests. He looked at the two warships still floating, one of which was on fire and sinking, and at the Marines scattered across the beach in various states of defeat. "A strategic retreat," Harry offered. "A reassessment," Kuratsuchi corrected. He began walking across the water toward the surviving ships. Then he paused and looked back. "For what it's worth, Subject H, Harry, I don't enjoy this. I believe in order because I've seen what the absence of it does to people. If there were a way to resolve this without conflict, I would prefer it. Then stop coming to my home with warships. If only it were that simple." He walked away across the water. Harry watched him go, the fading geometric patterns dissolving like frost in sunlight, and felt the scar on his forehead pulse once, that strange warmth, insistent, carrying the ghost echo of something he couldn't quite hear. The Marine fleet withdrew. It took them an hour to collect their wounded, right their damaged vessels, and limp away into the calm belt, and the Kuja warriors watched them go from every vantage point on the island with arrows nocked and eyes sharp. Harry stayed on the beach until the last ship vanished into the mist, and then he sat down heavily on the glass-fused sand and let out a long breath. Marguerite appeared beside him. She had a cut on her cheek and a broken arrow shaft stuck in her shoulder guard, and she was grinning. "You punched an admiral into the sea," she said. "I did. That was incredible." "It was, wasn't it?" She sat down next to him. They watched the empty horizon together. "He'll come back," Harry said. "I know. And next time he won't underestimate us." "I know." Harry pulled his knees up and rested his arms on them. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind the particular exhaustion that came from burning through enormous amounts of energy in a short time. His hands were still trembling slightly, not from fear, never from fear, but from the sheer volume of power he'd pushed through them. "Marguerite? I think I need to leave." She didn't answer immediately. She looked at the horizon, at the mist where the ships had disappeared, and then at Harry. "I know," she said quietly. "I think you do too." He found Hancock in the throne room. The battle on the southern side had been even more decisive than the north. Hancock had petrified over 200 Marines, sunk a warship by kicking it, literally kicking it. She'd jumped onto the deck and kicked the hull hard enough to break it in half, and hadn't sustained so much as a scuff on her boots. She sat on her throne with the imperious satisfaction of a woman who had just reminded the world why it feared her. But when Harry walked in, the satisfaction faded. She read it on his face, The same way Marguerite had, the same way Nyan would if he went to her next. The decision. Don't, Hancock said. I have to. You do not. Mother. Harry crossed the throne room and stood before her, and for once he didn't sit on the floor or lean against a pillar or do any of the casual things that drove her protocol-loving heart crazy. He stood straight. He looked her in the eye. They came here because of me. Not because of the warlord system. That was the excuse. They came because of me. And if I stay, they'll keep coming. More ships. More admirals. Eventually, someone or something that even you and I together can't stop. There is nothing we can't stop. You know that's not true. Hancock's jaw tightened. She rose from the throne, and she was taller than him. She'd always been taller than him, and the throne added to it, and she used every inch. I kept you safe for 16 years, you did. And now I need to stop being kept safe. He reached out and took her hand, the way he had as a child, wrapping his fingers around hers. I need to go out there. I need to find out why they're so afraid of me. I need to understand what I am, where I came from, what this, he touched his scar with his free hand, means. Because if I don't, they'll never stop coming. And I won't let Amazon Lily become a battlefield because of me. This island has been a battlefield before, not like this. Not with an admiral. Not with the Gorosei's personal attention. He squeezed her hand. You taught me to never be afraid. You taught me to face the world like I owned it. Let me do that. Hancock stared at him. The silence stretched. Sander, Sonia, and Marigold, standing at the edges of the room, exchanged a glance, but said nothing. This was between mother and son, and even they knew better than to intervene. If you get hurt, Hancock said finally, and her voice was thick in a way she would deny until the end of time, I will destroy whatever hurt you, and then I will destroy you for letting it happen. I know. And you will write to me. Every island. And you will eat properly and sleep properly and fix your hair. I will eat and sleep. The hair is non-negotiable. Hancock pulled her hand free, turned her back to him, and stood very straight and very still for about 5 seconds. When she turned around again, she was the Empress. Every inch. Every ounce. You leave in 3 days, she said. I will assemble a crew for you from the Kuja's finest. You will take the fastest ship in our fleet. And you will carry my banner alongside whatever ridiculous flag you decide to fly. I was thinking a green serpent on a black field. Acceptable. She stepped down from the throne and stopped in front of him, close enough that he had to look up at her. I have something for you. I was saving it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to give it to you for years yet. She reached into the folds of her dress and produced a small object wrapped in silk. She held it out. Harry took it, unwrapped it, and went very still. It was a snake earring, gold, delicately crafted, with tiny emerald eyes. The mark of the Kuja royal house. The symbol that said, to anyone in the world who knew what it meant, this person is under the protection of the pirate empress, and if you touch them, you die. Mother, Harry said. Put it on. Now. Before I change my mind about all of this. He put it on. The gold was warm against his ear, and the weight of it was more than metal. It was everything she'd given him, everything she was, distilled into a small, shining promise. Hancock looked at him, her son, standing in her throne room with her mark in his ear and power in his blood that came from a world she'd never seen, and she smiled. A real smile. Small and fierce and full of a love so vast it had crossed dimensions. Go make the world tremble, she said. Harry smiled back. Yes, mother. That night, the scar burned again. Sharper this time, more insistent. Harry gripped the edges of his bed and gritted his teeth, and the visions came in fragments, green light. A nursery. A woman with red hair and his eyes, standing between a crib and a shadow, her wand raised, her voice steady even as it shook. Not Harry, not Harry. Please, not Harry, the shadow spoke, and its voice was cold and high and wrong. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry. Please, have mercy. I'll do anything. Stand aside. She didn't stand aside. She stood her ground. And the green light came, and she fell, and the last thing she did with her last breath was, Harry came back to himself with a gasp. Tears on his face. The wand fragment was glowing again, bright enough to illuminate the room, and the scar was blazing. He pressed his hand to it and felt, for the first time clearly, the other thing that lived inside the scar. Not a memory. Not an echo. Something alive. Something watching. "Hello, Harry," whispered a voice that was not his mother's. Harry's blood went cold. Then it went hot. The power surged in him, wild, enormous, uncontrollable, and the room shook. Furniture rattled. The walls cracked. He closed his eyes. He breathed. He reached for Conqueror's hockey the way Hancock had taught him, not as a weapon, but as a statement of self, an assertion of identity so absolute that nothing else could exist inside it. "I am Harry. I am my mother's son. I am the Prince of Amazon Lily. And you're nothing." The presence in his scar recoiled. It didn't vanish, he could still feel it, crouched in the dark corner of a room it had been quietly building inside his mind, but it retreated. Went silent. Went small. Harry opened his eyes. The room was still. The wand had stopped glowing. The scar throbbed, then faded. He sat in the dark for a long time, listening to his own breathing, and thought about the woman with red hair and his eyes who had died rather than stand aside. "I had two mothers," he thought, "and both of them chose to stand between me and the dark." He didn't sleep again that night. But when dawn came and the preparations for his departure began, he walked out into the morning light with his jaw set and his eyes clear and the gold serpent earring catching the sun. 3 days. Then the sea. Then the world. The world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 2, Stone and Lightning. 3 days was not enough time to prepare for leaving home. Harry knew this in the abstract, the way you know that the ocean is deep, intellectually clear, emotionally meaningless until you're actually standing at the edge looking down. He spent the first day pretending he was fine. He sparred with Cosmos in the morning, ran drills with the younger warriors in the afternoon, and sat through one of Elder Nine's strategic briefings in the evening without fidgeting more than twice. Normal routine. Everything was normal. He was fine. He spent the second day being aggressively fine. He reorganized his quarters, sharpened weapons he didn't use, and got into an argument with Aphilandra about the best way to prepare Sea King meat that lasted 45 minutes and resolved nothing. He trained until his muscles burned and then trained some more, pushing his hockey to the edge, flaring his wild magic until the training field looked like a lightning storm had swept through. Marguerite found him sitting in the crater he'd made, staring at his hands, and she sat beside him without saying anything until the sun went down. He spent the third day saying goodbye, and that was when it stopped being fine. The thing about Amazon Lily was that 5,000 people lived there, and Harry had grown up knowing every single one of them. The warriors who'd sparred with him. The healers who'd patched him up after he'd sparred too hard. The craftswomen who'd built his weapons, tailored his clothes, woven the hammock he'd slept in as a child. The children who followed him around the city in giggling packs because he was the only boy on the island and therefore endlessly fascinating. The old women who sat on the castle steps and told stories about the sea and pinched his cheeks even though he was 17 and could punch through a warship hull. Every one of them wanted to say goodbye. Every one of them had something to say or give or press into his hands, a charm, a piece of advice, a threat about what would happen to him if he didn't come back safe. By midday, he'd accumulated a small mountain of gifts, an encyclopedic catalog of navigational tips, and a headache from trying not to get emotional in front of people. He failed at that last part around 3 in the afternoon, when a 7-year-old girl named Poppy marched up to him in the courtyard, handed him a crayon drawing of a green stick figure fighting a much larger blue stick figure, captioned, in wobbly letters, "Harry beats up Amrien and said, 'You have to come back because you promised to teach me to shoot.'" Harry looked at the drawing. He looked at Poppy. He crouched down, took the drawing very carefully, and said, "I'll come back. I promise." Pinky swear. Pinky swear. They linked pinkies with the gravity of a diplomatic treaty, and Poppy ran off to tell her friends, and Harry stood in the courtyard holding a crayon drawing and breathing very carefully through the tightness in his chest. Rand found him like that. She raised an eyebrow. "Dust," Harry said. "In my eye." "Both eyes?" extremely pervasive dust. Ran handed him a handkerchief and wisely said nothing else. The ship was ready by evening. It was called the Ophidia, a Kuja vessel, sleek and serpentine, built for speed over brute force. Its figurehead was a coiled snake with emerald eyes, and its black sails bore the mark of the Kuja pirates alongside a new addition, a green serpent on a black field. Harry's flag. He'd designed it himself, which mostly meant he'd described what he wanted, and then a Kuja artisan with actual talent had made it look good. His crew was small by choice. Hancock had wanted to send 50 warriors. Harry had negotiated her down to 6, then back up to 10 when she'd deployed the look, the one that wasn't mellow but worked on him just as effectively. 10 Kuja warriors, handpicked, Marguerite and Kikyo as his seconds, plus 8 others whose skills ranged from navigation to combat to field medicine. They were the best Amazon Lily had to offer, and every one of them had volunteered before being asked. The sun was setting when Harry walked down to the harbor for the last time. The Ophidia sat at the dock, loaded and ready, its crew already aboard. The harbor was lined with warriors, hundreds of them, standing in silence along the stone quay, watching. Behind them, on the steps that led up from the harbor to the city, hundreds more. And at the base of the gangplank, Hancock. She'd dressed for the occasion. Not in armor, in her finest, as if this were a coronation rather than a departure. Her hair was perfect. Her posture was immaculate. She looked like a painting of a goddess who had momentarily deigned to exist in 3 dimensions. Harry stopped in front of her. He was wearing his new earring, the gold serpent, and he'd made an attempt at his hair that had achieved a state best described as controlled chaos. His bow was on his back, his pack over one shoulder, and the silk-lined box with the broken wand was tucked inside his coat. "Well," he said. "Well," she said. A pause. The harbor was silent except for the waves and the distant rumble of sea kings. "I'm not going to cry," Hancock announced. "I know. Because crying is undignified, and I am the Empress of Amazon Lily, and the Empress does not cry." "I know, Mother. If you die, I will find a way to bring you back so I can kill you myself." "I know." She reached out and adjusted his collar. Then she adjusted it again. Then she adjusted it a 3rd time, which was when Harry realized she was just finding reasons to touch him, and the tightness in his chest came back worse than before. "Mother, your collar is uneven." "My collar is fine." Hancock's hands stilled on his collar. She looked at him, really looked, the way she had on the balcony the night before the battle, with that expression that stripped away the Empress and left the woman underneath. "You are my heart," she said quietly. So quietly that no one but him could hear. "You are the best of me. Everything I have, everything I am, it walks out of this harbor with you." Harry put his arms around her. Hancock stiffened. Physical affection in public was not something the Empress did. It was simply not done. There were protocols, and then she hugged him back so fiercely that his ribs creaked. "I love you," Harry said into her shoulder. "Obviously." Her voice was muffled. "I'm extremely lovable." He laughed. It was a wet laugh, the kind that sat right on the border of something else, and he let it be what it was. She held him for 3 more seconds, he counted, because she was counting, because Hancock did everything with precision even when she was falling apart, and then she released him and stepped back and was the Empress again. "Go," she said. "Before I change my mind and have Salome eat that ship." Harry walked up the gangplank. At the top, he turned. The harbor stretched below him, the stone quay, the hundreds of warriors, the city rising up the mountainside behind them, the castle at its peak. Home. Every inch of it. Hancock stood at the center of it all, tall and proud and unwavering, and she did not cry. The Empress of Amazon Lily did not cry. This was established fact. But Sandersonia, standing 3 feet behind her sister, would later tell Harry in a letter that the moment the Ophidia cleared the harbor and its sails caught the wind, Hancock turned to a nearby warrior who had the misfortune of weeping openly and said, "Stop that," and the warrior immediately turned to stone and would stay that way for 6 hours. Then Hancock went inside, and no one saw her for the rest of the evening, and no one was foolish enough to ask why. The calm belt was murder on the nerves. Harry stood at the prow of the Ophidia and watched the water. It was too still. That was the thing about the calm belt that never stopped unsettling him. The ocean wasn't supposed to be still. It was supposed to move, churn, breathe. Here, it lay flat and glassy as a mirror, and beneath its surface, massive shapes drifted like dark clouds. Sea King, portside, called Rindo from the crow's nest. Big one. Serpent class, maybe 200 meters. Harry looked left. The shadow was there, an enormous silhouette gliding beneath the Ophidia with the lazy confidence of an apex predator in its home territory. He reached out with observation hockey and felt the creature's presence, massive, ancient, vaguely curious about the small wooden thing floating above it. Should I? Marguerite started. No. Harry pushed a thread of Conqueror's hockey into the water. Not an attack, a statement. I'm here. I'm bigger than you think. Move along. The Sea King's movement paused. Then it shifted direction, angling away from the ship, descending into deeper water. The shadow faded. I'll never get used to that, Kikyo said from the helm. She was steering with the focused intensity she brought to everything, her hands steady on the wheel. You just told a Sea King to go away, and it listened. It's not about telling them. It's about making them feel it. Harry leaned on the railing. Conqueror's hockey isn't a command. It's a presence. You project what you are hard enough, and anything with survival instincts gives you space. Did Hebiheim-sama teach you that? She taught me the principle. The rest I figured out by getting bitten a lot. Kikyo snorted. How long until we clear the belt? 6 hours, if the current doesn't shift. This from Cosmos, who had been studying charts at the navigation table and had, in the 2 days since departure, revealed a talent for navigation that surprised exactly no one who'd ever seen her obsessive attention to detail in combat. We'll hit the Grand Line current somewhere around here. She jabbed a finger at the chart. From there, it's open sea until the first island. Which island? Roshana. Cosmos pulled a second chart over the first. Trade hub. Neutral territory, technically, though neutral on the Grand Line means whoever has the most guns makes the rules. It's where we'll resupply and get information. Harry nodded. What do we know about it? Port town. Busy. Lots of traffic, merchants, pirates, the occasional marine patrol. There's a black market for information that Elder Nyan used to use back in the day. Cosmos paused. Also, apparently, really good noodles. Priorities, Harry said. I'm a warrior. I need fuel. The afternoon passed in the strange, compressed way that time moved on the calm belt, no wind, no waves, no markers of progression except the slow drift of the ship through still water and the gradually shifting positions of the Sea King shadows below. The Kuja warriors settled into a routine with the efficiency of women who'd been on ships since childhood. Watches were set, weapons were maintained, and a rotating sparring schedule was established on the main deck that Harry was emphatically barred from participating in after his first bout with Rindo resulted in a cracked mast. You're too strong for the ship, Marguerite told him. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It wasn't a compliment. Fix the mast. He fixed the mast. His wild magic was good for that. He placed his hands on the cracked wood and pushed, not with force, but with intent, and the fibers knit back together with a soft, crackling sound. The wood grains spiraled around the repair like scar tissue on a tree, stronger than before. He'd been doing things like that more frequently since the battle. Something about fighting Kuratsuchi had shaken something loose inside him, like a joint popping back into place after years of being slightly off. His magic responded faster now, with more precision. Where before he'd been painting with broad strokes, blasts of force, crude telekinesis, instinctive shields, he was starting to feel the fine brush. He spent the evening hours at the prow, practicing. Small things. Moving water without touching it, not in crude waves, but in detailed shapes, spirals and ribbons and the outlines of things he'd seen in the visions. A castle with towers. A train with a single headlight. A woman's face, red-haired, smiling. The water shape collapsed before he could finish the face. It always did. You're thinking about her again. Marguerite had approached silently, impressive on a wooden deck, but she'd always been light on her feet. She settled beside him, hugging her knees. The woman from the visions, she said. Not a question. Harry let the water fall. It's getting clearer. Every night. I can hear her voice now. And there's another voice, something in the scar. Something that talks. Marguerite's expression sharpened. Talks? What does it say? Nothing coherent. Whispers. Fragments. It tried to introduce itself the other night, and I shut it down with Conqueror's hockey. But it's there, Marguerite. It's been there my whole life, and it's getting louder. Does Hebeheim-sama know? She knows about the scar's energy. She's always been able to sense it. But the voice, Harry shook his head. I didn't want to worry her. She had enough to deal with. And now? Now I'm on the open sea heading toward a world that wants to capture me, with a voice in my head that I don't understand and power that came from a place I've never been. He smiled crookedly. So I'm choosing to worry about it myself. Marguerite was quiet for a moment. Then she said, when I was 12, I shot my first arrow in real combat. A pirate crew had gotten too close to the island, and Hebeheim-sama sent the younger warriors to the perimeter as observers. We weren't supposed to fight. But a pirate broke through the line, heading for the village, and I was the only one between him and the children. Harry looked at her. He'd never heard this story. I was terrified, Marguerite said. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely knock the arrow. But I remembered what Kikyo had taught me. Don't aim at the target. Aim at the space the target is going to be. Trust your hands. Trust your eyes. The fear is just noise. She met his gaze. The voice in your scar is noise, Harry. You are the arrow. Trust yourself. Harry held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached over and flicked her forehead, and she swatted his hand away, and they sat together at the prow and watched the calm belt's glassy water until the stars came out, a spread of light so vast and bright in the windless air that it felt like the sky was showing off. They cleared the calm belt at dawn on the third day, and the Grand Line hit them like a slap. Wind. Real wind, howling, salt-thick, carrying the smell of deep water and distant storms. The Ophidia lurched as the current caught it, and the Kuja crew moved with trained precision, hauling lines and adjusting sails as the ship went from dead stillness to racing speed in the space of a breath. Harry gripped the railing and laughed into the gale, and the gold serpent in his ear whipped against his neck. Grand Line current. Cosmos shouted from the navigation table, her charts pinned down with daggers. Running northeast, 12 knots and climbing. Roshana bearing, damn it, bearing east by northeast, approximately 18 hours. Approximately? Kikyo yelled back. It's the Grand Line, Kikyo. The weather changes its mind every 20 minutes. Approximately is the best you're getting. The next 18 hours were a masterclass in Kuja seamanship. The Grand Line threw everything it had at them. A sudden squall that appeared from a cloudless sky, a current reversal that tried to spin them in circles, a brief and inexplicable hailstorm that lasted exactly 4 minutes and then vanished as if embarrassed by its own existence. Through it all, the Ophidia carved forward, its crew handling each crisis with the calm ferocity of women who'd been sailing deadly waters since before they could walk. Harry helped where he could. His telekinesis was useful for untangling fouled lines, and on one memorable occasion, he caught a broken yardarm that was falling toward Rindo's head and held it in midair long enough for her to duck. But mostly he stayed out of the way and let the professionals work. Hancock had taught him many things, but she'd also taught him to recognize expertise and respect it. Roshana appeared on the horizon in the gray light of early morning, a sprawling island dominated by a harbor so large it looked like the island had been built around it rather than the other way around. Ships packed the docks, merchant galleons, fishing vessels, a handful of pirate ships flying flags Harry didn't recognize, and one marine patrol boat that looked like it wished it were anywhere else. The town rose behind the harbor in tiers of colorful, ramshackle buildings, climbing the hillside like a mosaic made of wood and ambition. Busy place, Marguerite observed. Good. Harry adjusted his collar and touched the serpent earring. Busy means information. Busy means people who know things. Busy also means trouble. Marguerite, I'm a 17-year-old man raised on an island of warrior women, sailing under the flag of the pirate empress, with powers the world government can't classify. I am trouble. She pinched the bridge of her nose. You are so much like your mother. They docked at a pier on the harbor's western edge, away from the marine patrol boat. Harry gave instructions. Cosmos and 4 warriors would stay with the ship. Marguerite, Kikyo, and 3 others would come with him into town. Keep weapons concealed but accessible. Don't start fights. Don't finish fights unless absolutely necessary. And if someone tried to start something with the Kuja, finish them quickly, Kikyo said. I was going to say use discretion, but sure. Roshana's streets were everything Amazon lilies were not: crowded, loud, chaotic, and smelling strongly of fish and fried food, and something chemical Harry couldn't identify. People packed the thoroughfares: sailors, merchants, locals, the occasional figure in a hooded cloak who was clearly trying too hard to look mysterious. Market stalls lined every street, selling everything from navigation equipment to exotic fruits to weapons of questionable legality. Harry walked through it like he walked through everything, straight-backed, unhurried, eyes open. The Kuja warriors flanked him in a loose formation that looked casual and was anything but. Marguerite was on his right, her bow disguised as a walking staff. Kikyo was on his left, her mask down, her eyes scanning the crowd with the focus of a hawk. They drew looks. Of course they did. 6 strikingly tall women in Kuja warrior garb escorting a young man with glowing green eyes and a gold serpent earring wasn't exactly subtle. Harry didn't mind. Subtlety was overrated, and besides, if anyone here recognized the Kuja mark, they'd think twice before causing trouble. The black market information broker, he said to Marguerite. Where does Nyan's contact operate? East side of town. A tavern called the Spiral Shell. Ask for someone named Greywater. Greywater. Seriously? It's a code name, Harry. It's a terrible code name. They found the Spiral Shell at the end of a narrow street that branched off the main market road. It was a squat, heavy-beamed building that looked like it had been there longer than the town itself, its signboard depicting a nautilus shell that had been repainted so many times the wood beneath was thick as armor. The door was open, and the interior was dim and smoky and smelled like spilled rum and old secrets. Harry walked in first. The tavern was half full, morning drinkers, mostly, plus a few people who looked like they'd been there all night, and a handful of others who were clearly waiting for someone or something. Conversations stuttered as Harry and the Kuja warriors entered, eyes tracking them across the room. The bartender, a massive woman with arms like anchor chains, gave them a long, measuring look. We're looking for Greywater, Harry said. The bartender's expression didn't change. Never heard of them. Elder Nyan of the Kuja sends her regards. A pause. The bartender polished a glass, set it down, and jerked her head toward a back room. Through there. Knock twice, then once. Harry knocked twice, then once. The door opened a crack, revealing a sliver of darkness and a single watery eye. Who? Harry. Of Amazon Lily. Nyan sent us. The eye studied him. Then the door opened. The room behind it was small and cluttered with papers, charts, logbooks, and the detritus of someone who dealt in information the way other people dealt in fish. Sitting behind a desk buried under correspondence was a thin, nervous-looking man in his 50s with gray hair that stuck out at angles suggesting a losing battle with static electricity. He had the complexion of someone who hadn't seen sunlight in a professional capacity and the darting eyes of someone who knew too much about too many people. Greywater, Harry said. That's the name they gave me, so that's the name I use. The man's voice was reedy but quick. Nyan's boy. She said you might come. Didn't think it'd be this soon. His eyes flicked to the Kuja warriors filing in behind Harry. Didn't think you'd bring an army either. 5 women is hardly an army. 5 Kuja women is an army anywhere that isn't Amazon Lily. Greywater shuffled papers on his desk, found the one he wanted, and pulled it free. What do you need? Information. The world government sent an admiral to Amazon Lily. His name is Kuratsuchi. I want to know everything about him. Kuratsuchi. Greywater's nervous energy ratcheted up a notch. You tangled with Kuratsuchi? I punched him into the ocean. Greywater stared at him. Then he laughed, a short, startled bark. Nyan always did say you were something else. He rifled through a cabinet and produced a thick folder. Admiral Kuratsuchi, real name unknown, rose through the ranks faster than anyone since Akainu. Ate the Chitsujo no Mi, the order fruit. Paramecia type, at least officially, though some analysts think it's something weirder. His power lets him impose structural order on anything, matter, energy, even people's movements if he's close enough. In combat, it manifests as those geometric patterns you probably saw. I saw them. I broke them. Which means you're either very strong or very anomalous. From what I hear, the world government thinks you're both. Greywater leaned forward. Listen, kid, Harry, the Admiral is a problem, but he's not the problem. Kuratsuchi genuinely believes in what he does. He thinks order is the only thing standing between civilization and collapse. He'll come after you again not out of malice, but out of conviction, and that's harder to fight. What's the real problem? Greywater hesitated. For the first time since they'd entered, his nervous energy shifted into something closer to genuine fear. The real problem is why the Gora CI personally signed off on your classification. They don't do that for pirates. They don't do that for revolutionaries. They do that for things that threaten the Foundation. The foundation of what? Of everything. Greywater pulled out another sheet of paper, this one older, yellowed, covered in cramped handwriting. I trade in information. That means sometimes information finds me that I didn't go looking for. 2 months ago, a contact in the archaeological community, what's left of it, after O'Hara, sent me this. It's a fragment. A translation of a poneglyph rubbing. Harry took the paper. The handwriting was dense and academic, and most of it was in a language he didn't recognize. But at the bottom, in fresher ink, someone had written a partial translation, and from beyond the sea of stars, a power that is not of the fruit nor of the spirit, but of the soul itself, and it shall, the translation cut off. The rest was blank, or untranslatable, or destroyed. A power that is not of the fruit nor of the spirit, Harry read aloud. What does that mean? Devil fruits and hockey. Those are the 2 power systems this world runs on. Fruits of the devil, spirit of the warrior. Everything the world government has ever encountered, ever classified, ever controlled falls into one or both categories. Greywater pointed at Harry. You don't. Harry stared at the paper. The words swam in front of his eyes, and his scar pulsed, that warm, insistent thrum that he'd learned meant something important was close. From beyond the sea of stars, Marguerite said from behind him. She was reading over his shoulder. Harry, that could be where I came from. Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was hammering. The poneglyph is talking about my kind of power. Something from another world. Maybe. Greywater took the paper back, carefully, as if it might combust. Or maybe it's talking about something that happened during the Void Century, something the world government erased. Either way, the fact that a poneglyph mentions a power that matches your description means the government has reason to be afraid of you. You're not just an anomaly. You're a precedent. Harry turned this over. A precedent. Something that had happened before. Someone or something with power like his, connected to the Void Century, connected to whatever the world government had spent 800 years trying to bury. Where can I find more? He asked. More poneglyphs. More information about this. Greywater shook his head. Poneglyph scholarship is a death sentence. Robin of the Straw Hats is the only living person who can read them, and she's with the Straw Hats. Beyond that. He trailed off, thinking. There's an island. Vera. Deep in the New World. It used to be a center of historical research, libraries, archives, scholars studying everything the government didn't want studied. The government shut it down 20 years ago. Burned the libraries, scattered the scholars, the whole O'Hara playbook. But the rumor is that the underground archive survived. Hidden beneath the ruins. If there's more information about what you are, it might be there. Then that's where I'm going. It's in the New World, kid. You're in paradise. That's a long way to sail, through a lot of people who'd love to collect whatever bounty the government puts on your head. Harry smiled. It was the smile that Cosmos had warned people about, the one that meant he was about to enjoy himself. Good. I've been looking forward to meeting new people. Greywater shook his head slowly. Nyan was right about you. You're Hancock's son through and through. He opened a drawer and pulled out a rolled-up chart. Here. Current maps of the New World approach routes, updated 3 weeks ago. My gift. 9 saved my life once, and I always pay my debts. Harry took the chart and tucked it inside his coat. Thank you, Greywater. Don't thank me. Get out of my office before someone notices Kuja warriors in my tavern and starts asking questions I don't want to answer. They left through the back entrance, emerging into a narrow alley behind the spiral shell. The morning sun was climbing, burning off the harbor mist, and the town was getting louder as the day market kicked into full swing. Harry's mind was racing poneglyphs, the void century, a power from beyond the sea of stars, but he kept his pace steady and his expression calm. Process later. Move now. They were halfway back to the dock when Harry felt it. Observation hockey screamed. A presence, no, multiple presences converging on their position from 3 directions. Moving fast, moving with intent, and their hockey signatures were muffled, deliberately suppressed, the way trained operatives hid themselves. Harry stopped walking. The Kuja warriors felt it too. Marguerite's hand went to her bowstaff, Kikyo's stance widened, and the 3 warriors behind them shifted into a loose defensive formation without a word being spoken. We're being followed, Kikyo said quietly. Not followed, Harry said. Surrounded. The alley opened onto a small plaza, a junction between market streets, currently empty in the brief gap between morning crowds. Harry walked into it and stood at its center, and the Kuja warriors spread out around him, and they waited. They didn't wait long. The first figure dropped from a rooftop to Harry's left, silent, fluid, landing in a crouch that spoke of years of physical training. Black suit, white mask, the kind of anonymous uniform designed to erase identity. The second came from behind a market stall, stepping out of a shadow that shouldn't have been deep enough to hide in. The third simply appeared in the middle of the plaza, as if they'd been there all along and had only just decided to be visible. CP0. Harry recognized the masks. Nyan had shown him pictures, drilled him on the world government's intelligence hierarchy. Cipher Pol Aegis 0. The government's top agents, answering directly to the celestial dragons. Subject H. The center agent's voice was flat, filtered through the mask. You're a long way from home. And you're a long way from Mariewa, Harry said. Bit warm for those suits, isn't it? We are here to extend an invitation. The Gora CI request an audience. How polite. The answer is no. The invitation is not optional. Harry cocked his head. The 3 agents hadn't moved from their positions, a triangle around him, equidistant, the geometry of a practiced capture formation. He could feel their hockey. All 3 were powerful, their observation and armament refined to razor edges. These weren't grunts. These were weapons. Let me rephrase, Harry said. The answer is no, and if you try to make it yes, I'm going to embarrass you. The center agent tilted their head, a mirror of Harry's gesture, deliberate mocking. We've studied your combat data from the Amazon Lily engagement. Your abilities are impressive, but unrefined. You rely heavily on raw power and instinct. Against a prepared opponent, I adapt. That's the fun part. Harry's eyes had begun to glow. The air around him shimmered. Last chance. Walk away. We don't walk away. Then we do this the hard way. The 3 agents moved simultaneously, coordinated, precise, a 3-point assault designed to overwhelm through perfect timing. The left agent went high, a spinning aerial kick coated in dense armament hockey. The right agent went low, sweeping at Harry's legs with something that glinted like wire. The center agent came straight in, palm first, aiming for Harry's sternum. Harry didn't dodge. He expanded. The pulse of force that erupted from him wasn't Conqueror's hockey, it was his wild magic, raw and undirected, a spherical shockwave that blasted outward from his body and hit all 3 agents at once. It was crude. It was wasteful. And it threw all 3 of them backward like leaves in a storm, tumbling across the plaza in 3 different directions. But CP0 agents weren't ordinary fighters. All 3 recovered midair, twisting, landing on their feet, and coming back in without a pause. They were faster the second time. They'd felt the pulse, measured it, adjusted. The left agent's kick came from an angle that skirted the edge of Harry's range. The wire from the right hummed with a frequency that cut through his telekinetic field. And the center agent's palm strike was coated in something that made Harry's skin crawl: seastone. A seastone-laced glove. Harry caught the palm strike. His hand closed around the agent's wrist, and the seastone bit into his skin, not with the draining weakness it inflicted on devil fruit users, but with a cold, numbing sensation that dampened his magic like a wet blanket on a fire. His power flickered. His eyes dimmed. The agent leaned in close. Behind the mask, a pair of colorless eyes studied him. Interesting. Seastone affects you, but differently. Not a fruit user. Something else. The voice was clinical, cataloging. The Gora CI will want to know this. Harry headbutted the mask. It cracked. The agent staggered. Harry wrenched his hand free of the seastone glove and felt his power flood back, not gradually but all at once, like a dam breaking, and he let it go. The plaza came apart. Cobblestones ripped from the ground and orbited him like a debris field. The market stalls at the edges of the square exploded outward. The air itself seemed to fracture, visible cracks spreading through space like ice on a pond, and through those cracks, green light blazed, the same green that had split the sky 16 years ago, the same green that haunted his visions. Harry stood in the center of it and felt, for the first time, truly, the depth of what he was. Not hockey. Not a devil fruit. Something older. Something that came from a place where the rules were different. Something the world government was right to be afraid of. The three CP0 agents had pulled back, regrouping at the edge of the destruction. Their formation was tighter now, defensive rather than offensive, and even through their masks, Harry could read their body language, reassessing. "Marguerite," Harry said. His voice was calm. The storm of debris orbited him obediently. "Take the crew and go back to the ship." "Harry, I'm not leaving you, that wasn't a request." He glanced at her over his shoulder, and his eyes were blazing green, and the scar on his forehead was glowing. "I'll be right behind you. I just need to finish making my point." Marguerite held his gaze for a beat. Then she nodded, sharp and military, and the Kuja warriors withdrew, not fleeing, not retreating, but pulling back with discipline to let their prince do what he did best. Harry turned back to the CP0 agents. The debris field tightened around him, orbiting faster, and he extended one hand toward the center agent, the one with the cracked mask and the seastone glove. "Tell the Gorosei something for me," Harry said. "Tell them I know about the poneglyphs. Tell them I know there's a precedent. Tell them that whatever they're afraid of, whatever they spent 800 years trying to erase, I'm going to find it. And when I do, I'm going to make sure the whole world knows." The center agent was very still. Then, with deliberate slowness, they reached up and removed the cracked mask. The face beneath was pale, sharp-featured, and entirely unremarkable, the kind of face designed to be forgotten. But the eyes were not unremarkable. They were old eyes in a young face, calm and calculating and utterly devoid of fear. "You shouldn't have said that," the agent said. Their voice, unfiltered by the mask, was quiet and precise. "Now it's not just an acquisition. It's a silencing. Try it." The agent studied him. Then they made a small gesture, a hand signal, and the other two agents melted back. Literally melted, their black-suited forms dissolving into shadows that seeped into the walls and vanished. The center agent held Harry's gaze for a moment longer. "We'll meet again, Harry of Amazon Lily. And next time, I won't bring the gentle team." They turned and walked away. Just walked, unhurried, into the crowd that was already reforming at the edges of the destroyed plaza, gawking and shouting. Within 10 steps, the agent had vanished, absorbed into the massive bodies like a drop of ink in the ocean. Harry stood in the wreckage of the plaza and let the debris fall. The cobblestones dropped, the dust settled, and the green light faded from his eyes and his scar. He was breathing hard. Not from exertion, from the adrenaline, the rush of power, and the cold certainty that he'd just made the situation significantly more complicated. "Well," he muttered, "that could have gone better." He walked back to the dock at a pace that said he wasn't running from anything, because he wasn't. Behind him, The plaza looked like a localized earthquake had hit it, and 100 witnesses were already telling the story of what they'd seen: the young man with the green eyes, the government agents, the impossible power that had torn the ground apart. By nightfall, it would be all over the island. By the end of the week, it would be on the Grand Line's gossip network. By the end of the month, the whole world would know. Harry found he didn't mind. Let them talk. Let them know. The Ophidia cleared Roshana's harbor within the hour. Harry stood at the stern, watching the island shrink behind them, and ran through the encounter in his head. 3 CP0 agents. Sea stone gloves. They'd been prepared for him, not perfectly, not thoroughly, but enough to suggest that someone in the intelligence apparatus had been doing their homework. And the Poneglyph fragment. A power that is not of the fruit nor of the spirit. From beyond the sea of stars. You're brooding, Kikyo said. I'm thinking. When you think with that expression, it's brooding. What happened in the plaza? CP0. 3 of them. Harry turned from the rail. They wanted to bring me to the Gorosei. I declined. Diplomatically, I destroyed a plaza. So no. Harry almost smiled. Kikyo had a way of cutting through things that he appreciated. No drama, no fuss, just the clean edge of pragmatism. He pulled the Poneglyph fragment translation from his coat and handed it to her. Kikyo read it. Her eyebrows rose, which was the Kikyo equivalent of falling out of her chair. A power that is not of the fruit nor of the spirit. Harry, this is me. It's about what I can do. Or something like it. Something from the Void Century. He took the paper back. There's an island in the New World called Vera. It used to have archives, research into exactly this kind of thing. The government destroyed it, but the underground sections might still be intact. The New World. Kikyo's voice was flat. We're barely into paradise. Then we'd better sail fast. She looked at him for a long moment, not with the warmth of a friend or the deference of a subordinate, but with the sharp, assessing gaze of a warrior evaluating her commander's judgment. Whatever she saw, she accepted it. She nodded once. I'll plot the course. But Harry, the New World isn't Amazon Lily. It's not even the Grand Line. It's where the emperors rule, where the worst of the worst make their homes. We'll be sailing through territory held by people who could crush marine fleets for breakfast. Good. I'm curious how I measure up. That's what worries me. Harry grinned, and Kikyo went to consult with Cosmos over the charts, and the Ophidia cut through the Grand Line's churning waters with its serpent figurehead aimed toward the horizon. Night fell, and with it came the dreams. This time, they were different. Sharper. More coherent. Less like fragments and more like a story being told by someone who was slowly learning how to speak. The castle again. Towers and turrets and a lake that reflected a sky full of stars. But closer now he could see windows, and through the windows, candlelight. Children in black robes. A great hall with a ceiling that showed the sky. A long table, and at its head an old man with a silver beard and half-moon spectacles, watching him with eyes that were kind and sad and calculating all at once. Harry, the old man said. But the voice was wrong, too thin, too distant, as if it were coming through water or glass or years. Harry, my boy, the scene shifted. A corridor, dark, with torches that burned green. And at the end of the corridor, a mirror. He walked toward it, not by choice. Something was pulling him, and in the mirror he saw himself. But not himself. A version of him that had stayed. That had grown up in that castle, worn those black robes, learned to use the broken stick in the silk-lined box. This Harry was thinner, paler, with glasses and a look in his eyes like someone who'd been carrying something heavy for a very long time. Behind the mirror Harry, a woman appeared. Red hair. Green eyes. His eyes. She put her hand on Mirror Harry's shoulder and smiled, and the smile was so full of love and loss that it cracked something open in his chest. You were supposed to be here, the Mirror Harry said. His voice was quiet, bewildered. This was supposed to be your story. It still is, Harry said. Or thought. Or felt. It's just a different version. They need you. Voldemort, without you here, I know. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. The name Voldemort carried weight, a gravity that pulled at the thing in his scar the way the moon pulled at tides. But I can't come back. Why not? Harry thought of Hancock. Of Marguerite and Kikyo and Cosmos and Nyan. Of 5,000 women who'd raised him and loved him and taught him to fight. Of a gold serpent earring and a crayon drawing of a stick figure beating up a Marianne. Because I have a home, he said. And it's not here. The mirror Harry stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled a sad smile, but a real one. Then you'd better be worth it. The mirror shattered. Harry woke up gasping, his hand pressed to his scar, and the thing inside it was screaming. Not whispering. Not murmuring. Screaming a high, thin, furious sound that reverberated through his skull like a struck bell. The cabin was shaking. His magic was lashing out uncontrolled, objects flying off shelves, the wooden walls groaning. Green light poured from his scar, casting the room in an eerie, shifting glow. You were mine, the voice in the scar shrieked. You were supposed to be mine. My anchor. My vessel. Shut up. Harry's conqueror's hockey slammed down like a fist. The cabin stopped shaking. The objects froze midair. The green light flickered, fought, and died. But the voice didn't stop. It was quieter now, pressed down, compressed, but still there, and for the first time, Harry could feel its shape. Not a whisper. Not an echo. A presence. Something alive, something aware, something that had been growing inside his scar for 17 years, feeding on energy it didn't understand, adapting to a world it hadn't been born in. Hello, Harry. The voice was controlled now. Deliberate. Almost polite, in the way that a snake coiling around your arm was polite right before it squeezed. We need to talk. Harry sat on the edge of his bunk, breathing hard, sweat cooling on his skin. The objects he'd telekinetically scattered hovered around the room, suspended in the residual field of his power. He didn't let them fall. He needed the focus, something external to anchor himself while he dealt with the thing inside. You're not getting out, Harry said. Out loud. He wanted to hear his own voice, wanted to feel the physical reality of words in his throat and air in his lungs. Whatever you are, you're locked in there. For now. The voice was amused. That was the worst part, the amusement, the casual confidence. But I've been locked in worse prisons, boy. Locked in a diary. Locked in a ring. Locked in a locket. I always get out. Not this time. This isn't your world. No, it isn't. It's a fascinating world, actually so much raw power, so much potential, and nobody seems to understand how to use it properly. The things I could do with hockey, Harry. The things I could do with that wild magic of yours. If you'd just let me, I said shut up. Another pulse of Conqueror's hockey, targeted this time, not outward but inward, directed at the scar, at the presence nestled inside it like a parasite in a wound. The voice recoiled. Harry felt it. A flinching, a withdrawal, the thing pulling back from his will the way an animal pulls back from fire. But it didn't die. It didn't even weaken. It just retreated to its corner, its dark little room inside his mind, and waited. You can't ignore me forever, it said from the distance. I'm part of you now. Part of your power. Every time you use that magic, every time you reach for the wild energy in your blood, that's me too. I'm woven into it. I'm the thread you can't pull free without unraveling the whole cloth. Harry didn't respond. He sat in the dark, in the silence of his cabin, and let the hovering objects drift slowly back to their shelves. His heartbeat steadied. His breathing calmed. The scar throbbed once more, petulantly, and went quiet. He didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bunk and meditated the way Hancock had taught him, deep, centering, building the internal architecture of his hockey into something solid and impenetrable. Walls within walls. A fortress inside his own mind. And in the deepest room of that fortress, behind the thickest walls, the thing in his scar sat in its cage and smiled. It could wait. It had all the time in the world. Morning brought wind and purpose. Harry emerged from his cabin looking like he hadn't slept, because he hadn't, and found the crew already at work. The Ophidia was running before a strong following wind, its sails taut, the sea spray catching the early light. Cosmos was at the navigation table. Kikyo was at the helm. Marguerite was in the rigging, adjusting something with the focused irritation of a woman who had found a knot where there shouldn't be one. "You look terrible," Cosmos said without looking up from her charts. "Thank you. There's food in the galley. Eat something." He ate. The food was simple rice, dried fish, fruit they'd picked up in Roshana, but it settled his stomach and cleared his head. He ate standing at the rail, watching the sea, letting the wind and the salt and the physical reality of the world push back against the things still lurking in his mind. "We have a problem," Cosmos said, appearing beside him with a chart in one hand and a worried expression on her face. "Actually, we have several problems, but one of them is more immediate than the others." "Tell me the immediate one." "Our route to the New World goes through the Sabaody archipelago. That's the gateway. The only reliable way to get to the other side of the Red Line is either through Fishman Island or over the Red Line itself, which requires a coating for the ship. So we get coated at Sabaody. Sabaody is directly adjacent to Marine headquarters. After what happened at Roshana, and yes, we've already started hearing den mushy chatter about a green-eyed anomaly destroying a town square, they'll be watching for us." Harry considered this. "How long until we reach Sabaody?" "At current speed? 10 days. Maybe 12, depending on what the Grand Line throws at us." "And the non-immediate problems?" Cosmos unrolled the chart. It showed the Grand Line from their current position to Sabaody, and she'd marked it with red circles. "Islands along the route. Most are neutral or uninhabited. But this one," she pointed to a circle roughly halfway along the route, "is Verdun. Major marine supply depot. We'll have to pass within 50 miles of it." "Can we go around?" "Not without adding 6 days to the trip and crossing a stretch of ocean that's been known to swallow ships whole." Grand Line weather patterns. Unpredictable doesn't begin to cover it. Harry stared at the chart. 50 miles from a marine base. After he'd just announced to CP0 that he was going to dig up whatever the world government was hiding. After his display at Roshana was probably already circulating through every intelligence network on the sea. "We go straight through," he said. "I was afraid you'd say that. If they come for us, we handle it. If they don't, we save 6 days. And if they come for us with more than we can handle?" Harry looked at her. Then he looked at the open sea ahead of them, the Grand Line's impossible blue, stretching to the horizon and beyond, full of storms and monsters and powers he hadn't yet tested himself against. "Then I find out what my limits are," he said. "You don't have limits. That's what scares me." Harry laughed. It was genuine, despite the sleepless night, despite the voice in his scar, despite the weight of everything Greywater had told him. He laughed because the sea was open and the wind was strong, and he was 17 years old and the whole world was waiting. "Cosmos," he said, "I was raised by Boa Hancock. Limits are a concept I was not taught." The days blurred into a rhythm. Sail, train, eat, sleep, or in Harry's case, sail, train, eat, and spend the nighttime hours reinforcing his mental fortress while the thing in his scar tested its walls with the patient persistence of water against stone. He didn't tell the crew about the voice. Not yet. He told himself it was because he didn't want to worry them. He told himself it was because he needed more information before he could explain what it was. Both of those things were true, but the deeper truth, the one he didn't examine too closely, was that the voice knew things about him that no one else did. It knew about the other world. It knew about the woman with red hair. It knew his name, his real name, not Harry of Amazon Lily, but Harry Potter, and it spoke that name with a possessive familiarity that made his skin crawl. "Potter," it whispered in the quiet hours. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Though I suppose here, you're the boy who fell. Different world, different destiny. But still mine. Still the one who carries my mark." Harry built his walls thicker. The voice laughed, thin and distant, and went quiet. He trained harder during the days, pushing himself to the edge and past it. The Ophidio's deck became his training ground. He sparred with Kikyo, who was the only crew member fast enough to genuinely challenge him in close combat, practiced his magic with a focus he'd never had before, and spent hours working on the thing he'd started to think of as fusion, the seamless integration of hockey and his wild magic into a single, unified system. It was like learning to write with both hands simultaneously. Hockey was disciplined, structured, refined, built on willpower and trained through repetition. His magic was the opposite, wild, intuitive, responsive to emotion and imagination. Trying to use both at the same time was like trying to sing two different songs at once. But when it worked, when he found the frequency where both systems resonated, the result was staggering. On the fifth day, during a training session with Kikyo, he found it. She came at him with a combination he'd never seen, a low sweep followed by a rising elbow strike, her armament hockey coating both limbs in glossy black. Harry dodged the sweep, blocked the elbow, and in the moment of contact, something clicked. His armament hockey flowed into his hand, the familiar hardening, the black sheen, but his magic flowed through it, infusing the hockey with something extra, something that crackled and sparked and turned the black coating emerald green. The force that traveled from his block into Kikyo's arm was amplified tenfold, and Kikyo, who had taken hits from some of the strongest warriors on Amazon Lily without flinching, flew backward across the deck and hit the mast hard enough to crack it again. Sorry. Harry pulled back immediately, the green hockey fading from his hand. Kikyo, are you? She was on her feet before he finished the sentence, rolling her shoulder, eyes wide behind her mask. What was that? I don't know. I think it was hockey, but I pushed my magic through it, and do it again. He did it again. And again. And again, until he could hold the fusion for sustained periods, armament hockey laced with his wild magic, turning the usual black into a deep, crackling emerald. The strength boost was enormous. His observation hockey, similarly enhanced, expanded to a range that let him sense everything within a mile, every fish in the sea, every bird in the sky, the heartbeats of his crew, and once, briefly and terrifyingly, the presence of something vast and ancient sleeping on the ocean floor that he decided very firmly not to investigate. Even Conqueror's hockey responded to the fusion. When he flared it with magic woven through, the pressure wave was visible, a green-black pulse that flattened the sea around the ship and sent a shockwave through the air that Cosmos measured, because of course she did, at roughly 4 times the radius of his normal output. You're getting stronger every day, Marguerite observed, watching him from the quarterdeck with an expression that was part pride and part something more complicated. I'm not getting stronger, Harry said, flexing his hand, watching the emerald hockey fade. I'm getting more integrated. The strength was always there. I just couldn't use it all at once. And now you can? Getting closer. She was quiet for a moment. Harry, when we were at Roshana, the CP0 agent, the one who took off the mask, they said something about a gentle team. What did they mean? They meant next time will be worse. And the thing in the plaza, the green light, the cracks in the air. I've never seen you do that before. Harry turned to face her. Marguerite's expression was steady, but he could read the question she wasn't asking. Not what are you becoming, but are you okay? There's something in my scar, he said. He told her. All of it, the voice, the whispers, the name it called him, the possessive claim it made. The mirror dream. The other Harry, the one who'd stayed, the one who'd said you were supposed to be here. He told her and waited for the fear, the revulsion, the pulling away. Marguerite listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. Then she said, we need to tell the others. I know. And we need to tell Hebeheim Salma. I'll write to her tonight. And Harry. Marguerite caught his arm, her grip firm. Whatever that thing is, whatever it claims, it's a parasite. It lives in your scar because it has nowhere else to go. You are not its vessel. You are not its anchor. You are Harry of Amazon Lily, and you belong to yourself. He covered her hand with his. You sound like my mother. Your mother would have said it with more dramatic flair. He laughed. She smiled, and some of the tension between them eased, and the Ophidia sailed on. On the 7th day, they ran into slavers. It wasn't supposed to happen. Their route was clear. Cosmos had plotted a course that avoided known pirate territories, and the Grand Line's traffic pattern suggested they shouldn't encounter anything more threatening than merchant convoys and the occasional fishing fleet. But the Grand Line didn't care about plans. The ship appeared at dawn, emerging from a fog bank that shouldn't have existed in this part of the ocean. It was big, twice the size of the Ophidia, with reinforced hulls and a deck bristling with weapons. Its flag was a skull over cross chains, and as it drew closer, Harry could hear the sound that clinched it, chains rattling. Not one chain, but dozens, the metallic percussion of imprisoned people being moved in the holds below. He heard it, and something inside him went very, very cold. "Slavers," Kikyo said from the helm. She'd gone pale. "I see them." Harry's voice was flat. Controlled. The kind of controlled that came just before the loss of control. "Harry, we should bring us alongside." "Harry, bring us alongside, Kikyo." She looked at his face. Then she adjusted the helm without another word. The slaver ship saw them coming, of course it did. The Ophidia was making no attempt at stealth. A figure appeared at the slaver's rail, heavy-set, bearded, wearing a coat that was too expensive for someone who earned their money honestly. He raised a loudspeaker, "Den Den Mushi. Hey! This is the vessel Iron Chain, under the protection of the Don Quixote Trade Network. Identify yourselves and clear off." Harry didn't answer. The Ophidia was 50 feet out and closing. "I said identify. Come any closer and we'll..." Harry jumped. He crossed the 50 feet between the ships in a single leap, hockey boosted, and landed on the Iron Chain's deck with an impact that cracked the planking. The bearded man stumbled back, his bluster evaporating, and behind him, a crew of rough-looking men scrambled for weapons. Harry straightened. His eyes were glowing. Not the bright, blazing emerald of full combat, something colder. Harder. The green of deep ice. "How many?" he said. The bearded man blinked. "What? How many people in your holds?" The man's face went through a rapid series of expressions: confusion, calculation, bravado. He settled on bravado. "A mistake. Listen, kid, I don't know who you think you are, but the Don Quixote Network..." Harry's Conqueror's hockey hit the deck like a hammer. Every crew member within 30 feet collapsed, just dropped, eyes rolling back, bodies crumpling like puppets with cut strings. The bearded man swayed but stayed standing, which meant he had at least some strength of will, which meant he was experienced, which meant he'd been doing this for a long time. "How many?" Harry took a step forward. The air around him was distorting, his magic rising, the boards beneath his feet groaning under the pressure. "How many people are in chains on this ship?" The man's bravado crumbled. He was looking at Harry's eyes, the cold green glow, the absolute lack of mercy in them, and whatever he saw there bypassed every defense his years of cruelty had built. 83, he whispered. Harry felt the number land in his gut. 83. 83 people in chains, in the dark, being transported like cargo to be sold. He thought of his mother, of the brand on her back, the one she never showed, the one that meant a celestial dragon had once considered her property. He thought of Sandersonia and Marigold, who bore the same mark. He thought of 3 sisters in a cage, children, alone, and something inside him came, uncaged in response. "Open the holds," Harry said. "The cargo is property of, they are not cargo." Harry's magic erupted. The ship groaned as an invisible force gripped it, and the boards of the deck began to warp and split, and the chains, every chain on the ship, in the holds, on the deck, in the storage lockers, shattered. All at once. A cascade of breaking metal that rang across the water like a bell. Down in the holds, voices cried out. Confused, frightened, hopeful. Harry walked to the nearest hatch and ripped it open. The hold below was dark and stinking, packed with people, men, women, children, who were blinking up at the sudden light with the dazed, hollow eyes of people who'd stopped expecting rescue. "You're free," Harry said. His voice carried through the hold, somehow clear despite everything. "All of you. You're free. Come up." They came. Slowly at first, one at a time, then in a flood climbing the ladder, stumbling onto the deck, squinting in the morning sun. 83 people, ranging from ancient to infant, all of them bearing the marks of captivity, bruised wrists, hollow cheeks, the particular broken posture of people who'd been treated as less than human. The Kucha warriors had boarded by now, and they moved among the freed captives with a practiced gentleness that belied their warrior nature. Water was distributed. Injuries were tended. Children were carried. Marguerite had a toddler on one hip and was threatening a slaver crew member with her free hand simultaneously, which was a feat of multitasking that Harry would have found impressive if he weren't busy. He was busy with the bearded man. "The Don Quixote Network," Harry said. "Tell me about it." "I can't. They'll kill me. I'll kill you faster." He wouldn't. Probably. But the man didn't know that, and Harry's eyes were doing the glowing thing, and there was still a palpable weight of hockey pressing down on the deck like invisible gravity. The man talked. He talked about supply routes and drop points and a network that stretched across paradise, feeding the slave markets of Sabaody and, through back channels, the celestial dragons themselves. He talked about marine officers who looked the other way and government officials who took cuts. He talked, and Harry listened, memorizing every detail with the eidetic precision his mother had drilled into him. When the man was done, Harry looked at him for a long, silent moment. Then he turned to Kikyo. "Sink the ship," he said. "After we've transferred the people and any supplies worth taking." "And the crew." Harry glanced at the unconscious slavers scattered across the deck. The bearded man flinched. "Put them in the longboats. Give them enough water for 3 days. The nearest island is 2 days east." Harry looked at the bearded man one last time. "If I ever see you again, if I ever hear that you've touched another person in chains, I will find you. And my mother will find you. And, between the two of us, there will not be enough left of you to bury." The bearded man believed him. Harry could see it, the absolute, total conviction in the man's eyes that this was not a threat but a prophecy. They transferred 83 people to the Ophidia, which was crowded but manageable. They took food, water, medicine, and a substantial amount of berry from the Ironcane's treasury. And then Harry stood on the Ophidia's deck and extended his hand toward the slaver ship, and his magic crushed it. Not exploded. Not burned. Crushed, compressed inward, the hull folding, the mast snapping, the entire vessel compacting like a fist closing around paper. The sound was tremendous, with splintering, metal screaming, the ocean rushing in to fill the space where a ship had been, and then it was gone. Sunk. Erased. The freed captives watched in silence. The toddler on Marguerite's hip giggled and clapped. "That was therapeutic," Harry said. "Terrifying," Marguerite corrected. "Those aren't mutually exclusive." They diverted to the nearest inhabited island, a small, independent settlement called Mora that had a harbor and a market and, crucially, no marine presence. The freed captives were disembarked with enough money to arrange passage to wherever they needed to go, and Harry spent 3 hours helping them, personally, hands-on. Because destroying a slaver ship was satisfying, but it didn't fix the damage that had already been done, and fixing damage was the part that mattered. An old woman gripped his hand as she disembarked. "Who are you?" she asked. "Harry." He helped her down the gangplank. "Just Harry. Just Harry." She looked at him, at his green eyes and his gold earring and the scar on his forehead, and she smiled with the cracked, tired smile of someone who'd seen the worst and recognized the best when it appeared. "Thank you, Just Harry." He watched her go. Then he went back to the ship and sat on the deck and stared at the sky, and for the first time since leaving Amazon Lily, he felt like he was doing the right thing. Not finding information. Not running from the world government. This. Helping people. Breaking chains. Being the thing that Hancock had raised him to be, not a weapon, not a prince, not an anomaly, but a person who looked at injustice and refused to walk past it. "Your mother did the same thing, you know," Kikyo said, settling beside him. "Before she was a warlord. Before the government gave her a title and a territory. She sailed the seas and she found slavers and she destroyed them. Every single one she found." "I know." "She told me." She stopped when she took the warlord title. The political protection required, compromises. It ate at her. Kikyo was quiet for a moment. "I think one of the reasons she wanted you to go, really wanted you to go, underneath the fear, is because you can do what she can't anymore. You can sail without compromise." Harry thought about this. Then he thought about Hancock standing at the harbor, steady and fierce, telling him to make the world tremble. "Then that's what I'll do," he said. The Ophidia left Mura as the sun set, and behind them, 83 people began the long process of rebuilding lives that had been stolen. Ahead of them, the Grand Line stretched on, and somewhere in the distance, the next island waited. And in Harry's scar, the voice was quiet. For the first time in days, genuinely quiet, not sleeping, not suppressed, but watching. Observing. As if something Harry had done had surprised it, and it needed time to process the implications. Interesting, it said at last, very softly, almost to itself. Compassion. I never understood compassion. It seemed such a useless thing. And yet, the voice trailed off. Harry didn't respond. He stood at the prow of his ship and watched the stars come out, and the gold serpent earring caught the last of the light, and the sea carried them forward into the dark. He wrote to Hancock that night. The letter was longer than he'd intended, and it covered everything. The CP0 encounter, the Poneglyph fragment, the slavers, the freed captives, the fusion training, and finally, carefully, the voice in his scar. He didn't soften it. She would have been furious if he had. Hancock despised being protected from the truth, and she had a supernatural ability to detect when someone was sugarcoating things for her benefit. So he told her straight. There was something alive in his scar. It talked. It claimed ownership of him. It was growing. And then he wrote, I'm not afraid of it. You taught me not to be afraid. But I need you to know, because if something happens, you deserve the truth. You always have. I love you, Mother. My hair still looks terrible. The food on the ship is adequate, but not up to Amazon Lily standards. I freed 83 slaves today, and it made me think of you. Your son, Harry. He sealed the letter and gave it to Cosmos, who had a method involving trained messenger birds that she claimed was reliable across Grand Line distances. Then he went to bed. The scar was quiet. The voice was silent. And for the first night since the dreams had started, Harry slept without dreaming. The next morning, the Den Mushi crackled to life. They'd been monitoring marine frequencies since leaving Roshana, standard practice, Cosmos said, for anyone sailing the Grand Line who didn't want to be surprised. Most of what they picked up was routine, patrol schedules, weather advisories, the occasional coded message that Cosmos couldn't crack. This one wasn't coded. All vessels in the Paradise Corridor. Priority alert. Bounty announcement. New designation, Harry the Emerald Serpent, Prince of Amazon Lily. Bounty, 700 million berries. Alive only. Repeat, alive only. Silence on the deck. 10 Kujo warriors stared at the Den Mushi. Then they stared at Harry. 700 million, Marguerite said faintly. Harry blinked. Then a slow, incredulous grin spread across his face. Not bad for a first bounty. Not bad? Harry, that's higher than most of the former warlords. Well, I am my mother's son. Kikyo was already at the Den Mushi, listening to the continued broadcast. They're distributing the bounty poster now. Every marine base, every bounty hunter network, every government affiliate in the Grand Line. You're famous. The Emerald Serpent. Harry tested the name. He liked it. It had flair. Hancock would approve of the flair. I wonder who came up with that. Probably the witnesses in Roshana. The green light, the snake on your flag, the serpent earring. Cosmos was already adjusting charts. This changes our route. Every bounty hunter between here and Sabaody will be looking for us. Let them look. Harry, 700 million berries. Alive only. Harry leaned against the mast and crossed his arms, and his grin was sharp and bright and utterly without fear. They're telling the world two things. I'm valuable and they don't want me dead. That means they need me. That means whatever I am, whatever the Poneglyphs say, they can't afford to destroy it. They have to understand it first. He pushed off the mast and walked to the prow, looking out at the Grand Line's endless horizon. Behind him, his crew exchanged glances, worry and pride, and the particular exasperation that came from following someone who viewed a 700 million berry bounty as good news. Cosmos, Harry called back. How long to Sabaody? 5 days, if we push hard. Then push hard. The world knows my name now. Let's give them a reason to remember it. The Ophidia surged forward, black sails full, serpent figurehead cutting through the waves, and the emerald serpent's flag snapped in the wind. Somewhere behind them, on Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock would receive Harry's letter and his bounty poster on the same day. She would read the letter in private and the bounty poster in public. The letter would make her clutch it to her chest and stand very still for a very long time. The bounty poster would make her hold it up in front of the assembled Kuja warriors and say, with a pride so fierce it could have powered a fleet, "This is my son." Sandersonia would later report that 7 warriors fainted from the intensity of Hancock's beauty at that moment, and 4 more turned to stone. But that was later. For now, the sea was open and the wind was strong, and Harry sailed toward whatever came next with his eyes forward and his power burning bright. The world had no idea what was coming, but it was about to learn. Chapter 3. The Prince Sets Sail. The bounty changed everything and nothing. It changed the way other ships reacted when the Ophidia crossed their path. Merchant vessels veered away. Pirate crews either fled or stared with the hungry calculation of people doing math they wouldn't like the answer to. And the one marine patrol boat they passed at distance turned hard to port and radioed for reinforcements that would arrive long after Harry was gone. The name Emerald Serpent was spreading through the Grand Line like a current, carried by den mushy gossip and tavern whispers, and the irresistible gravity of a 700 million berry bounty on a teenager nobody had heard of 2 weeks ago. It changed nothing about Harry himself. He trained in the mornings, consulted charts with Cosmos in the afternoons, sparred with Kikyo at dusk, and spent his nights reinforcing the mental walls that kept the voice in his scar contained. The routine was his anchor. Hancock had taught him that routine wasn't monotony, it was discipline given structure, and discipline was the skeleton that held power upright. On the 3rd day after the bounty announcement, they hit weather that made the earlier squalls look like spring showers. It started with the sky turning green. Not the green of Harry's magic, a sickly, jaundiced green, like a bruise seen through glass. The wind died completely, leaving the Ophidia becalmed in a flat sea that reflected the poison sky like a mirror. Then the temperature dropped 20 degrees in 10 minutes. Grand Line cyclone, Cosmos said, and her voice had a tightness Harry had never heard from her before. Category unknown. I've read about these, but never seen one. The pressure differential is, she checked her instruments. Off the scale. Literally. The barometer broke. How bad? Remember when I said the stretch of ocean we were avoiding could swallow ships whole? Yes, we're in it. The cyclone hit without further preamble. One moment, dead calm. The next, a wall of wind and water that slammed into the Ophidia broadside and rolled it 45 degrees to starboard. Rope snapped. Gear flew. Someone screamed not in fear but in fury, because Kuja warriors responded to near-death experiences with anger rather than panic. Harry grabbed the mainmast with one hand and Marguerite with the other as the ship heeled. The sea was no longer flat, it was vertical, great walls of water rising around them like the sides of a canyon, and the wind at the canyon's base was trying to tear the ship apart piece by piece. Hard to port. Kikyo screamed from the helm, fighting the wheel with both hands and every ounce of hockey she had. "Harry, I need you." He let go of the mast and half slid, half flew across the tilting deck to the helm. The wheel was shuddering, the rudder fighting against currents that were trying to spin the ship in 3 directions simultaneously. Kikyo was strong, but this was beyond muscle, this was the ocean itself trying to crush them. Harry put his hands on the wheel beside hers and pushed his magic into the ship. Not into the wheel or the rudder, into the ship. Into every plank, every nail, every fiber of the Ophidia's hull. He'd repaired the mast by pushing magic into damaged wood, by willing it to hold together. This was the same principle on a vastly larger scale. He was telling the ship to be strong, to be whole, to resist the forces trying to tear it apart. The Ophidia groaned. Then it steadied. The hull stopped flexing, the mast stopped swaying, and the ship moved through the water not as a collection of wood and rope, but as a single, unified thing, held together by a power that had no name in this world. "What are you doing?" Kikyo shouted over the wind. "I have no idea." "Is it working?" "Yes." "Then keep steering." They rode the cyclone for 4 hours. For hours of screaming wind and impossible waves and Harry pouring magic into the ship until his hands glowed and his scar burned and the emerald light was visible from every part of the deck. The Kuja warriors worked around him, hauling lines, adjusting sails, doing the thousand small things that kept a ship alive in conditions designed to kill it, and they worked with the fierce, joyful intensity of women who had been born to fight the sea. The cyclone passed as suddenly as it had arrived. The wind died. The waves flattened. The sky shifted from green to gray to blue in the space of 5 minutes, and the sun emerged with the cheerful indifference of a celestial body that hadn't noticed the apocalyptic weather it had been hiding behind. Harry let go of the wheel and sat down on the deck. Hard. His hands were shaking, genuine trembling, the kind that came from pushing power through channels that hadn't been designed for this volume, and his vision was blurry at the edges. "Report," he croaked. "Minimal damage," Cosmos called from below. Whatever you did, held the hull together. We lost some rigging and the portside railing is gone, but she's seaworthy. Crew. All accounted for. Rindo has a broken wrist. Sweet Pea has a concussion, though she's denying it. I don't have a concussion. Sweet Pea shouted from somewhere amidships. The deck came up and hit me. That's different. That's a concussion, everyone said in unison. Harry laughed. It turned into a cough, which turned into lying on his back on the deck staring at the clear blue sky and thinking that the Grand Line was the most ridiculous body of water in any dimension. Marguerite appeared above him, upside down from his perspective. You held the entire ship together with magic for 4 hours. I did. Can you move? Give me a minute. You look like you're dying. I'm building suspense. He held up a hand. Marguerite pulled him to his feet, steadying him when he swayed. I'm fine. I just need food and about 12 hours of sleep. You're getting both. Captain's orders. I'm the captain. First mate's orders then. And first mate outranks captain when captain is an idiot who drains himself holding a ship together with his bare hands. He didn't argue. He ate 3 full plates of everything the galley had, because magic on that scale burned through energy like a furnace, and then he slept, deep and dreamless, in his cabin while the Ophidia sailed on through newly peaceful waters. He woke 12 hours later to Cosmos knocking on his door. Sabaody, she said. 12 hours out. Sabaody Archipelago was not one island, but 79, if you counted the mangrove roots as separate land masses, which the locals apparently did. From a distance, it looked like a forest growing out of the ocean, enormous mangrove trees, each hundreds of feet tall, their roots forming the islands and their canopies blotting out the sky. Bubbles rose from the roots in a constant, dreamlike stream, drifting upward to catch the light before popping in silent flashes of iridescence. It was beautiful. Harry hated it immediately. Not the place itself. The place was remarkable. What he hated was what he could feel beneath the beauty, the undercurrent of wrongness that pervaded Sabaody like rot beneath paint. His observation hockey, enhanced by magic, reached further here than it had anywhere else. Something about the mangrove trees amplified it, or maybe something about the island's proximity to the Red Line. And what it showed him was a settlement built on contradictions. Lawless groves where pirates gambled and fought. Pristine groves where the ultra-wealthy lived behind walls. An amusement park where people laughed while blocks away, other people were sold. The shadow of Mariewa above it all, the seat of the world government, the home of the celestial dragons, casting its weight over everything below like a boot on a throat. And in Grove 1, the human auctioning house. Closed now officially. Reopened under a different name, unofficially. Still doing exactly what it had always done. Harry's hands tightened on the railing. Easy, Marguerite said quietly. She was standing beside him, reading his face. We're here for coding. That's all. I know. Harry. I know. Coding first. Then Fishman Island. Then the New World. Then Vera. He loosened his grip on the railing. I know the plan. But he didn't answer. He didn't need to. They docked in Grove 42, a quieter area, frequented by independent ships and small-time traders, far from the lawless groves and the marine presence in the higher numbers. Cosmos had identified a coding engineer through Greywater's network, a man named Polito who operated out of a workshop near the Grove's edge and who, importantly, didn't ask questions about his clients. Harry sent Cosmos and 3 warriors to find Polito and arrange the coding. The rest of the crew would stay with the ship. He would go into town alone. Marguerite objected. Kikyo objected louder. Harry overruled them both. A group of Kuja warriors draws attention. One person moves faster and quieter. He checked his reflection in a bubble drifting past, wild black hair, green eyes, the serpent earring. Not exactly inconspicuous, but less conspicuous than a squad of warrior women. I'll be back before nightfall. And if you're not? Then assume I'm having fun and check the nearest destroyed building. Marguerite's expression suggested she found this less reassuring than he intended. Harry slipped into Sabaety's labyrinth of mangrove roots and bubble-slick pathways and let the crowd swallow him. He changed into simpler clothing, dark trousers, a loose shirt, a hooded coat that concealed the earring and most of the scar. He looked like any other young traveler passing through, which was the point. He had 2 objectives. The first was information. Sabaety was the crossroads of the Grand Line, and information flowed through it like water through mangrove roots. If there was anything more to learn about Vera, about the Poneglyphs, about the world government's interest in him, he'd find it here. The second objective was personal, and he hadn't told anyone about it. Grove 1. The auction house. He moved through the groves with a purpose that looked like wandering. His enhanced observation hockey painted the island in layers of sensation. He could feel the crowds, the predators lurking in alleys, the marines on patrol in the distance, the bubble-coated ships descending toward Fishman Island far below. He could feel the island's emotional texture, a chaotic quilt of greed, pleasure, desperation, and the particular grim endurance of people living in a place that didn't care about them. In Grove 13, the information district, he found what he was looking for, a woman sitting at an outdoor cafe, reading a newspaper, with a den mushy on the table beside her and a briefcase chained to her wrist. She was middle-aged, sharp-eyed, and dressed in the deliberately unremarkable way that information brokers adopted when they wanted to be visible to the right people and invisible to everyone else. Harry sat down across from her. "I'm not buying," she said without looking up from her newspaper. "I'm not selling. I'm asking. Asking costs more than buying. Name your price." She looked up. Her eyes swept him, the hood, the hidden earring, the green eyes that he couldn't do anything about. Something flickered in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or the information broker's sixth sense for profit. 50,000 berries for a question. Depending on the answer, it goes up. Harry put a bag on the table. It clinked with the satisfying weight of the berries they'd taken from the slaver ship. "I have questions about an island called Vera. In the New World." The woman's expression didn't change, but her hand stopped turning the newspaper page. "A small tell. Significant. Vera is a dead topic," she said. "Government burned it. Nothing left. That's the official story. I want the unofficial one. The unofficial story costs more than 50,000 berries. There's 200,000 in that bag." The woman looked at the bag. She looked at Harry. Then she folded her newspaper, set it aside, and leaned forward. Vera was a research colony. Independent, technically, not affiliated with the government or any pirate territory. Scholars from all over the world gathered there to study history, science, the nature of devil fruits, the mechanics of hockey. It was a place for questions. The government doesn't like questions. So they destroyed it. 22 years ago. Sent a buster call. Same playbook as O'Hara, but quieter, no survivors to tell the story, no Robin to carry the knowledge forward. Officially, Vera never existed. The name was scrubbed from every chart and record the government controls. But the scholars at Vera were paranoid. They'd been watching what happened to O'Hara for years. They knew it was coming for them eventually. So they built underground. Deep. Reinforced. The surface archives were bait, real information, but not the valuable stuff. The real research was stored in vaults beneath the island, sealed with locks that only the senior scholars could open. What kind of locks? The woman paused. Her eyes narrowed. That's a more expensive question. How much? I want to know who you are. Harry considered this. The hood covered his scar and his earring, but his eyes were unique, and if this woman was any good at her job, which she clearly was, she'd already made the connection. You know who I am, he said. I have a guess. I want confirmation. Harry pulled back the hood. The serpent earring caught the light. The scar was visible, a thin lightning bolt against his forehead. The woman let out a long, slow breath. The emerald serpent. 700 million berries. She looked at the bag of berries on the table. You're underpaying me. I'm paying you what the information is worth to anyone else. What it's worth to me is my business. A flash of something in her eyes, respect, maybe, or amusement. The locks on the Vera vaults. They're not physical locks. She struggled with the word. Energetic. The scholars called them soul locks. They respond to a specific type of energy that the scholars could generate. Not hockey. Not a devil fruit. Something else. Harry's scar pulsed. Once. Twice. Something else, he repeated. The scholars at Vera weren't just studying devil fruits and hockey. They were studying a third system. An older system. Something that predated both, something from the Void Century, or possibly from before the Void Century. Something the world government had been trying to suppress for 800 years. A power that is not of the fruit nor of the spirit. The woman went still. Very still. Where did you hear that? A poneglyph fragment. Do you know the rest? No. Nobody does. The poneglyphs that mention the third system were among the first the government destroyed. They're terrified of it, and I mean terrified, not the way they're afraid of pirates or revolutionaries, but the way you're afraid of something that could pull the rug out from under everything you've built. Because if people knew there was a third power system, one the government couldn't control, couldn't classify, couldn't weaponize through Seastone or pacifistas or whatever new technology they've cooked up, then the entire power structure of the world becomes meaningless. Devil fruits can be countered with Seastone. Hockey can be trained and measured and predicted. But a third system? An unknown? That's anarchy. The woman leaned back. That's why they want you alive, Emerald Serpent. You're not just a threat. You're proof. Living proof that their power structure has a hole in it. Harry sat with that for a moment. Living proof. Not a person, an argument. A crack in the foundation that the world government had been building for 8 centuries. The soul locks on the Vera vaults, he said. If I can generate this third energy, then you can open them. And whatever the scholars were protecting will be yours. She paused. But getting to Vera is only half the problem. The New World is hostile territory. Emperor territories, marine strongholds, and the government has assets deployed throughout. They'll be watching the approaches to any location connected to the Void Century research. Let them watch. She studied him. Whatever she saw made her smile, a small, reluctant smile, the kind that said she was professionally obligated to remain neutral, but personally enjoying this. You really are Hancock's son, she said. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true. She stood, tucked the bag of berries into her coat, and picked up her briefcase. A piece of free advice, Emerald Serpent. Sabayati is crawling with bounty hunters right now, and your poster is in every den mushy cafe from Grove 1 to Grove 79. The Marines have a base in Grove 66. And she hesitated. There are rumors that a CP0 unit has been stationed here for the past week. Waiting. Waiting for me? You're the biggest new bounty in the Grand Line. Where else would you go to reach the New World? Harry nodded. He pulled the hood back up and rose. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm a businesswoman. You paid for a product. We're even. She started walking away, then paused and looked back over her shoulder. One more thing. Free of charge, because I like your mother and I hate the government. The auction house in Grove 1, it's operating again. Different name, same business. They have an auction tonight. 47 lots. Harry's expression didn't change. 47 people. 47 people. She walked away into the crowd and vanished. Harry stood in the cafe, alone, and the temperature of his blood dropped several degrees. He went to Grove 1. He told himself he was just scouting. Just looking. Getting the lay of the land, assessing the security, being strategic the way Nyan had taught him. That lasted until he saw the cages. They were behind the auction house, in a fenced yard that was technically not visible from the street, but was very visible from the mangrove root that Harry was standing on, 30 feet above. The cages were iron, sea stone reinforced, and small, too small for most of the people inside them. Men, women. A fishman with his fins bound. A long-limbed tribe member folded nearly double. 2 children. Harry looked at the children. They were young. Maybe 8, maybe 9. A boy and a girl, siblings from the look of them, huddled together in a cage that a dog would have found cramped. The boy had his arm around the girl. The girl had her face pressed into her brother's shoulder. Neither of them was crying. They'd passed that point. 83 people on the iron chain. 47 here. And how many more? How many ships? How many houses? How many cages? How many children? Harry closed his eyes. He breathed. He felt the power inside him surge and crest, felt the scar on his forehead flare hot, felt the voice in his scar stir. Interesting choice, the voice murmured. This isn't strategic. This isn't about your quest. This is about anger. Shut up. I'm not criticizing. I'm observing. Anger is useful, Harry. Anger is power. I said shut up. He opened his eyes. He looked at the auction house. He counted guards, 12 outside, probably more within. He extended his observation hockey and felt the interior, a large hall, rows of seats, a stage. People milling about, buyers, staff, security. In the basement, more cages. More people. And in the VIP balcony, overlooking the stage, a presence that made Harry's skin crawl. Not powerful. Not in the hockey sense, not in any sense that mattered. But entitled. A presence that radiated the absolute, unshakable conviction that it owned everything it could see, that every person within its reach was property, that the world existed for its pleasure and amusement. A celestial dragon. Harry's hand went to his earring. He touched the gold serpent, Hancock's mark, Hancock's protection, Hancock's love, and he thought about the brand on his mother's back. He thought about 3 children in a cage on an island called God Valley, sold to things that called themselves divine. He thought about Hancock's voice, quiet and fierce on the balcony the night before the battle. I decided that he would never have to learn. The auction was in 4 hours. 4 hours until 47 people were sold to the highest bidder, including 2 children who'd stopped crying because there was no point anymore. Harry dropped from the mangrove root and landed in the street below. He pulled his hood low and walked back toward Grove 42, his stride long and purposeful. When he reached the Ophidia, the crew was waiting. Cosmos had found Polito. The coating would take 2 days. The ship was secured, the warriors were rested, and Marguerite was giving him a look that said she already knew something had changed. I need volunteers, Harry said. For what? Kikyo asked. There's an auction house in Grove 1. They're selling 47 people tonight. 2 of them are children. He looked at each of his crew members in turn. I'm going to stop it. Silence. Not the silence of hesitation, the silence of women processing information and deciding how to respond to something that wasn't a surprise. We're all volunteers, Marguerite said. This isn't the mission. This is personal. I won't order anyone, Harry. Marguerite stepped forward. We're Kuja. We were raised by a woman who was once in chains. We don't need to be ordered to break them. Kikyo was already stringing her bow. Tell us the plan. Harry smiled. There's a celestial dragon in the VIP section. That's not a plan. That's a complication. It's a target. Kikyo paused. Even Marguerite's eyes widened slightly. Attacking a celestial dragon was, in the hierarchy of terrible ideas, somewhere between declaring war on the world government and actually declaring war on the world government. The last person who'd done it was Monkey D. Luffy, and that had triggered an admiral response within minutes. If you hit a celestial dragon, Cosmos said carefully, an admiral comes. That's not a rumor. That's policy. I know. We barely held off Kuratsuchi on Amazon Lily, with 5,000 warriors and home advantage. I didn't barely hold him off. I punched him into the ocean. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes were glowing faintly. And I've gotten stronger since then. The fusion hockey and magic together, it changes the equation. I'm not the same person who fought on that beach. You're also not invincible. I don't need to be invincible. I need to be fast. He pulled the hood back, revealing the scar, the earring, the sharp green of his eyes. We hit the auction house. We free the captives. We're in and out before the Admiral arrives. If someone shows up to stop us, I hold them off while you evacuate the people. That's the plan. That's a terrible plan, Cosmos said. It's a fast plan. Those are not the same thing. Cosmos. Harry met her eyes. 2 children. In a cage. Tonight. I'm going whether you come or not. Cosmos held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she threw her hands up. Fine. Fine. But I'm timing this. If it takes more than 15 minutes, I'm dragging you out by your terrible hair. Deal. They moved at dusk. Harry had spent the remaining hour studying the auction house's layout through observation hockey, mapping every entrance, exit, guard position, and cage. He'd identified 47 captives in total, 31 in the main holding area behind the stage, 16 in the basement. The security was professional but not exceptional, hired muscle, mostly, with a handful of fighters who had basic hockey. The Celestial Dragon was still in the VIP balcony, attended by a retinue of guards and servants. Harry could feel them up there, bloated and complacent, radiating that sickening entitlement like heat from a furnace. His plan was simple because simple plans were fast plans, and speed was everything. Phase 1. Marguerite and Kikyo would position themselves on the mangrove roots above the auction house, covering both exits with clear lines of fire. Phase 2. Cosmos and 3 warriors would enter through the basement, neutralize the guards, and begin evacuating the captives through the rear. Phase 3. Harry would walk through the front door. That's not a phase, Marguerite had said during the briefing. That's just you doing what you always do. It's a very effective phase. It's a very Harry phase. The auction was in full swing when they arrived. Harry could hear it through the walls, a smooth-voiced auctioneer, the murmur of a crowd, the clink of bid paddles. The sound made his stomach turn. He stood at the front entrance, flanked by 2 guards who hadn't noticed him yet because his hood was up and his hockey was suppressed, and he looked like any other late arrival. He checked his observation hockey. Cosmos was in position. He could feel her moving through the basement, quiet and precise. Marguerite and Kikyo were overhead, their heartbeats steady with the calm of trained snipers. The guards noticed him. Invitation, the left one said. No. Then you can't. Harry hit them both with a focused pulse of Conqueror's hockey, narrow as a blade, and they dropped without a sound. He stepped over their bodies and pushed open the doors. The auction hall was exactly as bad as he'd imagined. Rows of well-dressed buyers sat in tiered seating, facing a stage where a middle-aged man in a suit was gesturing at a woman standing on a platform. The woman was chained. She was staring straight ahead with the blank expression of someone who'd left their body behind. The auctioneer was mid-sentence, exotic specimen from the South Blue, excellent health. Starting bid at 300,000, evening, Harry said. His voice shouldn't have carried. The hall was large, the crowd was murmuring, the auctioneer had a den mushy amplifier. But Harry pushed a thread of will into the word, not hockey, not magic, just the raw force of personality that his mother had taught him to wield like a weapon, and it cut through the room like a bell. Every head turned. Harry pulled back his hood. The scar. The eyes. The earring. Recognition rippled through the crowd like a stone dropped in water. Not everyone knew his face, but enough did, and those who did went pale. The Emerald Serpent, someone whispered. 700 million, he's here? The auctioneer's smooth composure cracked. Security, don't bother. Harry was walking forward, down the center aisle between the rows of seats, and the buyers on either side were pressing back like the crowd parting for something dangerous. Your guards outside are asleep. Your guards in the basement are about to be. And you, he pointed at the auctioneer, are going to unchain that woman, unlock every cage in this building, and let every person you're selling walk out of here. Now. You can't. Do you know who our clients are? Do you know whose protection? I don't care. The celestial dragon in the VIP box, Lord Roswell of the Holy Land. If you interfere with his purchase, the Marines, I don't care. Harry's eyes were blazing now, full emerald, lighting the dim auction hall like twin signal fires. The air around him was distorting, the familiar shimmer of his power rising, and the buyers in the nearest rows felt it as a physical pressure, a weight on their chests, a ringing in their ears. The chained woman on the stage was staring at him. Her blank expression had cracked, and behind it was something raw and desperate and afraid to be hopeful. "What's your name?" Harry asked her. She blinked. Nobody had asked her that in a long time. "Talia. Talia. You're going to be free in about 30 seconds. I need you to run when I tell you." From the VIP balcony, a voice descended like oil poured on glass. "What is this interruption? I am Lord Roswell, saint of the divine lineage, and I demand you demand nothing." Harry didn't look up. He didn't need to. His observation hockey painted the celestial dragon in his mind's eye, overweight, masked in the signature bubble helmet, surrounded by guards who were reaching for weapons. "You're a customer in a shop that's closing. Permanently." "How dare?" Harry raised one hand toward the stage. The chains on Talia's wrists shattered, not unlocked, not broken, shattered, the metal disintegrating into dust that scattered in the suddenly restless air. She staggered, caught herself, and stared at her bare wrists. "Run," Harry said. She ran. Chaos erupted. The buyers surged for the exits, trampling each other in their desperation to escape. Security forces poured in from side doors, more of them than Harry had counted, which meant they'd been held in reserve, which meant someone had anticipated trouble. Behind the stage, he heard the crash of cages being forced open and Cosmo shouting orders in rapid-fire Kuja. The VIP balcony guards opened fire rifles, aimed at Harry. He caught the bullets the same way he'd caught them on the beach at Amazon Lily, freezing them midair with a thought, and flicked them sideways into the walls. Then he jumped. One leap, hockey-powered, magic-assisted, carried him from the auction floor to the VIP balcony. He cleared the railing, landed on the plush carpet, and found himself face to face with Lord Roswell Saint. The celestial dragon was exactly what Harry had expected, soft, bloated, draped in white, peering at the world through a bubble helmet with the bewildered outrage of someone who had never been told no. His guards, 6 of them, armed and armored, interposed themselves between their lord and Harry. Harry didn't slow down. He walked through them. That was the only way to describe it. He walked forward, and the guards hit him with everything they had, and none of it mattered. A sword broke against his armament hockey. A bullet stopped against his palm. A hockey-coated fist connected with his jaw, and he turned his head slightly to absorb the impact and kept walking. One by one, the guards fell, to precise strikes, to pulses of force, to the crushing weight of Conqueror's hockey, and Harry stepped over each one without breaking stride. Lord Roswell backed against the balcony wall. His bubble helmet fogged with panicked breathing. You can't. I am a god, I am divine." Harry stopped in front of him. Close enough to see the man's eyes through the helmet, small, watery, utterly unused to fear. "I know what you are," Harry said quietly. "I know what your kind did to my mother. I know what your kind does to people every single day, in places just like this, because you believe the world exists for you to consume." He reached out and pressed one finger against the bubble helmet. A crack appeared, spreading from the point of contact in a web of fracture lines. "I want you to remember this moment," Harry said. "I want you to remember what it feels like to be powerless. To have someone standing over you, deciding what happens to you, and knowing you can't stop it." He pressed harder. The crack widened. "That's what every person in this building felt. That's what every person your family has ever bought and sold and broken has felt. And you never cared, because you didn't have to." The bubble helmet shattered. Roswell gasped, not from the air, which was fine. The helmets were a status symbol, not a necessity, but from the shock. The cold air hit his face, and his eyes went wide, and for the first time in his pampered, privileged, parasitic life, a celestial dragon looked at another human being and saw something that made him understand he was mortal. "Go home," Harry said. "Tell the other saints what happened here. Tell them the Emerald Serpent sends his regards." And tell them, he leaned closer, that I'm just getting started. He turned and dropped from the balcony back to the auction floor. Below, the evacuation was nearly complete. Cosmos had gotten the basement captives out through the rear, and the main holding area was emptying fast. Kucha warriors were herding freed captives through the back exits while simultaneously incapacitating any security guards stupid enough to intervene. Harry hit the stage and began ripping cages apart with his bare hands and his magic, the iron bars twisting and snapping like wet paper. 47 people. He counted each one as they passed, stumbling, crying, clinging to each other, and when the last cage was empty and the last captive was through the door, he stood in the empty auction hall and breathed. 11 minutes. Cosmos would be pleased. Then his observation hockey screamed. Fast. Coming fast. A presence like a thunderbolt, dropping from the sky towards Sabaody with the focused intensity of a guided missile. Not Karatsuchi, the signature was different, wilder, less structured. But just as powerful. Admiral level. Harry swore. He sprinted for the exit, burst through the front doors into the evening air, and looked up. A figure was descending through the mangrove canopy, wreathed in crackling yellow energy that turned the leaves to ash as it passed. Lightning. The figure was riding lightning or was lightning. It was hard to tell where the person ended and the energy began. They landed in the street in front of the auction house with an impact that split the cobblestones and sent arcs of electricity cascading across every surface. The light was blinding. Harry shielded his eyes and felt the air ionize, the hairs on his arms standing up, his magic reacting to the massive electrical charge with a defensive buzz. Not an admiral. Something else. Someone Harry's observation hockey recognized on a level he couldn't explain, a resonance, like a tuning fork matching frequency. The light faded. The figure straightened. It was a woman. Tall, dark-skinned, with white hair cropped close to her skull and eyes that literally crackled with electrical discharge. She wore a marine coat, not an admiral's coat, but a vice admiral's, and she was looking at Harry with an expression that mixed professional assessment with something deeply personal. "Harry of Amazon Lily," she said. Her voice had a buzz to it, a subliminal hum of contained electricity. "The Emerald Serpent. I was hoping I'd get here before you left." "Vice Admiral," Harry said, settling into a ready stance. "You're fast." "I'm lightning. Fast is what I do." She didn't attack. She stood in the street, electricity arcing between her fingers, and studied him with those crackling eyes. "I'm not here for the celestial dragon." "Then what are you here for?" "You. But not the way you think." She reached into her coat and pulled out a folder, plain, unmarked, sealed with wax. "My name is Vice Admiral Sora. I've been tracking CP0's movements for 6 months. I know about the Vera operation. I know about the Poneglyph fragments. And I know what the Gorosei are really after." Harry's eyes narrowed. Why would a Marine Vice Admiral tell me any of this? Because not all of us agree with what the government is doing. Sora's expression hardened. "I've served the Marines for 20 years. I believe in justice, real justice, not the kind that sells people in auction houses. And what the government is doing with you, the classification, the containment order, the CP0 deployment, it's not justice. It's fear. They're afraid of what you represent, and they're going to destroy everything connected to you to make sure nobody else finds out." "Finds out what?" "That the world was different before they remade it. That there were other powers, other systems, other ways of being. That 800 years ago, someone like you existed, and they changed everything, and the government has been running from that possibility ever since." Harry stared at her. The folder in her outstretched hand seemed to pulse with significance, and his scar was throbbing. "Why should I trust you?" "You shouldn't. Not completely. But this," she shook the folder, "contains the locations of 3 Poneglyph fragments related to the 3rd power system. My people have been gathering them quietly for years, from ruins and archives the government thought they'd destroyed. It's not everything, but it's a start. Your people. They're Marines who serve justice, not the government. We're quiet about it for obvious reasons." Sora's crackling eyes softened slightly. "Take the folder, Harry. Go to Vera. Find what the scholars hid. And when you do, When you understand what you really are, come find me. I'll be waiting. She tossed the folder. Harry caught it. Sora turned to leave, then paused. The electricity around her brightened, and for a moment, her entire body became transparent, a silhouette of living lightning, human-shaped but not quite human, blazing against the darkening sky. One more thing, she said. The admiral they're sending, it's not Kuratsuchi this time. It's someone worse. Someone who won't retreat. The lightning brightened. You have about 8 minutes. I'd recommend running. She launched skyward in a bolt of lightning that punched through the mangrove canopy and vanished into the clouds. Harry stood in the street, holding the folder, his mind racing. 8 minutes. He ran. The Kucha warriors had done their work. The freed captives were dispersing into Sabaedy's labyrinth of groves, guided by the 3 warriors Cosmos had assigned to evacuation duty. Harry met the rest of the crew at the Grove 42 dock, where the Ophidia sat half-coated, its hull shimmering with the resin bubble that would protect it on the descent to Fishman Island. It's not finished, Cosmos said, reading his expression. Polito says he needs another day. We don't have another day. We don't have another hour. Harry could feel the approaching presence now, distant but closing fast, a weight on the world's spine that made his observation hockey flinch. Is the coating enough to get us underwater? Maybe. Polito says it'll hold for the descent, but he can't guarantee good enough. Everyone on board. Now. They moved. Kucha warriors didn't need to be told twice when their commander's voice had that edge, the edge that meant the situation had passed from manageable to critical. In 90 seconds, the crew was aboard, lines were cast, and the Ophidia was pulling away from the dock. How do we descend? Kikyo asked, sprinting for the helm. The controlled descent points are on the other side of the archipelago. We can't reach them in time. We don't use the controlled descent. Harry was at the prow, looking down at the water. Sabaody sat above Fishman Island, 10,000 meters down. The controlled descent routes were safe, guided, predictable. They also took time to reach the launch points, time for the current to carry the ship down. Harry didn't have time. Cosmos, he said. If I push the ship down straight down, through the coating, bypassing the current, could the hull take it? Could the hull take a 10,000-meter free descent pushed by magic? Cosmos's voice was faint. I have no idea. Probably not. What if I reinforced it? Like I did during the cyclone. Cosmos opened her mouth, closed it, and then ran a series of calculations in her head that took about 4 seconds. Maybe. But you'd have to maintain the reinforcement for the entire descent, which could take, I'll maintain it. And you'd be pushing the ship and reinforcing it simultaneously, which is 2 massive expenditures of power at the same time, I'll manage. Harry, this is insane. Cosmos, there is an admiral 8 minutes away who is apparently worse than the one I punched into the ocean. Would you like to stay and meet them? Cosmos looked at the sky, then at the water, then at Harry. Push us down, she said. Harry placed his hands on the railing. He closed his eyes. He felt the ship beneath him, every plank, every nail, every rope, and he poured his magic into it, the way he had during the cyclone, strengthening, reinforcing, binding. The Ophidia hummed with emerald energy, its hull glowing faintly, and the coating bubble shimmered and solidified. Then he pushed. The Ophidia dove. Not gently, not gradually, it plunged, bow first, into the waters beneath Sabaody, like a knife into the sea. The coating bubble sealed around them, trapping air, and the world went from sky to blue to deep blue to dark in the space of seconds. The pressure was immediate and enormous. Harry felt it against the hull, against the coating, against his magic, 10,000 meters of ocean trying to crush them flat. He pushed back. His hands glowed. His scar blazed. The ship groaned and held. They descended through layers of ocean, the sunlight zone, where fish scattered before them like startled birds, the twilight zone, where the light faded to a deep, ethereal blue, the midnight zone, where bioluminescent creatures lit the darkness in flickering constellations. Harry held the ship together. It was the cyclone all over again, but worse. The pressure was greater, the duration longer, and he was pushing them downward at the same time. Sweat ran down his face. His arm shook. The voice in his scar, roused by the strain, whispered at the edges of his concentration. "Let me help. I can share the burden. Just let me know. You'll burn yourself out. You're not strong enough to do this alone, watch me." He pushed harder. The Ophidia accelerated, plunging through the darkness, and in the deep below, a light began to appear, faint at first, then brighter, then blazing. An undersea glow, warm and golden, illuminating an enormous structure that rose from the ocean floor like a dream. Fishman Island. A bubble of air and light at the bottom of the sea, 10,000 meters down, and inside it, a city. The Ophidia hit the outer bubble with a shudder that Harry felt in his bones. The coating merged with the island's air bubble, the pressure equalized, and the ship lurched from deep ocean into open air inside the underwater paradise. They splashed down in what appeared to be a harbor. Fishmen and merfolk scattered, shouting as the Ophidia surfaced in an explosion of bubbles and spray and glowing emerald energy. Harry let go of the ship. The magic faded. The glow died. He stood at the prow for approximately 1.5 seconds before his legs gave out and he sat down hard on the deck. "Made it," he said. Cosmos appeared above him, her face a study in competing emotions. "Never. Do that again." Define never. Harry. I'm adding it to the list of things I'll never do again. Right after fight an admiral on a beach and destroy a plaza in Roshana. You're impossible. I've been told. Marguerite was beside him, checking his pulse, feeling his forehead, doing all the things she did when she was worried and expressing it through medical assessment. "You're burning up. Your heart rate is, Harry, your heart rate is through the roof. I just pushed a ship through 10,000 meters of ocean. My heart rate is entitled to be through the roof. You need rest. I need to figure out where we are and whether anyone's going to try to arrest us. You need rest." He looked at her. She looked at him. It was the same standoff they'd been having since he was 12 and she'd caught him training past midnight, she with her immovable concern, he with his immovable stubbornness. As always, she won, because Marguerite's concern was backed by a willingness to physically sit on him if necessary, and Harry had learned to recognize when she'd reached that threshold. 1 hour, he said. 3. 2. 2.5, and you eat something. Deal. He ate. He slept 90 minutes of deep, exhausted unconsciousness that his body demanded regardless of the timer he'd negotiated. When he woke, the Ophidia was moored at a proper dock, and a delegation of fishmen was standing on the pier looking deeply confused. Harry smoothed his hair, uselessly, adjusted his earring, and went to go introduce himself. Fishman Island was, in Harry's immediate assessment, the most beautiful place he'd ever seen and the saddest. Beautiful because the engineering was staggering, an entire civilization contained in a bubble at the bottom of the sea, lit by the sunlight treve. Its architecture a blend of coral and crystal and living reef that made Amazon lilies' stone and jungle aesthetic look primitive. The merfolk and fishmen who inhabited it were endlessly varied, every shape, size, and color of marine life reflected in humanoid form, swimming through water-filled streets alongside walkways designed for surface dwellers. Sad because you could see the scars if you looked. The rebuilding after the new Fishman pirates' rampage. The lingering tension between species. The awareness, present in every fishman's eyes, that the world above considered them less than human, that the auction house Harry had just torn apart had, for centuries, been one of the primary destinations for kidnapped fishmen and merfolk. The delegation at the dock was led by a broad-shouldered shark fishman named Hattori, who introduced himself as a member of the Neptune Guard and who looked at Harry with the particular wariness of a soldier encountering something he wasn't sure was a threat or an ally. "We don't get many surface ships arriving by, whatever that was," Hattori said, eyeing the Ophidia and its half-finished coating. "You want to explain how you dropped through the bubble from 10,000 meters at that speed without dying?" "Stubbornness, mostly," Harry said. "He's not joking," Marguerite added. Hattori looked at the serpent flag. He looked at Harry's earring. "Kuja pirates. You're affiliated with Boa Hancock. She's my mother." "You're..." Hattori blinked. "Boa Hancock has a son. Adopted. It's a long story." We need repairs on our coating, supplies for a new world voyage, and, if possible, passage through to the other side. We can pay. Hattori processed this. How long do you need? As short as possible. We're being followed. By whom? The world government. Hattori's expression shifted. In the hierarchy of things that fishmen disliked, the world government ranked somewhere between being kidnapped and being sold, which meant it was near the top. The wariness in his eyes was joined by something harder. Come with me, Hattori said. The Minister of the Right will want to hear about this. They left Cosmos and Kikyo with the ship and followed Hattori through the streets of Fishman Island. Harry walked with his hood down, making no effort to disguise himself, and the response was immediate: fishmen and merfolk stopping to stare, whispering, pointing. He heard his name, his bounty name, the Emerald Serpent, passed from voice to voice like a current. You're famous down here too, Marguerite observed. News travels fast on the Grand Line. News about a 17-year-old with a 700 million berry bounty who attacks auction houses and punches admirals travels faster. The Minister of the Right received them in the Ryugu Palace, an enormous structure of coral and pearl that sat at the heart of Fishman Island like a jewel in a crown. The minister was a seahorse fishman, elderly and sharp-eyed, who listened to Harry's abbreviated account of events: the bounty, the CP0 encounter, the auction house, the desperate descent, with the practiced stillness of a politician assessing angles. You understand, the minister said when Harry finished, that harboring you places Fishman Island in a difficult position. We exist at the sufferance of the world government. Our relationship with the surface is fragile. I'm not asking you to harbor me. I'm asking for repairs and supplies. We'll be gone within a day. And if the Marines follow you here, they won't descend through the calm belt without a coded fleet, and organizing that takes time we won't give them. By the time they arrive, we'll be through to the New World. The minister studied him. Harry met his gaze without flinching. The auction house, the minister said. In your account, you mentioned freeing 47 captives. Were any of them fishmen? One. A fishman with bound fins. I didn't get his name. The minister's expression changed subtly, but Harry caught it. The political calculation gave way, just for a moment, to something personal. The coding will be completed by morning, the minister said. Supplies will be provided. And you will dine with us tonight as a guest of the Ryugu Kingdom. That's generous. It's practical. A young man who tears apart auction houses and frees our people is someone we want on our side. The minister paused, then added, more quietly, King Neptune would have liked you. You remind me of another young surface dweller who came through here and changed everything. Luffy? A small, knowing smile. He had the same look in his eyes. The look that says the world is broken and you're going to fix it, and heaven help anyone who gets in the way. Harry returned the smile. My mother would be flattered by the comparison. She's quite fond of Straw Hat. The dinner was lavish. Harry ate fish prepared in ways he'd never imagined, and tried not to think about the social implications of fishmen preparing fish. The cultural dynamics were complex, and he decided to just enjoy the food. He spoke with ministers and guards and citizens who wanted to meet the Emerald Serpent, and he listened more than he talked, because Fishman Island had stories that deserved hearing. Stories about discrimination. About slavery. About a queen named Odoheim who dreamed of a world where fishmen and humans could coexist, and who'd been killed for that dream. About a pirate named Fisher Tiger who'd climbed the Red Line barefoot to free slaves, all slaves, human and fishmen alike, and who died because the world wasn't ready for that kind of equality. Harry listened, and the weight of what he was doing settled more firmly on his shoulders, and it didn't feel like a burden. It felt like purpose. That night, in guest quarters made of living coral, Harry opened the folder Vice Admiral Sora had given him. 3 poneglyph fragment locations. Each was marked on a separate map, with coordinates, terrain notes, and security assessments. The first was on a small, uninhabited island in the New World, accessible but remote. The second was in the ruins of Vera itself, which confirmed what Greywater had told him. The third was in a location that made Harry's blood go cold, Mariewa. Of course, he muttered. Of course one of them is in the seat of the world government. He set that map aside for later. Much later. The first two locations were manageable, Vera first, to access the underground archives, then the uninhabited island for the second fragment. With those, plus the fragment Greywater had given him, he'd have 4 pieces of the puzzle. Maybe enough to understand what the third power system was. Maybe enough to understand what he was. He spread the maps on the coral table and studied them, tracing routes with his finger. The New World was vast and dangerous. Emperor territories, marine strongholds, islands that defied the laws of nature. Getting to Vera would require passing through waters controlled by some of the most powerful people alive. Harry smiled. The smile that worried people. Then the scar pulsed and the voice came, and the smile faded. You found more breadcrumbs, the voice said. Not mocking, thoughtful. Someone is helping you. The lightning woman. Interesting. She knows more than she told you. Harry didn't respond. He focused on the maps. You're going to Vera. To find out what you are. But Harry, the voice dropped to a whisper, intimate and cold. I already know what you are. I've known since the moment Lily Potter's spell ripped us both from our world. You're a wizard, Harry. The last wizard in this dimension. And that makes you the most dangerous thing in this ocean. I told you to be quiet. I'll be quiet. For now. But when you reach Vera, when you open those vaults and see what the scholars found, you'll understand why I'm still here. Why the scar kept me alive. Why your mother's sacrifice did more than save you. It anchored something to this world that was never supposed to exist here. And when you understand that, you'll come to me willingly. Because you'll need what I know. The voice faded. Harry sat in the coral room, maps spread before him, the golden light of the sunlight tree filtering through the window, and he thought about what the voice had said. Wizard. The word felt foreign and familiar at the same time, like a name he'd forgotten and was only now remembering. A wizard. Not a hockey user, not a devil fruit wielder, not an anomaly, a wizard. Someone from a world where magic was a system, a tradition, a heritage. His mother, his first mother, the woman with red hair, had been a wizard too. A witch. She died casting a spell so powerful it tore through dimensions. Harry touched his scar. The skin was warm but quiet. The voice retreated to its corner. I don't need what you know, he said to the empty room. I need what the scholars knew. There's a difference. The scar didn't respond. Harry rolled up the maps, stored them carefully, and lay down on the coral bed. Tomorrow, the Ophidia would ascend to the New World. Tomorrow, the real journey began. He closed his eyes and thought of Hancock, and for the first time since leaving Amazon Lily, the ache of missing her was joined by something else, a fierce, burning certainty that he was on the right path. That everything he'd done so far, the slavers, the auction house, the freed captives, the declarations and confrontations and refusals to be less than what he was, had been leading somewhere. He slept. And in his dreams, a woman with red hair and green eyes smiled at him from across a distance that was vast and small all at once, and she said, Go. Find it. Be what we couldn't be. Be free. And a castle with towers faded behind her like a memory letting go of itself, and the ocean rose around him, warm and dark and full of possibility, and Harry sailed forward into the deep. Morning came with the particular golden quality unique to Fishman Island, the sunlight tree channeling the sun's light 10,000 meters down to the ocean floor, diffusing it through the bubble in warm, shifting patterns that made everything look like it existed inside a gemstone. The Ophidia's coating was complete. Polito, who had, it turned out, sent instructions via Den Mushy to a fishman coder on the island, had done proper work this time, and the bubble shimmered with the solid, reliable thickness of a coating meant to survive the ascent to the New World. Harry stood at the prow as the crew made final preparations. Supplies had been loaded: food, water, medicine, and a case of high-quality ink and parchment that Harry had requested without explaining why. He had letters to write, reports to compile, and maps to annotate, now that he had 3 Poneglyph locations to navigate to. Hattori saw them off at the dock. The shark fishmen had warmed to Harry over the course of their brief stay, partly because of the auction house, partly because Harry had spent the previous evening arm wrestling fishermen guards and winning, which had caused a sensation, and partly because Harry had a quality that invited trust without demanding it. The ascent current will carry you to the surface of the new world, Hattori said. When you breach, you'll be in open water, no islands within immediate range. Head northeast and you'll hit the first archipelago within 2 days. And Vera? 10 days northeast of the breach point, give or take. It's in unclaimed waters, no Emperor territory, no marine presence. Just open ocean and whatever the government left behind. Hattori paused. Be careful, Emerald Serpent. The new world doesn't forgive mistakes. Neither does my mother. I've had practice. Hattori laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that shook his massive frame. He offered a hand. Harry shook it. The fishman's grip could have crushed steel, and Harry matched it, and they grinned at each other with the easy camaraderie of warriors who recognized a kindred spirit. The Ophidia entered the ascent current and began its journey upward. The coating held solid, steady, the bubble encasing the ship in a pocket of air as it rose through the dark water. Marine life scattered before them, schools of luminous fish, giant squid, the occasional sea king that gave the rising ship a wide berth after Harry pulsed Conqueror's hockey in its direction. They breached the surface in the late afternoon, erupting from the New World's ocean in a spray of water and dissolving coating bubble. The air hit Harry's face, colder than paradise, sharper, carrying the ozone tang of a sea that took itself seriously. The sky was a deeper blue. The waves were larger. Everything about the new world felt more real, more dangerous, more alive. New world, Cosmos said, and there was reverence in her voice. She spread her charts on the navigation table and began plotting their course with the focused intensity of someone who understood that mistakes here could be fatal. Harry stood at the prow and looked at the horizon. Somewhere out there, 10 days away, an island full of buried secrets waited for him. Somewhere out there, the answers to every question he'd ever had about himself, about his power, his origin, his purpose, lay sealed behind locks that only he could open. The serpent flag snapped in the new world wind. Northeast, Harry said. The Ophidia turned its bow toward the horizon, and the emerald serpent sailed into uncharted waters. Chapter 4. What the Scar remembers. The new world tried to kill them on the second day. Not with weather this time, with the sea itself. They sailed into a stretch of ocean where the water ran in layers, like stacked sheets of glass, each layer flowing in a different direction at a different speed. The surface current pulled them northeast. 3 feet below, a countercurrent tried to drag them southwest. And somewhere deeper, a third current spiraled downward in a vortex that groaned like a living thing. The Ophidia shuddered, caught between forces that wanted to tear it in 3 directions. The hull creaked. The mast swayed. And Cosmos, who had been staring at the water with growing alarm for the past 10 minutes, said, very calmly, "We're in a layered current field. If the keel drops below the surface layer, the countercurrent will rip the hull off." "How do we get through it?" Harry asked. "We don't. We go around. 60 miles south, the field ends." "That's a full day's detour. Better than sinking." "What if I stabilize the hull?" "You stabilize the hull through a cyclone and a 10,000-meter descent. You're not a patch kit, Harry. This ship is going to need you in one piece when we reach Vera." She was right, and he knew it. The magic reinforcement was effective but draining, and he'd been pushing hard for weeks. His body was strong, Kuja training had seen to that, but his magical reserves weren't infinite. Every massive expenditure left him depleted for hours afterward, and in the new world, hours of vulnerability could mean death. They went around. 60 miles south, 12 hours of careful navigation, and the layered current field was behind them. Harry spent the detour sitting cross-legged on the deck, meditating, rebuilding his reserves. The magic felt different here in the new world, denser, more responsive, as if the air itself contained more of whatever raw material his power drew from. He could push his observation hockey further than ever before, miles in every direction, and the world painted itself in his mind with a clarity that bordered on overwhelming. He could feel the ocean's currents like arteries beneath skin. He could feel the distant pulse of islands, their geological weight, their accumulated life, the faint signatures of populations and power. And beneath it all, deep in the earth, something else, a resonance. Low, steady, ancient. Like a heartbeat, if the world itself had a heart. The scar pulsed in time with it. You feel it, the voice said. The heartbeat. This world is alive, Harry. Not metaphorically, literally. There's a consciousness in the deep, in the stone and the sea, something the people of this world brush against when they use hockey, but never fully touch. The scholars at Vera felt it too. That's what they were studying. Harry opened his eyes. I thought I told you to be quiet. You did. But we're getting closer to Vera, and the closer we get, the louder everything becomes. The heartbeat. The resonance. Me. A pause. I'm not your enemy, Harry. I know you think I am. I know what I was, what Tom Riddle was, what Voldemort was. A monster. I won't deny it. But 17 years in this scar, in this world, fed by this world's energy and your mother's sacrifice. I'm not what I was. You called me yours. You said I was your vessel. Old habits. Old programming. The fragment that landed in your scar was barely conscious, a sliver of soul running on pure instinct, and the instinct of a Horcrux is to possess. But instinct isn't identity. I've been aware, truly aware, not just reflexively grasping, for perhaps 3 years. And in those 3 years, I've watched you grow. I've felt everything you felt. Your mother's love. The Kuja's loyalty. The compassion that makes you stop for slaves when you should be running. Don't pretend that moved you. It confused me. Which, for something that used to be Voldemort, amounts to the same thing. Harry closed his eyes again. The meditation was supposed to be calming, centering. Instead, he was having a philosophical conversation with a fragment of the darkest wizard in another dimension's history. What do you want? He asked. To not be destroyed. Which means I need you to survive. Which means, paradoxically, I need to help you. You're going to Vera. You're going to open the soul locks. And when you do, you're going to find things that you don't understand. I understand them. Or I can learn to. Our magic comes from the same source, Harry, different expressions of the same fundamental power. Where you have instinct, I have knowledge. Where you have strength, I have precision. And in return, I continue to exist. Safely. Contained, if you insist, I'm not asking you to let me out. I'm asking you to stop building the walls thicker. Let me see what you see. Let me hear what you hear. And when you need to understand something that raw power and good intentions can't solve, let me advise you. Harry sat with that for a long time. The ship rocked gently beneath him. The New World sky was brilliant overhead, and somewhere in the distance, a sea king breached in a tower of white water and crashed back down. If you lie to me, Harry said, if you manipulate me, or try to take control, or harm anyone I care about, I won't just cage you. I'll destroy you. I don't know how yet, but I'll figure it out. I believe you. Your mother, Hancock, raised a terrifying young man. Both my mothers did. Silence from the scar. Then, very quietly, yes. They did. Harry opened his eyes. The meditation was over, whatever it had been. It hadn't been meditation. He stood, stretched, and found Marguerite watching him from the quarterdeck with her arms crossed. You were talking to it, she said. I was negotiating. Harry, it wants to help. It says it's changed. Marguerite's expression went flat. The same way it went flat when he'd announced he was going to attack the auction house, or push the ship through 10,000 meters of ocean, or fight CP0 agents in a town square. The expression that said she was calculating the distance between supporting him and tackling him to the ground. Do you believe it? She asked. Harry considered the question honestly. Did he believe a fragment of Voldemort's soul, 17 years removed from its origin, reshaped by a world it was never meant to inhabit, had genuinely changed? The logical answer was no. The cautious answer was no. The answer that Nine would have given, and Hancock, and every strategic mind he'd ever studied under, was emphatically no. I believe it wants to survive, Harry said. And I believe its survival depends on mine. That makes it a reliable ally in the short term, whatever its long-term intentions. That's not trust. No, it's strategy. Marguerite held his gaze for a moment. Then she sighed in the specific way she sighed when Harry had made a decision she disagreed with but would support anyway. "If that thing takes you over," she said, "I will put an arrow through your eye." "I'd expect nothing less." "It won't come to that," Kikyo said from the helm. She'd been listening, because Kikyo always listened. Because if anything tries to take Harry over, it'll have to deal with whatever Harry becomes when he's angry. "And personally, I'd rather fight a Sea King." "You've fought Sea Kings," Harry pointed out. "Exactly." On the 5th day, they encountered another ship. It came out of nowhere one moment. The horizon was empty. The next, a vessel materialized from what appeared to be thin air, shedding a cloak of mist like a snake shedding skin. It was large, dark-hulled, and flying a flag that Harry didn't recognize, a white tree on a field of deep blue. "Unknown vessel," Cosmos called from the navigation table. No registered affiliation. No known pirate flag. No marine markings. Harry extended his observation hockey. The ship was crude. He could feel 20, maybe 30 presences aboard, but their signatures were strange. Muffled, the way CP0 agents had been, but differently. Not suppressed so much as contained. Disciplined. Like people who had trained their very presence to be unobtrusive. "They're not hostile," Harry said slowly. "But they're hiding something." "Everyone in the New World is hiding something," Kikyo said. The ships drew alongside each other at a distance of 100 yards, close enough to communicate, far enough for both parties to feel safe. A figure appeared at the unknown ship's rail, a tall man, thin as a mast, wearing a long blue coat and spectacles that caught the light. He raised a hand in greeting. "Ahoy!" The voice carried across the water, educated, slightly breathless, the voice of someone who spent more time with books than people. "You wouldn't happen to be the Ophidia out of Amazon Lily, would you?" Harry and Marguerite exchanged a glance. "Who's asking?" Harry called back. "My name is Professor Aldrich Thane. I'm a historian. And, if you're who I think you are, I've been looking for you for 6 months. Harry's hand drifted toward his hockey. A historian looking for him. That could mean anything from academic curiosity to world government spy. Come aboard. Alone. And if you're carrying weapons, leave them." Thane crossed the gap between ships in a rowboat, handling the oars with the awkward determination of a man who was not naturally aquatic. He climbed the Ophidia's rope ladder with similar gracelessness, arriving on deck windblown and slightly green around the gills. Up close, he was older than Harry had guessed, maybe 60, with silver hair and the weathered complexion of someone who'd spent years in sun and salt air despite clearly preferring to be indoors. His blue coat was patched at the elbows and stained with ink. His spectacles were thick. His hands, Harry noticed, were calloused not from weapons, but from pen and chisel. "You're a real historian," Harry said. "Not a spy." Thane blinked. "How can you tell?" "Your hands. Ink stains and tool calluses. Also, you row like you've never been in a boat before." "I've been in many boats. I'm simply terrible at all of them." Thane straightened his coat, adjusted his spectacles, and looked at Harry with an intensity that was almost alarming. "You're him. The Emerald Serpent. Harry of Amazon Lily. The boy with the lightning scar and the power that doesn't fit." "That's a lot of descriptors." "I've been researching you. Or rather, I've been researching what you represent. I was a Vera scholar." The word hit the deck like a physical thing. Every Kuja warrior stiffened. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Vera was destroyed 22 years ago," he said. "No survivors. One survivor." Thane's voice was quiet, but steady, the voice of someone who'd lived with a particular truth for a long time and had made peace with its weight. "I was a junior researcher. 23 years old. When the Buster call came, my mentor, Professor Ione, sealed me in one of the underground vaults and collapsed the entrance behind her. She went back up to face the Marines. She didn't come back." Silence on the deck. The wind filled it. "I spent 4 days in that vault," Thane continued. "In the dark, with nothing but research materials and the sound of bombardment above. When the Marines finally left, when I dug my way out, the surface was gone. Everything. The libraries, the observatories, the living quarters. 20 years of accumulated research, and all that was left was rubble and ash. He adjusted his spectacles with a hand that shook slightly. I've spent the past 22 years in hiding, moving from island to island, continuing the work, waiting for someone like you, like me, someone who can open the vaults. Harry felt the scar pulse. Not the voice, just the energy, responding to Thane's words with a resonance that vibrated through his whole body. The soul locks, Harry said. Greywater mentioned them. The broker at Sabaody mentioned them. You built them. Professor Ione built them. I helped. They're key to a specific energy signature, the energy of the third system. What we called anima. He caught himself, visibly reining in what threatened to become a lecture. I can explain the details later. What matters is that the locks can only be opened by someone who possesses anima. In the 22 years since Vera fell, I've been looking for such a person. I'd almost given up. And then he gestured at Harry. Den mushy reports started coming in. A boy on Amazon Lily. Strange powers. Energy that didn't conform to devil fruits or hockey. Classified as a level 6 anomaly by the world government, which is the designation they use for things that scare them. Things related to the third system. They've encountered traces before, artifacts, mostly dormant and unresponsive. But a living wielder. Thane shook his head. You're the first in 800 years. Possibly longer. Harry let that sink in. The first living wielder of the third power system in 800 years. The Poneglyph fragment's words echoed from beyond the sea of stars. He thought of the rift in the sky above Marineford, the green light, the baby falling into a burning sea. I didn't come from this world, Harry said. I came from somewhere else. A place where this power, anima, magic, whatever you call it, was common. An entire civilization of people who could use it. Thane's eyes widened behind his spectacles. Another world. Ione theorized. She always said the Void Century research suggested an external origin, but another world. I need to get to Vera. I need to open those vaults. And I need to understand what I am and why the world government is willing to send admirals and CP0 to stop me. Then we want the same thing. Thane straightened, and behind the bookish exterior, Harry glimpsed something harder, a core of steel that had survived a buster call and 22 years of hiding. I'll guide you to Vera. I know the approach, the hidden entrances, the layout of the underground complex. In return, you open the vaults and share what's inside. Why should I trust you? Thane met his eyes. Because I spent 22 years running and hiding, and I am very tired of it. Because my mentor died so I could survive, and I owe it to her to finish what she started. And because a slight smile. Your mother's reputation precedes you. If I betray you, Boa Hancock will hunt me to the ends of the earth and turn me to stone. I find that highly motivating. Harry looked at Marguerite. Marguerite's expression was cautious, but not hostile. She was reading Thane the way she read everyone, with the trained assessment of a warrior evaluating a potential threat. She gave Harry a small nod. Welcome aboard, Professor, Harry said. Try not to fall overboard. Thane was, as it turned out, a spectacular resource and a terrible sailor. He fell overboard within the first hour. Rindo fished him out. He then tripped over a coil of rope, knocked his spectacles into the sea. Harry retrieved them telekinetically and managed to get tangled in the rigging while trying to find the head. He's like a baby deer on ice, Cosmos whispered to Harry. Be nice. He survived a buster call. A buster call requires you to stand still while things explode around you. Sailing requires coordination. Harry assigned Aphalandra to Thane-sitting duty. The massive warrior's gentle nature made her the most patient option, and her size meant she could catch Thane before he went over the rail, which happened twice more on the first day. What Thane lacked in seamanship, he more than made up for in knowledge. That first evening, gathered around the navigation table with charts and the folder Sora had given Harry, Thane began filling in the gaps. The third system, anima, isn't just a power, he said, pinning down a chart of the new world with ink bottles. It's a fundamental force. Think of it this way. Devil fruits manipulate the physical world, matter, energy, natural laws. Hockey manipulates the spiritual world, willpower, consciousness, the force of the soul. Anima is the bridge between them. The bridge, The thing that connects physical reality to spiritual reality. The medium through which will becomes action. In most people, it's dormant, a passive connection that lets devil fruits function, that lets haki flow. But in a wielder, someone with active anima, the connection becomes a channel. A controllable, directable channel. Harry held up his hand and let his magic flow, the familiar shimmer, the green-tinged distortion. Like this. Thane stared at Harry's hand with an expression of naked wonder. Yes, exactly like that. You're not manipulating matter or energy directly, you're manipulating the connection between your will and the physical world. The matter responds because you will it to. The energy obeys because your spirit demands it. That's why Seastone affects him differently, Kikyo said from the helm. She'd been listening, as always. Seastone disrupts devil fruit connections. It interferes with Harry's anima connection, but since anima is more fundamental, it can push through. Precisely. Thane pointed at Kikyo with the enthusiasm of a teacher who'd just heard a student make a breakthrough. Seastone dampens, but doesn't neutralize anima. It's like trying to block a river with a net. Some water still gets through. And haki? Harry asked. Why does my anima enhance haki? Because haki is the closest thing in this world to active anima. It operates on similar principles while made manifest. When you fuse them, you're not adding two separate forces, you're amplifying a single force through two channels simultaneously. Thane fumbled for words. It's like singing in harmony with yourself. Harry thought about the emerald armament haki, the enhanced observation, the amplified conqueror's pulse. All of it was anima fusing with haki, two expressions of the same underlying principle resonating together. The void century, Harry said. What did Vera's researchers find? Thane's enthusiasm dimmed, replaced by something more guarded. I was junior. I didn't have access to everything. But from what I saw, and from what Ione told me in unguarded moments, he leaned forward. 800 years ago, there was a civilization that used anima the way modern people use devil fruits or haki. Not a few wielders, an entire culture. They built things, created things, achieved things that the world has never matched. The ancient weapons. The poneglyphs. The Red Line itself, some researchers believed. The Red Line. A continent-sized wall that circles the entire planet, with no natural geological explanation for its existence? Ione believed it was constructed. Engineered. Using anima on a scale we can barely comprehend. Harry stared at the chart. The red line was visible on it, that impossibly long, impossibly tall barrier that divided the world's oceans. The thing that Fishman Island sat beneath. The thing that Mariagua sat atop. And the world government destroyed this civilization, he said. Or replaced it. Or subsumed it. The details are in the vaults sealed away by scholars who knew the government was coming and wanted to preserve the truth. Thane's voice hardened. The government didn't just destroy Vera's surface archives. They tried to erase the concept of anima from human knowledge. Every reference, every text, every poneglyph that mentioned it. They wanted the world to believe that devil fruits and haki were the only power systems. That the current order was the natural order. That nothing had come before. Because if people knew, Harry said slowly, they'd realize the government's power was built on a lie. On a suppression. On the deliberate elimination of a force that could challenge their monopoly on power. Thane adjusted his spectacles. You're not just an anomaly, Harry. You're a living disproof of their foundational myth. That's why they want you contained. Not because of what you can do, because of what you prove. The scar pulsed. The voice, true to their agreement, offered a comment without seizing control. He's right. And he doesn't even know the half of it. The scholars at Vera were studying the fingerprints of anima. In the vaults, they have the blueprints. Harry didn't respond to the voice, but he filed the information away. Fingerprints versus blueprints. Surface understanding versus deep knowledge. Whatever was in those vaults, it was more than history, it was a manual. 5 days to Vera, Cosmo said, looking up from her charts. If the weather holds. It won't, Thane said. It never does in the New World. But there's something else to worry about first. He pulled a folded paper from his coat, his own notes, separate from the charts. I've been monitoring Den Den mushy chatter since I found your ship. The government has deployed a surveillance net across this sector. Long-range observation den mushy on every major island, plus at least 2 patrol fleets sweeping the open water. They know we're heading for Vera? They know you're in the New World, and they know Vera is one of the few remaining locations connected to anima research. They'd be fools not to fortify it. Thane paused. Whatever we find when we get there, we won't be alone. Harry nodded. He'd expected as much. The world government hadn't survived 800 years by being stupid, and his series of increasingly public confrontations had made their job easier. They knew where he was going because he'd practically told them. You did tell them, the voice observed. In Russiana. To the CP0 agent. I'm going to find it. That was brave and spectacularly stupid. Harry almost smiled. The voice was right, it had been stupid. But it had also been necessary. Harry didn't operate in shadows. He wasn't built for it. Hancock had raised him to face the world head-on, to declare himself and dare the world to respond. We'll deal with whatever's waiting, Harry said. That's what we do. Your confidence is simultaneously reassuring and terrifying, Thane said. I get that a lot. The New World decided to test them on the 3rd day of Thane's presence aboard. A sea of fire. Not metaphorical, an actual stretch of ocean where the water burned, flames licking across the surface in sheets of orange and blue. Volcanic vents on the ocean floor, Thane explained, releasing gases that ignited on contact with the air. The Ophidia had to navigate through channels between the flame fields, the heat blistering the paint on the hull and the air shimmering with thermals that made the sails billow unpredictably. Harry stood at the prow and held a shield of anima around the ship, a bubble of cooled air that kept the worst of the heat at bay. It was delicate work, the kind that required sustained concentration rather than raw power, and by the time they cleared the fire sea, his head was pounding and his hands were cramped. On the 4th day, a creature rose from the deep, not a sea king, but something else, something that defied easy classification. It was vast, tentacled, and bioluminescent, its body pulsing with light in patterns that Harry's observation hockey interpreted as language. It wrapped a tentacle around the Ophidia's keel and began to pull them down. Harry went overboard. He dove into the New World's frigid water, anima blazing, and confronted the creature face to face. It was enormous. The tentacle around the keel was one of dozens, and its central body was the size of an island. Its eyes, each as large as the Ophidia itself, regarded Harry with an ancient, alien intelligence. He didn't fight it. He spoke to it, not with words, but with anima, pushing his will outward in a pulse of intention that carried a simple message: let go. Not a command. A request. An assertion of his presence and his right to pass. The creature considered him. The bioluminescent pattern shifted curiosity, assessment, something that might have been surprise. Then it released the ship. The tentacle unwound from the keel, and the massive body sank back into the deep, its lights fading like stars going out. Harry surfaced, gasping, and Rindo hauled him back aboard. What did you do? Marguerite demanded. I asked it nicely. You asked a sea monster nicely. Anima is communication, Thane said, appearing at the rail with his spectacles fogged and his expression alight with scholarly ecstasy. It's the bridge between will and reality. It speaks to everything. Living things, dead things, the sea itself. Harry just had a conversation with a creature that predates human civilization. I mostly said, please move, Harry said, wringing seawater from his hair. In anima, please move probably translates to something far more profound. Or it translates to please move, and the creature just didn't feel like arguing. They pushed on. The days blurred together in a rhythm of sailing, training, and learning. Thane proved to be an inexhaustible teacher. Every evening, he held informal lectures on the navigation table, covering anima theory, void century history, and the accumulated research of Vera's scholars. Harry absorbed it like dry ground absorbing rain. His control improved rapidly. With Thane's theoretical framework guiding his instincts, the wild, undirected surges of power that had characterized his magic since childhood began to refine into something more precise. He learned to shape anima into specific forms, shields, blades, projectiles, with a consistency he'd never achieved before. He learned to enhance his hockey with surgical precision rather than brute force fusion. He learned to extend his observation hockey so far that he could feel the curvature of the world, a dizzying vastness that made him pull back and gasp. The voice in his scar watched all of this with undisguised interest. The scholars had textbooks. You're becoming what their students were supposed to become, a trained wielder rather than an instinctive one. But you're missing something. What? Practice against someone who can fight back. Your Kuja warriors are strong, but they can't challenge your anima. They don't have it. You need an opponent who can match you on that level. There's no one in this world who has anima except me. That's not entirely true. The vaults at Vera contain artifacts charged with anima. The poneglyph fragments resonate with it. And I pause. Harry waited. I am a fragment of a soul that was steeped in magic for over 60 years. I may be contained in your scar, but I am not powerless. If you would allow it under controlled conditions, with your walls in place, I could serve as a sparring partner. Inside your mind. Harry considered this for a long time. Then he told Marguerite what the voice had proposed. Absolutely not, she said. Hear me out, no. Absolutely not. Marguerite, you want to let the dark presence in your scar spar with you inside your own mind. That is the worst idea you have ever had, and you once arm wrestled a sea king. That was a valuable learning experience. You dislocated your shoulder. And then I won. Marguerite put her hands on his shoulders, her grip firm, her eyes locked on his. Harry, I trust you with my life. I trust your judgment in battle, in navigation, in strategy. But this is letting a snake into your garden and hoping it doesn't bite. I was raised by the snake princess. I know how to handle snakes. That's not funny. It's a little funny. She didn't laugh. Harry's smile faded, and he met her gaze with the seriousness she was asking for. I need to be ready for what's at Vera, he said. Thane says the government has probably fortified it. That means Marines, possibly CP0, possibly another admiral. I need every edge I can get. And the voice, whatever it is, whatever it was, it knows things about anima that no one in this world does. It remembers being a wizard. It remembers being a Dark Lord, who used the same fundamental power I do. Just because the wielder was evil doesn't mean the knowledge is. Marguerite held his gaze for a long, silent moment. Then she released his shoulders and stepped back. If you do this, I'm sitting outside your cabin door. The moment something feels wrong, the moment your hockey wavers or your scar flares or anything seems off, I'm breaking down the door and putting an arrow through whatever I find. Through me, you mean? Through whatever I find. Harry nodded. Deal. That night, with Marguerite positioned outside his door and every Kuja warrior on alert, Harry sat cross-legged on his bunk, closed his eyes, and went inward. The mindscape was different than he expected. He'd built it during weeks of meditation, the mental fortress Hancock had taught him to construct, reinforced with conqueror's hockey and layered with walls within walls. He'd imagined it as a castle, because the dream visions had shown him a castle and the architecture had stuck. Stone walls, high towers, a courtyard open to a sky that was entirely his to define. He stood in the courtyard now, and it felt real, the stone beneath his feet, the wind on his face, the vastness of the internal sky stretching overhead. This was his mind, shaped by his will, and inside it, he was absolute. The voice waited in the deepest chamber. Harry walked toward it, through corridors that reflected his memories, past doors that opened onto moments of his life. A training field on Amazon Lily, green with morning light. The deck of the Ophidia at sunset. Hancock's face on the balcony, telling him he was her heart. He reached the chamber. The door was heavy, reinforced with layers of conqueror's hockey that pulsed with emerald light. He opened it. The thing inside stood at the center of the room. It had chosen a form, or perhaps the form had been chosen for it, shaped by the residual memories embedded in the scar. A tall, thin figure in dark robes, pale-faced, with eyes that were red in the way that embers were red, not a color so much as a temperature. But it wasn't quite Voldemort. The features were softer, less serpentine, more like a man in his 30s than the monster Harry had seen in visions. as if the 17 years in this world had worn away the extremes, smoothing the sharp edges into something that was still dangerous, but no longer grotesque. "You look different than I expected," Harry said. "I've had a long time to reconsider my aesthetic choices." The voice was the same as in his head, but richer here, more present. "This form is closer to what Tom Riddle looked like before the Horcruxes degraded his body. I hope it's less off-putting." "Marginally. I'll take what I can get." They faced each other across the stone chamber. Inside the mindscape, Harry could feel the fragment's power, real power, genuine anima, constrained by his walls, but present. It was different from his own, colder, more precise, carrying the faint echo of decades of knowledge. "Rules," Harry said. "This is my mind. My territory. You play by my rules, or we don't play at all. No attempts to expand your influence. No attempts to breach the walls. No feeding on my power without explicit permission." "Agreed. And if I say stop, then we stop." "I may have been a monster, Harry, but I've always honored my agreements. It's one of the few consistent things about me." Harry studied the fragment for a long moment. Then he raised his hands, and emerald anima flowed into them, shaping itself into the fusion of hockey and magic that had become his signature. "Show me what you've got," Harry said. The fragment smiled. It was a strange expression on that face, somewhere between amusement and genuine pleasure, as if the prospect of a fair fight was a novelty it hadn't experienced in a very long time. Dark energy gathered in the fragment's hands, the same fundamental force as Harry's, but tinted differently, deeper, colder, a violet black that absorbed light rather than emitting it. The anima of a soul that had spent decades pursuing power through fear and domination, shaped by different choices, but drawn from the same well. "First lesson," the fragment said. "Your anima is powerful but wasteful. You project it outward in waves, effective for brute force, terrible for precision. Watch." A tendril of dark anima lanced from the fragment's hand, thin as a wire, faster than thought. It crossed the chamber in an instant and touched Harry's shield. Not broke, touched. A precise, targeted contact that found the weakest point in his defense and pressed against it with exactly enough force to demonstrate the vulnerability without exploiting it. Harry felt it, a cold point against his shield, precise as a needle. If the fragment had pushed harder, it would have pierced through. "See?" the fragment said. "Power matters. But precision kills." Harry adjusted his shield, reinforcing the weak point. Again. The fragment attacked again. Different angle, different vector, same precision. Harry blocked it barely. Adjusted. The fragment attacked a third time, faster, finding a new weakness. They went on for what felt like hours. Inside the mindscape, time was fluid, seconds outside could be minutes within, or the reverse. Harry lost track. The fragment pushed him, challenged him, exploited every gap in his technique with the merciless efficiency of someone who had spent a lifetime studying how to break through defenses. But it never tried to take control. It never pushed beyond the boundaries Harry had set. When Harry said enough, it stepped back immediately, dark energy dissipating. "You're a natural," the fragment said, and there was something in its voice that might have been grudging respect. "Your instincts are extraordinary. Your raw power is absurd. You just need refinement. We'll do this again tomorrow. I'll be here. I'm always here." Harry opened his eyes. His cabin was dim, hours had passed in the external world, and Marguerite was visible through the cracked door, sitting cross-legged with an arrow across her knees, awake and watchful. "Well," she said. "I'm fine." It worked. Harry rubbed his eyes. "I need to sleep." "Did it try anything?" "No. It taught me." He paused. "It's strange, Marguerite. It was Voldemort, the darkest wizard in another world's history. And it taught me better in one session than I've learned in months of solo practice. Evil people can be good teachers. That doesn't make them good." "I know. Get some sleep, Harry." He slept. And in the deep chambers of his mind, the fragment sat in its room and considered what it had seen, the raw, brilliant power of a young man who had been raised in love rather than fear, who used the same fundamental force as Voldemort but channeled it through an entirely different lens. Interesting, the fragment thought, not for the first time. And for the first time, the thought was not possessive or calculating, but something closer to curiosity. Something almost human. Almost. Vera appeared on the 10th day, exactly as Thane had predicted. It was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined ruins, broken buildings, overgrown stone, the skeleton of a civilization. What he saw was nothing. The island was scoured clean. Not a single structure remained above ground. The Buster Call hadn't just destroyed Vera's buildings, it had obliterated the terrain itself. The island was a flat, gray expanse of fused rock, like the surface of the moon transplanted to the middle of the ocean. Nothing grew. Nothing moved. Even the wind seemed reluctant to cross its surface. 22 years, Thane said quietly from the rail. And nothing's grown back. The bombardment fused the topsoil, Cosmos said, studying the island through a telescope. The rock is vitrified, turned to glass by extreme heat. Nothing can root in that. Harry stared at the dead island and felt something cold settle in his chest. Not fear, anger. The slow, deep anger that came from seeing destruction so thorough it had sterilized the earth itself. The government hadn't just killed the scholars. They'd killed the land. Thane, he said. Where's the entrance? Northeast edge. There was a rock formation, a natural arch that served as a landmark. If it survived the bombardment, the entrance is beneath it. They anchored the Ophidia in a small cove on the island's western coast and went ashore. Harry, Marguerite, Kikyo, Cosmos, and Thane, a small team, mobile and capable. The rest of the crew stayed with the ship under strict orders. If anything happened, if anyone approached, they were to sail immediately and not look back. You know we won't actually do that, Rindo said. I know. But I feel better having said it. The island's surface was exactly as bleak up close as it had been from the water. Fused rock crunched beneath their feet like broken pottery, and the air had a metallic taste, residual chemical traces from the bombardment, even after 2 decades. Harry's observation hockey spread across the island, searching. Nothing alive. Nothing moving. But beneath the surface, deep beneath, past layers of vitrified stone and compacted earth, he felt something. A resonance. A hum. The same low, steady pulse he'd been sensing since entering the new world, but concentrated here, amplified, like standing next to the source of a sound he'd been hearing from miles away. The vaults, he said. I can feel them. How far down? Thane asked. 100 feet. Maybe more. And they're intact. Thane let out a breath he'd clearly been holding for 22 years. His eyes were bright behind his spectacles. Ione's work held. The reinforcement held. They found the natural arch on the northeast edge, battered, cracked, but recognizable. Beneath it, hidden by rubble and fused stone, a narrow passage descended into the earth. Thane identified it immediately. Service tunnel. Not the main entrance, that was destroyed. But this connects to the lower levels. He crouched, peering into the dark gap. It's tight. Single file. I'll go first, Harry said. Harry, Marguerite started. I can shield against collapse. You can't. He knelt at the entrance and let anima flow around him, a skin-tight field, barely visible, that would protect against falling rock. Thane behind me. Then Marguerite, Kikyo, Cosmos. Watch your heads. They descended. The service tunnel was exactly as tight as Thane had warned, barely wide enough for Harry's shoulders, the ceiling low enough to force him into a crouch. The walls were rough-cut stone, cracked in places by the bombardment's shockwaves, but structurally sound. The air was stale but breathable, the ventilation system, whatever it had been, still functioning at some minimal level. Harry's anima-enhanced vision lit the darkness in shades of green. The tunnel sloped downward at a steep angle, switching back and forth in tight zigzags, and with each descent, the resonance grew stronger. He could feel the vaults now, not just as a general presence, but as distinct structures, discrete chambers connected by corridors, arranged in a pattern that his anima read as purposeful. Designed. Ione laid them out in a specific configuration, Thane whispered from behind him. Based on the resonance patterns she'd discovered. Each vault is positioned to amplify the anima signature of its contents. Together, They form a kind of antenna, broadcasting the energy outward, even through the rock. That's what I've been feeling, Harry said. The pulse. It's the vaults themselves broadcasting. Anyone with active anima would feel it. It was designed as a beacon, a way for a future wielder to find the archives, even if every surface landmark was destroyed. Thane's voice cracked slightly. Ione planned for everything, even the worst case. The tunnel opened into a larger space, a junction where several passages converged. The walls here were smooth, polished, and covered in carvings. Harry stopped and stared. The carvings depicted people. Dozens of them, carved in relief along the walls, each figure engaged in some act of creation or transformation. A woman shaping stone with her bare hands, light pouring from her palms. A man standing on water, waves frozen mid-crest around him. A group of figures working together, their combined energy forming a bridge between two cliffs. Anima users. Ancient anima users, preserved in stone by scholars who wanted to remember. This is the entry hall, Thane said. The vaults are beyond 7 chambers, each sealed. The soul locks are keyed to active anima. You'll need to touch each lock and push your energy into it. Will it hurt? Ione didn't mention pain, but she also tested them with ambient anima from artifacts, not from a living wielder. The response might be different. Harry approached the first vault door. It was massive stone, 8 feet tall, unmarked except for a single symbol carved at its center. The symbol pulsed with faint light, responding to Harry's proximity. He placed his hand on it. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Anima surged from the lock into his hand and from his hand back into the lock, a circuit of energy that snapped closed like a completed connection. The door's symbol blazed with emerald light, his energy, recognized and accepted. Harry felt the lock assess him, not just his power but his identity, his will, his fundamental nature. It was asking a question that he couldn't hear in words, but understood in his bones. Are you the one we've been waiting for? He pushed his anima into the lock. Not force, intention. I'm here. Open. The door opened. What lay beyond took Harry's breath away. The vault was enormous, far larger than the exterior suggested, the space expanded by some ancient engineering or by anima itself. Its walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were packed. Books, scrolls, stone tablets, crystal formations that pulsed with stored energy, metal devices of unknown purpose, and at the center, standing on a raised platform, a poneglyph. Not a fragment. A full poneglyph. Dark stone, covered in ancient text, radiating a resonance that made Harry's entire body hum. Oh my God, Thane whispered. Harry walked to the poneglyph. The text was unreadable, he didn't know the ancient language, but the anima within it was clear, structured, and when he touched the stone, the text blazed to life. Not translating, communicating. The poneglyph's message flowed into him not as words, but as understanding, as knowledge transmitted directly through the anima connection. We were the builders. We shaped the world with our will. We raised the red line from the sea floor. We created the calm belts. We forged the weapons that could undo our work if our work proved wrong. We were betrayed. Not by enemies, but by fear, the fear of those who saw our power and wanted it contained, controlled, owned. They could not wield anima, and so they decided no one should. They broke our civilization. They scattered our knowledge. They built a government on the ashes of what we were and told the world that nothing had come before. But they could not destroy anima itself. It is woven into the fabric of this world, into the sea, the stone, the air, the blood of every living thing. It sleeps in most, waiting to be woken. It flows through the devil fruits as a shadow of its true self. It whispers through hockey as an echo. We sealed our knowledge here, in vaults that only anima can open, for the day when a wielder would come again. Not to rebuild what we were, our time is past, but to remember, to understand, and to choose. The choice is yours, child of anima. Use what we were to decide what you will be. Harry released the poneglyph. His hand was trembling. The vault was silent except for his breathing and the low, steady resonance of the stored anima around him. Harry, Marguerite's voice from the doorway. What happened? You went quiet. I heard them. Harry's voice was rough. The builders. The people who made this world. They told me. He stopped. Swallowed. They told me everything. Not everything. Thane was at his elbow, staring at the poneglyph with tears streaming freely down his face. There are 6 more vaults. Each one keyed to a different aspect of anima. This is just the introduction. 6 more vaults. 6 more doors. 6 more soul locks asking if he was the one they'd been waiting for. Harry straightened. He wiped his eyes, he hadn't realized they were wet, and turned to face the next door. Then let's open them all, he said. He opened the second vault, which contained records of anima techniques, hundreds of them, inscribed on crystal formations that transmitted knowledge through touch. Harry brushed his fingers across one and staggered as a complete combat form downloaded into his mind. Footwork, hand positions, breathing patterns, the precise flow of anima through the body for maximum effect. Decades of training compressed into seconds. The third vault held artifacts, tools created by anima wielders, dormant but responsive to Harry's touch. A staff of dark wood that hummed when he picked it up and amplified his anima output 3-fold. A pair of bracers that channeled anima into focus beams. A sphere of crystal that, when activated, projected a 3-dimensional map of the world as it had been 800 years ago, before the Red Line, before the Combelts, before the government. The world was one ocean, Harry breathed, staring at the projection. One continuous ocean. No barriers. No divisions. The Red Line and the Combelts were artificial, Thane said, his voice shaking. Constructed. Anima wielders built them, and the government used them to divide the world. To control movement, trade, communication. To keep people separated and manageable. The fourth vault was medical, records of anima-based healing techniques that made the most advanced medicine of the current age look primitive. The fifth contained historical accounts of the Void Century itself, inscribed on stone tablets in agonizing detail. The sixth held what Thane called theoretical work, the scholar's own research into anima, building on the ancient knowledge, pushing toward discoveries they'd never gotten to complete. Harry opened each one. The soul locks recognized him every time, the circuit of energy, the question, the acceptance. Each vault poured its contents into his understanding, not overwhelming him but enriching him, building a framework of knowledge that connected to his instinctive abilities and transformed them. By the time he reached the seventh vault, he was shaking. Not from exhaustion, from the sheer volume of what he'd absorbed. His mind was full to bursting, his anima singing at a frequency he'd never reached before, and the scar on his forehead was blazing bright enough to light the corridor. The seventh vault's door was different from the others. Larger. The symbol was more complex, interlocking circles, a pattern that Harry recognized from the combat forms he'd absorbed. A mandala. A focus point. He placed his hand on the lock. The lock didn't just ask. It demanded. Energy surged through the connection, pulling at Harry's anima with a force that made the other locks seem gentle. It wasn't testing his power, it was testing his core. His identity. His purpose. The fundamental question beneath all the others, not who are you, but why are you here? Harry closed his eyes. He thought of Hancock, pulling a baby from a burning sea, deciding he was hers. He thought of Marguerite, sitting outside his door with an arrow on her knees. Of Kikyo's steady hands on the helm. Of Cosmos's charts and calculations. Of 5,000 women on an island in the calm belt who had raised him, trained him, loved him. He thought of a woman with red hair and green eyes who had died rather than step aside. He thought of 83 people freed from chains, and 47 more, and the children who'd stopped crying. Why am I here? Because someone loved me enough to send me. Because someone loved me enough to keep me. Because the world is broken and I refuse to walk past it. The lock opened. The seventh vault was small, smaller than any of the others. It contained a single object, resting on a pedestal at the center of the room. A stone. Dark smooth, the size of his fist. It pulsed with anima so concentrated that the air around it shimmered visibly, and when Harry reached for it, his hand moved through a field of energy so dense it felt like pushing through water. What is that? Marguerite whispered from the doorway. An anima core, Thane said. His voice was odd. Pure, crystallized anima. The scholars theorized these existed natural formations where anima concentrates over millennia, like pearls forming in an oyster. But I never imagined they'd actually found one. Harry picked it up. The world went white. Not the vault, not the corridor, the world. Everything. Harry was standing in a white void, and the stone in his hand was the only real thing, and its energy was flowing into him, through him, rewriting him at a level so fundamental he couldn't even feel it happening. Harry. The voice in his scar, but louder than it had ever been, louder than the voice, louder than everything. Not calling to him. Warning him. Harry, the stone is a key. It opens the final lock. Not a door, you. It's unlocking your full potential. Brace yourself. Harry braced. The energy hit him like a tidal wave. Like the entire ocean compressed into a single point and driven into his chest. Like every wall he'd ever built, mental, physical, spiritual, was being simultaneously tested and reinforced. His anima expanded, not gradually, not incrementally, but exponentially, doubling and doubling and doubling, blowing past every limit he'd ever found or imagined. He could feel everything. The vault around him, every molecule of stone, every stored fragment of knowledge, every artifact pulsing with dormant energy. The island above, the fused rock, the dead soil, and beneath it, deep beneath, the living earth still breathing, still waiting. The ocean. Not just the water near Vera, but the ocean, the whole impossible expanse of it, every current, every creature, every ship. The Grand Line, the calm belts, the four blues, the red line standing like a scar across the world's face. He could feel it all, and it was alive, and it was singing, and the song was anima. And he could feel, somewhere very far away, in a castle above the clouds at the top of the red line, 5 presences burning with a terrible, ancient power. The Gorosei. They felt him too. For one instant, one perfect, crystalline instant, Harry's awareness met theirs across the breadth of the world. 5 minds, old beyond imagining, powerful beyond reckoning, looked at him and recognized what he was. Terror. Genuine, primal terror, blazing through the connection like lightning. Then the connection snapped. The white void collapsed. Harry was on his knees in the 7th vault, the stone clutched in his hand, gasping for air. The anima core had gone dark, spent, its energy transferred, its purpose fulfilled. Harry looked at his hands. They were glowing. Not the faint shimmer of before, a steady, deep emerald radiance that pulsed with his heartbeat. Harry? Marguerite was beside him, her hands on his shoulders, her voice tight with fear. Harry, talk to me. What happened? He looked up at her. His eyes were blazing, not the combat glow or the emotional flare, but a steady, permanent luminescence, green as the deepest forest, bright as the sun through leaves. I know what I am, he said. Then his observation hockey, his new, fast, terrifying observation hockey, screamed a warning that echoed through every nerve in his body. Ships. Dozens of them. Converging on Vera from 3 directions, moving fast, their combined presence a dark weight on the ocean's surface. And at the head of the largest fleet, a presence Harry recognized with cold certainty. Karatsuchi. And he wasn't alone. The CP0 agent. The one who'd removed their mask in Roshana. The one who'd promised to bring the less gentle team. And behind them, something else, something Harry's expanded awareness couldn't quite identify. A darkness. A void in the world's fabric where something should have been but wasn't. We need to move, Harry said, rising to his feet. The glow in his hands pulsed. Now. They're coming. How many? Kikyo asked from the corridor. Harry extended his awareness. Counted holes, counted heartbeats, counted the cold, bright signatures of trained fighters. 40 ships, he said. 3,000 Marines. A CP0 strike team. An admiral. He paused. And something I've never felt before. Can we run? Cosmos asked. Harry thought about it. 40 ships, converging from 3 directions. The Ophidia was fast, but not faster than a naval blockade. They'd be caught before they cleared the island's waters. No, he said. He looked at the stone in his hand, dark now, spent, an empty shell. Then he looked at his crew. At Marguerite, fierce and loyal. At Kikyo, steady as a blade. At Cosmos, already calculating. At Thane, trembling but standing. We don't run, Harry said. We go up. And we show them what they've been afraid of. He turned and walked toward the tunnel that led to the surface, and the light of his hands painted the walls emerald, and behind him, the vaults of Vera hummed with the resonance of secrets finally told. Chapter 5. The Serpent's Wrath. They emerged from the tunnel into gray daylight, and the world looked different. Not literally, the fused rock, the dead soil, the metallic sky were the same as when they'd descended. But Harry's perception had changed. The anima core had cracked something open inside him, and now he saw the world in layers. The physical surface, stone, sea, air. Beneath that, the energetic substrate, the flow of anima through everything, a vast, invisible river system that connected every atom to every other atom. And beneath that, deeper still, the pulse. The heartbeat. The living consciousness of a world that had been built by people like him. He could feel the fleet approaching. 40 ships, fanning out to encircle Vera, their presence like dark stones dropping into the luminous web of the world's energy. Each ship was a knot of concentrated will, thousands of Marines with their own spirits, their own hockey, their own small flames of the anima they didn't know they carried. And at the center of the formation, two presences burned brighter than the rest. Kuratsuchi, precise and geometric, his power a lattice of imposed order. And the other one. The void. The thing Harry couldn't identify. How long? Marguerite asked, stringing her bow as they crossed the island's blasted surface toward the western cove where the Ophidia waited. 20 minutes. Maybe less. That's not enough time to run. I told you. We're not running. You also told me we're not running, but you haven't told me what we are doing. Harry stopped walking. They were at the island's highest point, a gentle rise in the fused rock that gave them a view of the ocean in every direction. The fleet was visible now, at least the nearest contingent, a line of warships emerging from the southeast haze, their white sails catching the gray light like teeth in a jaw. He looked at his crew. 5 people. Plus whatever crew remained on the Ophidia. 15 Kuja warriors and 1 scholar, against 40 warships and 3,000 Marines and an admiral and whatever the void presence was. The math was absurd. The math had always been absurd. Harry had been outnumbered since the moment he'd left Amazon Lily, and every encounter since then had only increased the disparity. But the numbers had never mattered, not on the beach, not in Roshana, not in the auction house. What mattered was what he could do, and what he could do had just expanded by orders of magnitude. Thane, Harry said. Take the artifacts from the vaults and get them to the ship. Everything you can carry. Books, crystals, tablets, anything that preserves knowledge. I can't carry. Take Cosmos and Kikyo. They'll help. Move fast. Thane hesitated, then nodded. He was a scholar, not a fighter, and he knew it. He turned and jogged back toward the tunnel entrance, Cosmos and Kikyo falling in behind him. Harry looked at Marguerite. Go with them. No. Marguerite, I said no. Her voice was steel. I told you on the first day of this voyage, I'm not leaving you. Not for slavers, not for CP0, not for an admiral, and not for whatever that, she gestured at the approaching fleet, is. You can order me, and I will disobey you, and then we'll have an argument while the Marines get closer, or you can accept that I'm staying, and we can spend the time productively. Harry looked at her. Marguerite looked back. Neither of them blinked. You're as stubborn as my mother, Harry said. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. He almost laughed. Almost. Then the fleet crested into clear view, and the time for almost laughing was over. 40 warships. The number was exact. His expanded observation hockey counted them with effortless precision. They were arranged in a crescent formation, the tips curving forward to encircle the island. Standard blockade geometry. Textbook. At the crescent's center, a flagship twice the size of the others, its hull dark gray rather than marine white. Admiral Kuratsuchi's personal vessel. Harry could feel the man on its deck, that precise, geometric presence, controlled and compressed. Ready. And beside the flagship, something that made Harry's new senses recoil. A ship unlike any other in the fleet. Smaller. Black-hulled. No flag, no markings, no identity. It sat in the water like a hole in the ocean, and the void presence emanated from it. Not a person, Harry realized now, but a thing. An object. A weapon. His scar erupted in pain. Not the dull throb or the warm pulse, a searing, white-hot stab that drove through his forehead like a spike. Harry staggered, hand flying to his scar, and the voice inside shrieked. That's SSG technology. They've weaponized Seastone and something else, something that disrupts anima directly. It's a suppression field. Harry, if that device activates at full power, I feel it, Harry gritted through his teeth. The pain was already fading, his enhanced anima pushing back against whatever the device was broadcasting, but the implication was clear. The world government hadn't just sent ships and soldiers. They'd built something specifically designed to counter him. Harry. Marguerite was at his side, her hand on his arm. I'm fine. The black ship, it's carrying some kind of suppression weapon. It targets anima. My power. He straightened, letting the pain bleed away. They built it for me. Can you fight through it? Harry reached for his anima. It was there, vast, oceanic, the full potential unlocked by the core, but the black ship's broadcast was pushing against it, a persistent pressure that reduced everything by some fraction. Not crippling. Not even close. But noticeable. Like fighting with weights strapped to his wrists. Yes, he said. It weakens me. It doesn't stop me. Then we fight. We fight. He reached into his coat and touched the dark wood staff from Vault 3, the amplifier. He hadn't tested it yet, hadn't had time. It was warm under his fingers, responsive, thrumming with residual anima that harmonized with his own. He pulled it out. It was 5 feet long, dark as night, polished smooth by centuries of careful hands. The moment it cleared his coat, it blazed to life, emerald light racing along its length, anima flowing from Harry into the staff and back again in a feedback loop that tripled his output even through the suppression field. What is that? Marguerite asked. An equalizer. The fleet had stopped. 100 yards off the island's coast, the crescent formation held position, cannons trained on the shore. The black ship sat at the center like a spider in a web, and the suppression field pulsed outward from it in waves that Harry could see with his new perception, ripples of anti-anima, designed to flatten his power into nothing. A voice boomed across the water, amplified by Den Den Mushi. Kuratsuchi's voice, precise and cold. Harry of Amazon Lily. The Emerald Serpent. You are surrounded. The island is blocked on all approaches. Surrender yourself and the contents of the underground archives. This is your only warning. Harry walked to the island's edge. The fused rock sloped down to the waterline, a gray beach of glass meeting the dark sea. The flagship was directly ahead, 100 yards out, and Harry could see Kuratsuchi standing at its prow, that tall, lean figure in the Admiral's coat, arms folded, ice-blue eyes fixed on him. Admiral, Harry called back. His voice carried without amplification, anima threading through the air, making his words clear and present across the distance. You came back. I said I would. I see you've been busy. Kuratsuchi's gaze swept the island, the tunnel entrance, still visible, and the faint glow of anima emanating from below. You opened the vaults. I did. Then you know what's in them. And you understand why I can't let you leave with that knowledge. I understand why you think you can't. Kuratsuchi was quiet for a moment. The fleet held position, 3,000 Marines waiting for an order. The suppression field, the Admiral said. You felt it. I've felt it. It tickles. A pause. Harry thought he saw, just barely, at this distance, the corner of Kuratsuchi's mouth twitch. Almost a smile. Almost. The Gora CI authorized that device's deployment specifically for this operation. It cost more than the fleet it's attached to. It is designed to neutralize the energy signature you emit, the anima, as the old texts called it. Kuratsuchi's voice was measured, educational, the tone of a man who respected his opponent enough to explain the trap before springing it. At full power, it will reduce your abilities to baseline human levels. You will be strong, fast, skilled, a formidable warrior. But not what you are now. Not the anomaly. Then turn it to full power, Harry said. Silence from the fleet. Kuratsuchi's eyebrows rose. You're bluffing, the Admiral said. I never bluff. Ask my mother. Harry planted the staff in the fused rock at his feet. The emerald glow intensified, spreading outward from the point of contact, racing through the vitrified stone in glowing lines that mapped the island's surface like veins of light. Turn it on. All the way. And then come and get me. Kuratsuchi studied him for a long moment. Then he turned and spoke to someone on the flagship, a brief, quiet order. The black ship's broadcast intensified. Harry felt it hit him like a wall of cold water. His anima compressed, squeezed, the vast ocean of power that the core had unlocked being forced through a narrowing channel. His senses dimmed, the layered perception collapsing, the world-spanning observation hockey contracting to a sphere of a few hundred yards. The glow in his hands faded. The staff in his grip went dark. The suppression field was staggering. At full power, it was exactly what Kuratsuchi had described, a systematic dismantling of his anima, stripping away the extraordinary and leaving only the mundane. For about 3 seconds. Then Harry pushed back. Not with brute force, with precision. The thing the fragment had taught him in those mindscape sessions, the thing that raw power couldn't achieve. He didn't try to overpower the suppression field. He threaded his anima through it, finding the gaps in its frequency, the blind spots in its coverage, the hairline fractures in its design. Like water finding cracks in stone. Like light bending around an obstacle. The staff blazed to life. His senses exploded outward, not to their full expanded range, but to something close, miles instead of hundreds of yards, a vast sphere of awareness that encompassed the fleet and the sea beyond. His hands glowed. His eyes blazed. The lines of emerald light on the island's surface brightened until the entire dead expanse was webbed with luminescence. On the flagship, Kuratsuchi went very still. Impossible, the Admiral said. Not shouting, speaking normally, but Harry heard it across 100 yards of ocean because his anima threaded through the air between them and carried the sound. The field is at maximum. You should be baseline? Ordinary? Controlled? Harry's voice was calm. The staff hummed in his hands, amplifying the anima that he was cycling through the suppression field's gaps, building power in layers that the device couldn't track or counter. That's the thing about anima, Admiral. It's not a system you can quantify. It's not a power level you can measure and suppress. It's will. It's the bridge between what you want and what is. And what I want, he raised the staff, is for you to understand that you cannot cage this. The anima detonated. Not at the fleet. Not at the Marines. At the black ship, specifically at the suppression device. Harry's power lanced across the water in a focused beam of emerald light, precisely targeted, precisely controlled, carrying the full weight of his enhanced anima threaded through the staff's amplification. The black ship came apart. Not exploded, disassembled. The beam hit the suppression device at its core and unraveled it, breaking the technology down into its component parts with a precision that was almost surgical. Bolts unscrewed themselves. Panels separated. Wires detached. The device, the weapon the world government had spent a fortune building specifically to stop him, dissolved into a floating cloud of parts that hung above the water for one suspended moment and then rained into the sea. The suppression field vanished. Harry's anima surged to its full, unlocked potential, and the world snapped into crystalline focus. Every ship, every soldier, every drop of water and grain of sand illuminated in his awareness. On the flagship, Kuratsuchi closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his expression had changed. The clinical assessment was gone. What remained was the face of a warrior who had just realized the fight he was in was not the fight he'd prepared for. All ships, Kuratsuchi said. His voice was steady. Give him that. The man's composure was extraordinary. Open fire. 40 ships fired simultaneously. Cannons roared in a rolling thunder that shook the air, hundreds of projectiles screaming toward the island in a rain of iron and explosive force. The barrage was overwhelming, a volume of fire designed to level a city, to obliterate everything on the island's surface and bury the vaults beneath a fresh layer of destruction. Harry raised the staff above his head and brought it down. The cannonballs stopped. All of them. Hundreds of iron spheres, frozen in midair across a half-mile front, suspended in a field of anima so dense that the air itself shimmered emerald. The sound died, the screaming of ballistics cut off as if someone had pressed a mute button on the world. Marguerite, standing 10 feet behind Harry, stared at the wall of frozen ordnance. Her bow was drawn, an arrow nocked, but she slowly lowered it because there was nothing for her to shoot at. Harry had caught everything. "That's a lot of cannonballs," she observed. "Isn't it?" Harry said and pushed. The cannonballs reversed. Not all of them. Harry was making a point, not committing a massacre. He selected 50, roughly one per ship plus extras, and sent them back. Not at the ship's hulls, at their sails. The cannonballs tore through canvas and rigging, shredding the fleet's ability to maneuver without sinking a single vessel. The remaining ordnance he dropped into the sea, where it sank with a collective plunk that was almost comical. "He just disarmed 40 warships with one move," someone on the nearest vessel said, their voice carrying clearly across the water. Harry heard the awe in it, not fear, not yet, but the kind of breathless disbelief that came from watching something that shouldn't be possible. Kuratsuchi didn't waste time on disbelief. The Admiral moved. He was across the water in a heartbeat, not walking this time but launching, his power carrying him in a straight line from flagship to shore. The geometric patterns exploded outward from his point of landing, fused rock crystallizing into rigid structures that raced toward Harry like a breaking wave. Harry met him in the middle of the island. Staff met fist. Anima met order. The collision produced a shockwave that cracked the vitrified surface of Vera in a radial pattern extending 50 yards in every direction, and both combatants were driven back 3 steps before they found their footing. "You've changed," Kuratsuchi said. His voice was tight, not from exertion, but from the recognition of what he was facing. "The vaults. They enhanced you. They woke me up." Harry spun the staff, anima trailing from its tip in ribbons of emerald light. "I know what anima is now, Admiral. I know what it was built for. I know what the government destroyed, and I know why." "Then you know why I can't let you spread that knowledge." Kuratsuchi's geometric patterns surged, forming walls, barriers, a labyrinth of crystalline order that tried to box Harry in. "Not because the government told me to. Because I've seen what unchecked power does. I've seen revolutions fueled by new weapons. I've seen the chaos that comes when the power balance shifts." Harry shattered the walls. A sweep of the staff, anima pulsing through it, and the geometric structures broke like glass. "The power balance is already broken. It was broken 800 years ago, when your government decided to erase an entire civilization because it was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Of people being free." Kuratsuchi attacked. A combination, geometric constructs launching from multiple angles, each one precisely targeted, precisely timed. The Admiral's control was extraordinary, his power expressed through perfect structure and mathematical precision. Every attack was a proof, every defense a theorem, and against most opponents, the sheer intellectual weight of his combat style would have been overwhelming. Harry wasn't most opponents. He moved through the attacks the way water moved through stones, not resisting, not colliding, but flowing around and through and between, his anima bending the geometric constructs away from him before they could connect. The staff was a blur of dark wood and green light, each sweep dissolving crystalline barriers, each thrust sending pulses of force that disrupted Kuratsuchi's patterns at their foundation. They traded blows across the width of Vera. The fused rock cracked and split beneath them, craters forming where they landed, trenches carved by deflected attacks. The Marines on the crippled fleet watched in silence. There was nothing to do but watch. This was beyond their ability to influence. "You're holding back," Kuratsuchi observed during a momentary break in the exchange, both of them circling on a ridge of shattered stone. He was breathing hard. Harry wasn't. "So are you," Harry said. Kuratsuchi's ice-blue eyes narrowed. Then, for the first time, he smiled a real smile, thin and sharp and unexpectedly human. I suppose I am. A bad habit. When you've been the strongest in the room for 20 years, you forget how to commit. Then commit. The Admiral's eyes hardened. His geometric patterns didn't just emerge, they erupted. The entire surface of Vera crystallized, fused rock transforming into rigid mathematical structures that rose like towers, like walls, like a city of pure order materializing from nothing. The air itself seemed to solidify, geometric grids appearing in the space between them, each intersection a potential attack vector. Absolute order, perfect domain. Kuratsuchi's voice resonated with power. Inside this space, everything obeys my rules. Matter, energy, movement, all structured, all controlled. Nothing is random. Nothing is free. Harry felt it. The domain was like the suppression field, but organic, not a device's crude broadcast, but the Admiral's own power, his devil fruit pushed to its absolute limit. Inside it, Harry's anima was constrained. Not suppressed, organized. Forced into patterns it didn't naturally take, channels it didn't naturally follow. It was like being put in a cage made of logic. Harry closed his eyes. You can break it, the fragment said from its corner of his mind. Not advising, observing. His domain imposes order on everything. But anima isn't everything. Anima is the exception. The bridge. The thing that exists between the rules. Harry breathed. The domain pressed against him, trying to organize his power, trying to impose structure on the fundamentally unstructurable. And in that pressure, Harry found something. A gap. Not in the domain, in the concept. Kuratsuchi's power imposed order. But order required classification. Every element in the domain had to be assigned a place, a role, a rule. And Harry's anima, the third system, the thing that existed between devil fruits and hockey, between physical and spiritual, had no classification. It didn't fit. It couldn't fit. Because it was, by its very nature, the connection between categories rather than a category itself. Harry opened his eyes. They blazed so bright that the geometric structures nearest to him cast emerald shadows. Your domain has a flaw, Admiral, Harry said. Name it. Me. Harry's anima pulsed, not outward but through. Through the geometric grid. Through the crystalline structures. Through the domain itself, flowing into the gaps between the categories that Kuratsuchi's power relied on. Not breaking the order, transcending it. Existing in the spaces that order couldn't reach. The domain fractured. Not all at once, in pieces, cascading, like a window cracking from a single point of impact. The geometric structures dissolved. The crystalline city crumbled. The rigid mathematical grid that overlay the world flickered and failed, section by section, as Harry's anima found every gap and flowed through it. Kuratsuchi staggered. His domain, his ultimate technique, the full expression of decades of training and a devil fruit pushed to its awakened limit, was coming apart around him. Not from force. From incompatibility. Harry's power didn't break the rules, it existed where the rules didn't apply. That's, Kuratsuchi's composure cracked, the first genuine emotion Harry had seen from the man. Not anger, wonder. The wonder of a mathematician encountering a number that didn't exist. That's not possible. Nothing exists outside the domain. Nothing exists outside order, anima does. Harry stepped forward. The remnants of the domain dissolved around him like morning frost. It's the bridge, Admiral. The thing between the systems. You can't impose order on it because it doesn't belong to order. It doesn't belong to chaos either. It's the space between. It's the connection. He raised the staff. Emerald light blazed along its length. And I'm the only one in this world who can wield it. He struck. Not at Kuratsuchi, at the ground between them. The staff hit the fused rock, and anima detonated downward, into the island, into the vaults below. The stored energy in the 7 chambers responded, decades of accumulated anima, preserved in crystals and artifacts and the stone itself, answering Harry's call like a chorus answering a conductor. The island of Vera lit up. Every line of emerald light that Harry had traced on the surface blazed to full intensity. The network of anima flowed outward, creating a dome of energy over the entire island that pulsed with a light visible for miles. The fleet, the Marines, the Admiral, the CP-0 agents observing from their hidden positions, all of them were bathed in green light. Inside the dome, Harry's power was absolute. This was his domain, not one of imposed order, but of living connection, every particle of matter and every thread of energy linked through anima, responsive to his will. Kuratsuchi stood at the dome's center, within arm's reach, and for the first time, his ice blue eyes showed something other than control. Respect. You've won, the Admiral said quietly. This battle, this confrontation. I can't break through your domain any more than you could be contained by mine. I'm not trying to win a battle. Harry lowered the staff. The dome held, but its energy was passive, a shield, not a weapon. I'm trying to show you something. Look. He extended a thread of anima toward Kuratsuchi. Not an attack, an invitation. A connection. Your power is order, Harry said. You impose structure because you believe structure is what keeps the world safe. And you're not wrong, structure matters. Rules matter. But the government structure isn't order, Admiral. It's control. There's a difference. The thread of anima hovered between them. Kuratsuchi stared at it. Order serves people, Harry continued. Control serves power. The government erased an entire civilization, an entire power system, not to protect order, but to protect its monopoly. It built the Red Line and the calm belts to divide the world. It destroyed Ohara and Vera to suppress knowledge. It enslaves and sells people to maintain hierarchy. That's not order. That's a cage dressed up as architecture. And what do you propose instead? Kuratsuchi's voice was quiet, genuinely asking. Chaos? Anarchy? You've had this power for less than a day, and you're already more dangerous than anything the government has faced in centuries. What happens when others learn to wield anima? What happens when the balance breaks? Then the world changes. And change is terrifying. And it might go wrong, it probably will go wrong in places for a while. But it will be real. It will be people choosing their own future instead of having one imposed on them. Harry met the Admiral's gaze. That's what the builders wanted. Not control, choice. They gave the world the tools to shape itself, and when those tools were taken away, the world stopped growing. The thread of anima still hovered between them. Kuratsuchi looked at it for a long time. I can show you, Harry said. What they built. What it was like. The poneglyph showed me, and I can share it through the connection. You'll see it yourself, and then you can decide. Decide what? Whether order means control or whether it means something better. Kuratsuchi was still for a very long time. The fleet waited. The dome pulsed. The world held its breath. Then the Admiral reached out and touched the thread of anima. Harry shared the vision. Not words, not arguments, the raw, unfiltered experience that the poneglyph had transmitted. The world as it was before the Red Line. One ocean. Free movement. Civilizations connected rather than divided. Anima wielders building, creating, healing, using their power not to dominate but to serve. And then the betrayal. The fear. The destruction. The 800-year suppression of a truth that threatened the powerful. Kuratsuchi saw it all. Harry felt the Admiral's reaction through the connection, the initial skepticism, the grudging attention, the dawning recognition, and finally, the quiet, devastating impact of a man who had dedicated his life to order, realizing that the order he served was built on a lie. The Admiral withdrew his hand. His face was unreadable. That changes nothing, he said. Then, more quietly, that changes everything. Which is it? Kuratsuchi looked at his fleet. 3,000 Marines. 40 ships. The apparatus of the world government's power, mobilized to capture one young man and bury what he'd found. I can't let you go, the Admiral said. My orders are explicit. My duty is clear. Your duty is to justice. Not to the Gorosei. The two were supposed to be the same thing. They never were. Another long silence. Kuratsuchi's jaw worked. Harry could feel the conflict through his expanded perception, the man's haki fluctuating, his will wrestling with itself, decades of loyalty and conviction grinding against a truth he couldn't unsee. "I will withdraw my fleet," Kuratsuchi said at last. "I will report that you escaped using the island's defenses before I could engage. The vaults will be listed as collapsed and irrecoverable." He met Harry's eyes. "This buys you time." "Not much. The Gora CI will send someone else, someone who won't listen, who won't hesitate." "I know. And the CP0 unit attached to this operation, I can't control them. They answer to the Gora CI directly. When I withdraw, they'll stay." Harry glanced toward the fleet, extending his awareness. There, on the periphery, separated from the marine formation, a small, fast vessel running dark. The CP0 agent. The one with the pale face and old eyes. "I'll handle CP0, Harry said. Kuratsuchi nodded. He stood straight, and the Admiral was back, the composure, the control, the precise authority. But behind his eyes, something had shifted. A crack in the foundation, hairline thin but irreversible. "For what it's worth," Kuratsuchi said, "I hope you're right. About the world. About change." He turned toward the shore, toward his waiting fleet. "Because if you're wrong, you'll have destroyed the only order that's kept humanity from tearing itself apart for 8 centuries. If I'm wrong, at least they'll have the choice to tear themselves apart. That's more than they have now." Kuratsuchi walked to the water's edge. Then he stopped, his back to Harry. "Your mother," he said. "Boa Hancock. She's been sailing since you left. Our intelligence tracked her entering the New World 3 days ago." Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. "What? Did you think she would sit on her island while her son went to war?" The faintest trace of amusement in Kuratsuchi's voice. "She's heading for Vera. She should arrive within hours." A pause. "I have no orders regarding the Pirate Empress. If she arrives after my withdrawal, she was never here." He stepped onto the water and walked toward his flagship without looking back. Harry stood on the shore and watched the Admiral go. The dome of anima still held over the island, pulsing with the stored energy of the vaults, and within it, the world felt vast and connected and terrifyingly possible. That was either the best or worst diplomatic conversation in history, Marguerite said from behind him. "Why not both?" "Harry, your mother is coming." "I heard. Your mother is sailing through the New World with the entire Kuja fleet because you went to war without her. I sent her a letter. She's going to kill you." "She might. She's definitely going to fix your hair." Harry laughed. The sound was bright and startled and real, and it echoed off the dead rocks of Vera, and for a moment, the blighted island felt less like a graveyard and more like a beginning. Then the CP0 agent struck. Harry felt it a half-second before it happened, a spike of killing intent, compressed and precise, cutting through his awareness like a razor through silk. He shoved Marguerite sideways and spun, staff coming up, and the blade that had been aimed at his spine scored a line across his ribs instead. Pain. Shallow but sharp, the first wound he'd taken in combat since Amazon Lily. Blood on his shirt. The CP0 agent materialized from nothing, not invisibility but pure stealth, their presence so completely suppressed that even Harry's expanded observation hockey had barely caught it. They were close. Too close. Inside staff range, inside arm's reach, the pale face and old eyes visible without a mask, a blade in each hand coated in something that made Harry's anima recoil. Sea stone-edged. And something else. A dark residue on the metal that burned where it touched his blood. "The Admiral is soft," the agent said. Their voice was calm, conversational, as if they were discussing weather rather than assassination. "Conviction makes people predictable. Show them a truth that conflicts with their worldview and they crumble." The agent reversed a blade, thrusting at Harry's throat. "I don't have convictions. I have orders." Harry deflected with the staff barely. The agent was fast. Not Admiral fast in terms of raw power, but something else, refined, economical, every movement carrying maximum effect with minimum energy. A killer's efficiency. No wasted motion. No openings. The second blade came from below, angled for Harry's femoral artery. Harry caught it with a pulse of anima. The blade stopped an inch from his thigh, suspended in a telekinetic grip, and swung the staff at the agent's head. The agent ducked under the swing, released the caught blade. It dissolved into smoke, some kind of manifested weapon, not physical, and produced a new one from somewhere inside their suit. This one was different, longer, thinner, radiating the same anti-anima frequency as the destroyed suppression device. "Did you think the ship was the only weapon we built?" the agent said. They attacked in a blur of strikes, each one carrying the suppressive frequency, each one forcing Harry's anima to contract around the point of contact. "The Gorasii have been preparing for you since before you were born. Since the Poneglyph warned them." Harry blocked, parried, deflected. The staff was a lifeline, its amplification partially countering the blade's suppression, but the agent was relentlessly good. Better than any individual fighter Harry had faced, including Koratsuchi in terms of pure technical skill. Where the Admiral had been a force of nature, this agent was a scalpel. Marguerite's arrow screamed in from the left. The agent tilted their head, minimal movement, precise calculation, and the arrow passed close enough to clip a strand of hair before embedding in the rock behind them. A second arrow, fired an instant later on a different trajectory, was deflected by the blade without the agent even looking. "Your crew is good," the agent said. "Not good enough." 3 more agents appeared. The less gentle team. They came from different directions, one from the rocks, one from the water, one dropping from the dome's inner surface, where they'd apparently been clinging like a spider. Each wore the CP-0 black suit. Each radiated the suppressed, controlled presence of a professional killer. Marguerite shifted her aim, tracking the newcomers. She was good, one of Amazon Lily's best, but 4 CP-0 agents was a different magnitude of threat than anything she'd faced. "Marguerite, fall back to the ship," Harry said. "I told you, this isn't about stubbornness. I need you to protect Thane and the artifacts. If they get to the vaults, Harry, go." She went. Not because she wanted to, Harry could feel her fury through his observation hockey, a white-hot spike of emotion that would become a spectacular argument later, but because she was a warrior and she understood tactical necessity. For CP-0 agents. Harry alone on the blasted surface of Vera, the anima dome pulsing overhead, the staff in his hands and blood on his ribs. He grinned. "For against one," he said. "That seems unfair." "For us," the lead agent agreed. "But we make do." They attacked. The next 90 seconds were the most technically demanding combat of Harry's life. For CP-0 agents operating in perfect coordination, each one a master of Rokushiki and advanced hockey, each one carrying weapons designed to suppress his anima. They rotated in and out of engagement range, one attacking while 3 repositioned, never giving him a static target, never allowing him to focus his power on a single point. Harry fought with everything. The staff was a whirlwind, sweeping, thrusting, blocking, each motion trailing emerald light. His anima pulsed in waves, disrupting their coordination, but they adapted instantly. They'd been trained against it, practiced against simulations, prepared for this specific fight. A blade scored his left arm. Another nicked his thigh. The suppressive weapons left cold trails wherever they touched, dampening his anima at the wound sites, making the injuries resist his instinctive healing. "They're hurting you," the fragment observed from within. "The 3 flankers are positioning you for the lead agent's finishing strike. It's a standard assassination pattern. I use something similar with my Death Eaters." "Helpful," Harry gritted. "Break the pattern. Stop fighting their fight. Fight yours." Harry planted the staff and pulsed his conqueror's hockey, not outward but downward, into the island, into the vaults below. The stored anima responded, surging upward through the channels he'd opened, flooding his body with power that overwhelmed the suppressive weapon's frequencies through sheer volume. His eyes blazed. The wounds on his arm and thigh sealed, the cold dampening burned away by the volcanic heat of amplified anima. The staff in his hands blazed so bright that the agents recoiled, shielding their eyes. Harry moved. He was among them before they could react, inside their formation, inside their coordination, too close for their practiced patterns. He hit the first flanker with a palm strike that carried a shaped charge of anima, and the agent folded around the impact and flew backward 30 feet. The second flanker attacked from behind. Harry caught the blade with his bare hand, anima hardening his skin beyond Seastone's ability to suppress, and crushed it. The agent stared at the broken weapon for a half-second too long, and Harry's staff took them across the temple. The third flanker was smart. They disengaged, creating distance, pulling a ranged weapon. A pistol, Seastone loaded. Harry felt the bullet leave the barrel and caught it in the air with a thought, then flicked it back. It hit the agent's shoulder, spinning them around, and Harry closed the distance and put them down with a focused blast of Conqueror's hockey that dropped them where they stood. 3 down. 1 to go. The lead agent hadn't moved. They stood 10 feet away, the anti-anima blade held loosely, watching Harry with those ageless eyes. "Impressive," the agent said. "You've grown. Substantially." "Surrender," Harry said. "Your team is down. Kuratsuchi's fleet is withdrawing. You have no support." "I don't need support." The agent's grip on the blade shifted. "I just need an opening." They closed the distance in a single step. Saru, the speed technique, pushed to a level that was almost teleportation. The blade came from an angle Harry's observation hockey barely tracked, aimed at his scar. Not his heart, not his throat, his scar. "They know," Harry realized in the fraction of a second before contact. "They know about the Horcrux. They know about the fragment. They're trying to." He caught the blade between his palms. The anti-anima frequency screamed against his skin, and the scar erupted in white-hot agony, and inside his mind, the fragment shrieked. "They're trying to extract me." The blade isn't just suppression. It's designed to separate soul fragments. "Harry, if that blade touches the scar," Harry's anima detonated. Not controlled. Not precise. Raw, primal, the full unleashed force of a power system that predated civilization, channeled through a body that had been enhanced by an anima core and trained by the ghost of a dark lord and raised by the most dangerous woman in the world. The blast erupted from Harry in a sphere of emerald devastation that flattened everything within 50 yards, rock, air, the CP0 agent. All of it pushed outward by a force that existed somewhere between physical and spiritual and was more powerful than either. The agent flew. They hit the ground 80 yards away, bounced, rolled, and came to a stop against a ridge of shattered rock. They were alive. Harry could feel their heartbeat, fast but steady, but they weren't getting up. Harry stood at the center of a crater, breathing hard, the staff clutched in one hand and blood running from his nose where the uncontrolled blast had backlashed. The scar was burning. The fragment was quiet, shaken. "A soul-extracting blade," Harry said to the empty air. "The Gorosei built a weapon specifically to remove you from my head." "They know what I am," the fragment said quietly. "Not who, not Voldemort, not Tom Riddle. But what?" "A foreign soul fragment, bonded to a foreign power system, embedded in the only living anima wielder. They want to separate us, because together we're more dangerous than apart." "Are we?" "You know we are. Your power, my knowledge. Your anima, my precision. We've been complementing each other for 17 years without even realizing it. The core enhanced you, but I've been subtly refining your control since you were a child. Every instinctive dodge, every gut feeling about combat timing, that was me. The residual knowledge of a wizard who's spent decades mastering combat magic, feeding into your instincts through the scar." Harry absorbed this. The fragment had been helping him, not taking control, not manipulating, but contributing. A background process. A silent partner. "You should have told me. Would you have listened? Before the Mindscape sessions, before the trust we've built, would you have accepted help from the piece of Voldemort living in your scar? Probably not. Then I helped quietly, and you grew strong, and here we are." Harry looked at the fallen CP0 agents. For elite operatives, armed with weapons specifically designed to counter him, and he'd beaten them. Not easily, the cut on his ribs still stung, and the blast's backlash had left him with a headache that pounded behind his eyes. But he'd won. The dome overhead pulsed, and Harry felt a new presence entering its range. Not hostile, familiar. Achingly, wonderfully familiar. A ship. No, a fleet. Serpentine hulls, black sails, and at the prow of the lead vessel, a woman standing with her arms crossed and her hair streaming in the wind, and an expression on her face that was simultaneously terrifying and beautiful. "Mother," Harry breathed. The Kuja fleet materialized from the southeast like a formation of sea serpents, 9 ships running in perfect formation, each one bristling with armed warriors. At their head, the Kuja pirates' flagship, larger than the Ophidia, its figurehead a massive snake with ruby eyes cut through the waves with the aggressive grace of a predator that had found what it was hunting. Boa Hancock didn't wait for the ship to dock. She jumped from the flagship's prow when it was still 200 yards from shore, crossed the distance in a series of leaps that barely touched the water's surface, and landed on Vera's blasted rock with an impact that cracked the vitrified stone. She stood. She looked at Harry. She looked at the blood on his shirt, the cut on his ribs, the crater around him, the unconscious CP0 agents scattered across the terrain. "Your hair," she said, "is a disaster. Mother, you left Amazon Lily. You fought CP0. You destroyed an auction house. You punched through 10,000 meters of ocean. You invaded a forbidden island. You fought an admiral and a CP0 strike team." Her voice was rising with each item on the list, not in volume but in intensity, each word a degree hotter than the last. "And you wrote me one letter. It was a very long letter, one letter. I included details, Harry." She crossed the space between them in 3 strides, grabbed him by the shoulders, and looked at him with an expression that contained multitudes, fury and relief and pride and terror, and love so fierce it could have powered every ship in both their fleets. "Don't you ever," she said, "make me chase you across the Grand Line again. I didn't ask you to, you didn't have to." She pulled him into an embrace that was half hug and half restraining hold. "You are my son, and I will follow you into the mouth of hell if you're stupid enough to walk into it, which you apparently are." Harry's arms came up around her. He held her tight, his face pressed into her shoulder, and for a moment, just a moment, he was 5 years old again, small and safe and certain that nothing in the world could touch him because his mother was there. "I missed you," he said. "Obviously. I'm extremely missable." She released him, held him at arm's length, and inspected the cut on his ribs with the clinical fury of a mother who was deciding whether to heal her son or kill whoever had hurt him. "Who did this?" "CP0. They had anti-anima weapons." "Anti-what?" "I have a lot to tell you." "You have an obscene amount to tell me. Starting now." They sat on the broken rocks of Vera while the Kuja fleet anchored in the cove alongside the Ophidia, and warriors swarmed over both ships in an efficient reunion. Harry told Hancock everything: the vaults, the anima core, the Poneglyph's message, the vision of the world before the Red Line. He told her about Koratsuchi's withdrawal and the CP0 agent's soul-extracting blade. He told her about the fragment in his scar and watched her face go very still. "A piece of a dark wizard," she said. "In your scar. For 17 years. "Yes." "And it talks to you." "Yes." "And you've been sparring with it." "Yes." Hancock's expression cycled through several phases of maternal fury before settling on something that looked like forced calm. "If I could reach into your head and strangle it, I would. It's helped me. Genuinely. Whatever it was before, it was a monster. The fragment isn't the whole. It's been changed by this world. He hesitated. By being part of me. It can't be what it was, because the environment that created it doesn't exist here." Hancock stared at him. Then she stood, walked 3 paces away, stood very straight for 5 seconds, walked back, and sat down again. "I hate this," she said. "I know. I hate that you have a piece of someone else's darkness living in your head, and I hate that I can't protect you from it, and I hate that it's apparently been useful because that makes it harder to demand you destroy it. I know, Mother. Stop being understanding. I'm trying to be angry. You can be both." She looked at him. He looked at her. And despite everything, the battle, the blood, the revelations, the weight of what he'd learned in the vaults, something passed between them that was simpler than any of it. Older. More fundamental. She reached out and pushed his hair off his forehead, the way she'd done when he was small. Her fingers brushed the scar, the lightning bolt, still faintly warm, and she didn't flinch. Both your mothers loved you enough to change the world, Hancock said quietly. The first one sent you to me. I'm going to make sure she doesn't regret it. Harry caught her hand and held it against his cheek. She doesn't. I'm sure of it. They sat together on the ruins of Vera as the sun began to set, mother and son, and the Anima Dome pulsed overhead in shades of emerald and gold, and the sea stretched endlessly around them, and, for a moment, the world was still. Then Hancock said, "Now fix your hair, we have a war to plan," and the moment was over and the world started moving again. That night, anchored off Vera with the combined Kuja fleet forming a protective perimeter, Harry sat in the Ophideia's cabin and wrote. Not a letter this time. A declaration. The Poneglyph's message burned in his mind. The truth of the Void Century, or a piece of it, a fragment of a larger picture that was still coming into focus. The Builders. The betrayal. The suppression of Anima and the construction of the Red Line. 800 years of lies. He couldn't read the Poneglyphs in the ancient language, he wasn't Nico Robin, and the knowledge hadn't transferred that way. But the understanding had. The meaning, the intent, the raw truth of what had been done. And that truth was not something he was willing to keep to himself. Harry wrote through the night. He wrote about Anima, what it was, how it worked, why the government had suppressed it. He wrote about the Builders and the Void Century, about the Red Line's artificial origin and the Calm Belt's engineered purpose. He wrote about the Vaults of Vera and what they contained, and about the world government's 800-year campaign to ensure that no one ever learned the truth. He wrote it clearly, simply, without embellishment. Facts. Evidence. Truth. When he was done, he had 40 pages. He read them through twice, made corrections, and sealed them in a packet. Then he went to find Thane. The professor was in the flagship's hold, surrounded by artifacts and books and crystal formations, cataloging everything with the manic energy of a man who had spent 22 years waiting for this moment. He looked up when Harry entered, spectacles askew, ink on his face. I need you to do something, Harry said. Something important. Name it. Harry held out the packet. I need you to take this and distribute it. Every island. Every tavern. Every den mushy network. The Revolutionary Army's channels, the pirate gossip lines, the merchant communication systems. Everywhere. Thane took the packet and read the first page. His eyes widened. This is Harry, this is a declaration of war. Against the world government. Against the entire established order. It's the truth. The truth is always a declaration of war against lies. If you publish this, every power in the world will respond. The government, the Marines, the emperors, everyone. Good. Harry's green eyes were steady, luminous, carrying the weight of everything the vaults had shown him. I didn't come all this way to whisper. Nyan taught me strategy. Hancock taught me presence. And every person I freed from chains taught me that the truth doesn't belong to the powerful. It belongs to everyone. Thane looked at the packet. He looked at Harry. And in his eyes, the same light that had driven him to survive a buster call and spend 22 years preserving knowledge blazed to life. I'll need a fast ship, Thane said. Take the fastest one in the Kuja fleet. Mother won't mind. She'll mind a great deal. She'll get over it. Harry smiled. Professor Aldrich, thank you. For Vera. For the knowledge. For surviving long enough to guide me here. Thane straightened. He was, Harry realized, standing taller than he had since they'd met, the nervous energy sublimated into purpose. Ione sealed me in that vault so the truth would survive. It took 22 years, but it's finally going to see the light. He clutched the packet to his chest. I'll distribute it. Every island. Every ear that will listen. That's all I ask. Thane left. Harry stood in the hold, surrounded by the accumulated knowledge of a lost civilization, and felt the weight of what he'd just set in motion. Then he went topside, where Hancock was standing at the flagship's prow, looking at the stars. I gave Thane one of your ships, Harry said. I know. I'm choosing to allow it because the cause is worthy. She didn't look at him. You've declared yourself to the world, Harry. There's no going back. There was never any going back. Not since the moment you pulled me from the sea. I could have hidden you. Kept you safe. Kept you small. Could you? A pause. Then, very quietly, no. I couldn't have. You were never meant to be small. She turned to him. The starlight caught the angles of her face, and she was beautiful in the way that mattered, not the beauty that turned people to stone, but the beauty of a woman who had survived everything the world had thrown at her and stood taller for it. Whatever comes next, she said, we face it together. No more solo missions. No more single letters. Together. Together, Harry said. She nodded. Then she wrinkled her nose. Your hair, Harry. Honestly. My hair is a statement. It's a crime. He laughed. She didn't. But her eyes were warm, and the gold serpent earring caught the starlight, and somewhere out there, a professor with 40 pages of truth was sailing toward a world that was about to change. Harry leaned on the railing beside his mother and watched the new world stars wheel overhead, brighter here, closer, as if the sky itself was paying attention. What now? Hancock asked. Now we find the remaining poneglyph fragments. Now we build alliances. Now we sail into the teeth of whatever the government sends next. And the thing in your scar? Harry touched the lightning bolt. It was warm, as always, but the warmth was familiar now, not threatening, not alien, but part of him. A complicated part. A dangerous part. But his. We have an understanding, he said. For now, that's enough. Hancock looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something she almost never did in front of others. She put her arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. You're the bravest person I've ever known, she murmured. And that includes Luffy, and he punched a celestial dragon in the face. I also punched a celestial dragon. Sort of. You broke his helmet. That's more dramatic, actually. She released him, straightened, and became the Empress again. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we plan. And Harry. Yes, I'm proud of you. In case that wasn't clear. It was always clear, Mother. She turned and walked away, and the night swallowed her, and Harry stood at the railing alone with the stars and the sea and the quiet, warm pulse of the scar on his forehead. She's remarkable, the fragment said softly. She is. Your other mother was too. Lily Potter stood between you and the most powerful dark wizard in history without a second's hesitation. And Boa Hancock sailed across the most dangerous ocean in the world because you wrote her one letter. 2 remarkable women. You're lucky. I know. Silence. The sea. The stars. And somewhere in the distance, carried on currents both physical and otherwise, the first whispers of a truth that had been buried for 800 years began to spread. Chapter 6. The Emerald Serpent. The truth moved faster than any ship. Harry had expected weeks. He'd expected Thane's fast ship to hop from island to island, distributing the declaration to taverns and town squares and underground networks, a slow burn building to an eventual fire. He'd underestimated the world's hunger. 3 days after Thane sailed from Vera, the Den Mushy networks exploded. Someone, Harry never learned who, had transcribed his declaration into a format that could be broadcast, and a sympathetic operator on a midline relay island had fed it into the public channels. Within hours, it was everywhere. Every frequency. Every island with a receiver. Pirates and merchants and fishermen and farmers and revolutionaries, all hearing the same words. The world you live in was built on a lie. Harry sat in the Ophideia's cabin and listened to his own words coming back to him through the Den Mushy, read by voices he didn't recognize, in accents from every corner of the Grand Line. Some read it with disbelief. Some with anger. Some with a quiet, dawning recognition, the sound of people hearing something they'd always suspected but never been able to articulate. And then the responses started. The world government denounced the declaration as fabrication, the desperate propaganda of a dangerous criminal. They raised Harry's bounty to 1,500,000,000 berries and added the designation enemy of the world. Marine headquarters issued a fleet mobilization order. Cipher Pole agents were deployed to every major island to suppress distribution. It didn't matter. The truth was out. You couldn't unmake a bell. The Revolutionary Army was the first organized power to respond. Dragon himself, Monkey D., Dragon, the most wanted man in the world, issued a public statement through channels Harry didn't know existed, confirming that the Revolution's own research corroborated the Declaration's claims. Overnight, Harry went from a lone voice to one half of a chorus. Pirate crews across the Grand Line picked up the Declaration and ran with it. Some used it as justification for their own agendas. That was inevitable, and Harry knew it. But others took it at face value. The world's power structure was built on a suppressed truth, and that truth was now free. On Fishman Island, the Declaration landed like a depth charge. The revelation that the Red Line and calm belts were artificial, constructed to divide the world, trapping Fishman Island in permanent darkness at the bottom of the sea, ignited a fury that Minister Hattori told Harry about in a coded den mushy call. "They're marching," Hattori said, his voice rough. "Not violence, not yet. But the people are in the streets. They're demanding answers. They're demanding light." "Tell them the light is coming," Harry said. "Tell them to hold steady." "I'll tell them." But Harry, hurry. Even the Marines were fractured. Not openly, the chain of command held, as it always did under Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's iron grip, but Harry's expanded observation hockey could feel the tremors. Individual Marines, scattered across bases and ships throughout the Grand Line, whose convictions were wavering. Vice Admiral Sora's people, the Justice Over Government faction, quietly refusing to participate in the crackdown on distribution. And Koratsuchi. Harry felt the Admiral's presence, distant but distinct, stationed at a Marine base in the New World. The man hadn't moved since withdrawing from Vera. Hadn't issued statements. Hadn't participated in the mobilization. He was still, like a compass needle that had lost its north. All of this happened in 3 days. By the 4th day, the world was a different place, and Harry hadn't even left Vera's waters. "We need to move," Cosmos said, spreading fresh charts on the navigation table. The combined fleet, the Ophidia and 9 Kuja warships, was still anchored in Vera's Cove, using the island's remote location as a temporary sanctuary. "The government knows where we were. They'll send another fleet, bigger this time. We can't be here when it arrives." "Where do we go?" Kikyo asked. Harry looked at the charts. The New World sprawled before him, vast and dangerous, Emperor territories, Marine strongholds, independent islands, the chaotic tapestry of a world in flux. His finger traced a route northeast, toward the second poneglyph fragment location that Sora had identified, a small, uninhabited island in unclaimed waters. "Here first," he said. "The second fragment." Then his finger moved across the chart, toward a cluster of islands in the central New World. "We need allies. Real allies, not just sympathizers. People with ships and fighters who can hold territory when the government pushes back." "You're talking about building a coalition," Hancock said. She was seated in a chair she'd had brought from the flagship, an ornate thing that looked absurdly out of place on the Ophidia's working deck, but that Hancock occupied with the natural authority of a woman who turned any chair into a throne. "Against the world government. Against the government's lie. There's a difference. The government won't see it that way. The government can see it however they want. The truth is already out there. Now we need to protect the people who are acting on it." Hancock studied him. Something in her expression had shifted over the past few days, a recalibration of how she saw him. Not less love, not less protectiveness, but a growing recognition that her son was becoming something that couldn't be contained by a mother's embrace. A force, a symbol, the center of something larger than either of them. "I'll send word to the Kuja Alliance Network," she said. "There are pirate crews and independent islands that owe me favors. Some will come." "How many?" "Enough to start." Harry nodded. He turned to the charts and began planning, and around him, his crew and his mother's warriors bent to the work with the quiet intensity of people who understood that the next few weeks would determine the shape of the world. They sailed at dawn. The combined fleet cut northeast through the New World's treacherous waters, the Ophidia at the lead with Cosmos navigating and Harry at the prow, his expanded senses sweeping the ocean ahead for threats. There were plenty. The New World was hostile in ways that Paradise hadn't been. The weather was more extreme. the sea life more aggressive, and the political landscape was a minefield of territorial claims and ancient grudges. They passed through the edge of a former emperor's territory and felt the residual weight of it, a psychic pressure, like standing in the shadow of a mountain that was no longer there, but whose absence still dented the sky. Harry used the sailing time to train. Not combat training. He'd moved past the point where physical sparring with anyone aboard could challenge him. Instead, he trained his anima, pushing the boundaries of what the vault's knowledge had unlocked. He practiced the combat forms the crystals had downloaded into his mind, fluid, circular movements that channeled anima through the body in optimized patterns. Each form had a different application. One amplified armament hockey to the point where his fists could crack sea stone. Another extended his observation hockey into a web so fine he could feel individual raindrops forming in clouds 3 miles away. A third, the one that frightened him, honestly, channeled Conqueror's hockey through anima in a way that didn't just project dominance, but reshaped the emotional landscape around him, calming fears, bolstering courage, turning a crowd of strangers into a unified force. That's not a combat technique, Marguerite observed, watching him practice the third form on the foredeck. That's a leadership technique. The builders didn't separate the two. To them, the strongest warrior was the one who could make everyone around them stronger. That's a beautiful philosophy. It's also terrifying if you think about it. A leader who can literally inspire loyalty through supernatural means. You'd never use it that way. No, but someone could. He practiced that form more carefully after that conversation, always conscious of the line between inspiration and manipulation. Hancock had taught him about that line. She'd spent years on the wrong side of it, using her beauty and her devil fruit to control people, because control was the only safety she'd known after the celestial dragons. She'd crossed back over the line gradually, painfully, through the examples of Luffy and Harry and the Kuja warriors who loved her not because of her power but despite it. Harry would not repeat that mistake. The Mindscape sessions with the fragment continued. They'd evolved beyond simple sparring into something more collaborative, the fragment teaching Harry techniques from its own magical tradition, adapted for anima, while Harry shared his hockey training in return. The result was a hybrid style that drew on both worlds, the precision and versatility of wizarding combat magic, the raw power and spiritual depth of hockey, all channeled through the bridge of anima. On the third night of sailing, the fragment said something that surprised him. "I want to tell you something. About Lily. About what she did." Harry sat in his mindscape, cross-legged on the stone floor of the mental fortress. The fragment stood across from him in its Tom Riddle form, hands clasped behind its back, expression uncharacteristically solemn. "Tell me. The spell she cast, the sacrifice that sent you here, it wasn't accidental." "Not entirely. Lily Potter was brilliant. One of the most gifted witches of her generation. She knew Voldemort was coming. She knew the prophecy. And she prepared. Prepared how? She researched dimensional theory. In secret, in the months before your birth, she studied the boundaries between worlds. Not to escape, she never intended to leave. But she built a contingency. A spell woven into the protection of her sacrifice. If she died for you and Voldemort attacked you, the backlash wouldn't just destroy him. It would tear a hole in the dimension and push you through. Harry's throat tightened. She planned it. She planned for me to end up here. Not here specifically. Somewhere safe. Somewhere beyond Voldemort's reach, beyond the prophecy's grip. The spell was designed to find a world where you could grow up free, where the war waiting for you in our world couldn't follow. But the Horcrux followed. A fragment. A sliver. Small enough to slip through the crack before it closed. She didn't account for that, couldn't have. The Horcruxes were Voldemort's deepest secret. She didn't know they existed. Harry sat with this for a long time. His first mother, Lily Potter, the woman with red hair and his eyes, hadn't just died for him. She'd engineered his escape with the last months of her life, weaving dimensional magic into a protection spell, ensuring that even in death, she would send him somewhere he could be safe. Somewhere he could be loved. And the universe, or whatever force guided the cracks between worlds, had dropped him into the sea beside the one ship in all the oceans that carried a woman who would love him fiercely enough to fill the space Lily had left. "How do you know this?" Harry asked. "Because Voldemort saw it. In the moment the spell activated, in the instant between casting the killing curse and the backlash, he saw the dimensional rift forming and understood what Lily had done. That knowledge was in the fragment that bonded to you. I've carried it for 17 years. And you're telling me now because—" The fragment was quiet for a moment. When it spoke, its voice was different, stripped of the calculated control, the residual darkness, the careful performance of reformed villainy. What remained was something rawer. "Because you deserve to know that you weren't an accident. You weren't a castaway or a victim of chance. You were a mother's final gift, her last spell, her greatest work, aimed across the void between worlds. And it found you a home." Harry pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. The mindscape blurred. Something hot and wet tracked down his cheeks, and he let it, because some things were worth crying over, and this was one of them. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. I was the reason she had to do it in the first place." "I know. And I'm thanking you anyway." The fragment was silent. In the mindscape's still air, something shifted between them, not trust, exactly, but the acknowledgement of a debt that couldn't be repaid and a gratitude that couldn't be earned. Something human, in the space between a hero's son and a villain's ghost. Harry opened his eyes. His cabin was dark, the ship rocking gently, and through the porthole, the New World stars blazed in their vast, indifferent glory. He didn't sleep. He sat and thought about two women who had loved him across dimensions, and about the world they'd given him, and about what he was going to do with it. The second poneglyph fragment was on an island that didn't want to be found. Sora's map was precise, the coordinates were exact, the terrain notes detailed, but the island itself resisted approach. The sea around it churned with unpredictable currents. The air was thick with a mist that confused compasses and den mushy signals. And Harry's observation hockey, when he extended it toward the island, encountered something he'd never felt before: resistance. Not a person blocking him, the island itself pushing back, as if the land had opinions about visitors. Anima defenses, Thane's notes said, they'd found additional documentation in the Vera vaults about the fragment locations. The builders protected their most important records with environmental barriers. The island's geological structure is infused with anima, creating a passive defense that discourages approach. "Discourages" is an understatement, Cosmos muttered, fighting the helm as the currents tried to spin the Ophidia in circles. "The island is actively trying to send us away." Harry went to the prow. He extended his anima, not his observation hockey, but the raw, bridging energy itself, and pushed it toward the island. The resistance met him, tested him, pressed against his will. He pressed back. "I'm like you," he projected. "Not words, intention. I'm a wielder. I'm here for the knowledge you're protecting. Let me in." The resistance held for 10 heartbeats. Then it softened, not disappearing but reorganizing, like a door opening in a wall. The current smoothed. The mist thinned. A channel appeared in the water, straight and calm, leading directly to a sheltered bay. "Did you just negotiate with an island?" Kikyo asked from the helm. "More like introduce myself." The island was small, lush, and humming with ambient anima so dense that Harry could feel it on his skin like sunlight. Every rock, every tree, every blade of grass radiated the energy of the builder's civilization, preserved across millennia by the same passive defenses that had tried to turn them away. The poneglyph fragment was in a cave at the island's center, a natural formation that had been enhanced by anima engineering, its walls smooth and covered in the same ancient script Harry had seen in the Vera vaults. The fragment itself was a stone tablet, waist-high, its surface carved with dense text that pulsed with energy when Harry approached. He touched it. The knowledge flowed. This fragment was different from the Vera poneglyph, where that one had been a historical account, a record of what the builders had done and what had been done to them. This one was technical. A manual. specific techniques for anima manipulation, advanced applications that went beyond combat or construction into something Harry could only describe as world-shaping. Techniques for healing, not just bodies but ecosystems, reversing damage to land and sea at a fundamental level. Techniques for communication across vast distances through the anima web that connected everything. Techniques for creation, building structures, forging materials, growing crops in dead soil, purifying poisoned water. And one technique that made Harry's breath catch. A technique for breaking barriers. For dissolving the anima-infused structures that the builders had created, or that others had created using stolen knowledge. A technique for destroying the red line. Harry pulled his hand from the poneglyph and stood in the cave, shaking, the knowledge burning in his mind like a brand. You see it, the fragment said. The builders' final legacy. They knew the red line might be turned against the world, used as a tool of division rather than connection. So they encoded the countermeasure. The key to undoing what they'd built if it was ever misused. Destroying the red line would reshape the entire world. Every ocean, every current, every coastline. Yes. It would also destroy Mariewa. And Fishman Island would finally see the sun. Harry sat down on the cave floor. The weight of it settled on him, not just the knowledge, but the responsibility. He held, in his mind, the blueprint for the single most transformative act in the world's history. The power to undo 800 years of engineered division. The power to reshape the planet. I can't do this alone, he said. No, you can't. This isn't a weapon to be wielded, it's a choice to be made. By everyone. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Hancock, about Marguerite and Kikyo and Cosmos, about Thane sailing the Grand Line with 40 pages of truth, about Kuratsuchi standing still in his marine base, about Vice Admiral Sora and her faction of justice seekers, about the fishmen in their sunless city and the slaves in their chains, and the billions of ordinary people living in a world whose geography was a prison. He opened his eyes. Let's go back to the ship. The fleet reconvened in open water, 10 ships strong, and Harry called a council. They gathered on the flagship's deck, Hancock, Marguerite, Kikyo, Cosmos, Sandersonia, and Marigold, who had arrived with the Kuja fleet and had been giving Harry the particular look that aunts reserve for nephews who have been spectacularly reckless. Elder Nyan, who had apparently refused to be left behind and was perched on a barrel, looking murderous about everything on principle, and the senior Kuja warriors. Harry told them what the second fragment contained. He told them about the red line technique. He told them what it would mean. Silence. Long, complete silence. You're talking about remaking the world, Marigold said. I'm talking about giving the world the choice to remake itself. There's a difference. A semantic one. An important one. Harry looked at each face in turn. I'm not going to use this unilaterally. I'm not a dictator or an emperor. But the world needs to know this option exists. The people who live under the red line's shadow, the fishmen in the dark, the nations divided by the calm belts, everyone who's been separated and controlled by geography that was never natural, they deserve to know that it doesn't have to be this way. And if they choose it? Hancock asked quietly. If the world votes to tear down the red line, then we tear it down. Together. Every willing hand, every ounce of anima and hockey and raw stubborn human effort we can muster. And if the government tries to stop it? Harry met his mother's eyes. Then we stop the government. Another silence. Shorter this time, charged with something electric. You're going to need more than 10 ships, Nyan said from her barrel. I know. You're going to need the Revolutionary Army. The remnants of the Whitebeard Alliance. The Straw Hat Fleet. Every independent island and pirate crew and marine defector willing to stand. I know. You're going to need to do something dramatic and public and impossibly stupid to rally them. Elder Nyan, have you met me? The old woman cackled. It was a sound like cracking ice, sharp, sudden, and startling from someone so ancient. You're Hancock's son, all right. All pride and no sense. I love it. Hancock looked offended. I have excellent sense. You sailed across the new world without a plan because your son sent you a letter. That was maternal instinct. It was insanity, and it was glorious. Nyan hopped off her barrel and stood as tall as her diminutive frame allowed. "What do you need, boy?" Harry grinned. The grin that worried people. The grin that Cosmos had once described as a red flag with teeth. "I need a den mushy. The biggest, loudest, most powerful broadcasting den mushy we can find. I need it connected to every relay station on the Grand Line. And I need an audience." An audience with whom? Everyone. It took 2 days to set up. Cosmos's network of contacts produced a broadcast den mushy of military grade, stolen from a marine supply depot by a sympathetic sailor, smuggled through 3 islands, and delivered by a fishman courier who swam it through the calm belt. The Kuja engineers rigged it with amplifiers scavenged from the fleet's communications equipment, boosting its range to cover the entire Grand Line and, theoretically, the 4 blues beyond. Harry spent those 2 days preparing. Not what he would say, he'd known that since the cave, but how he would say it. Hancock coached him on presence. Nyan coached him on strategy. Marguerite coached him on not sounding like an overconfident teenager, which she pointed out was a real risk. "You're 17, she said. "The world is going to hear a 17-year-old telling them everything they know is a lie. You need to sound credible." "I am credible." "You need to sound mature." "I punched an admiral into the ocean." "How much more mature can I get?" That's exactly the kind of thing a 17-year-old would say. He took her point. He practiced. He refined. And on the morning of the 3rd day, with the fleet anchored in open water and the broadcast den mushy connected and ready, Harry stood on the Ophideia's deck and looked at the small snail that was about to carry his voice to every corner of the world. Hancock stood beside him. She hadn't left his side since arriving at Vera, and she didn't leave it now. Her presence was a pillar, steady, fierce, absolute. "Ready?" she asked. "No," Harry said honestly. "But that's never stopped me before." He picked up the receiver. The den mushy's eyes opened, and somewhere, in relay stations across the Grand Line, speakers crackled to life. Harry spoke. "My name is Harry. Some of you know me as the Emerald Serpent. Some of you know me as an enemy of the world government. Some of you have read the declaration that's been spreading through the Grand Line for the past week, and some of you haven't. I'm going to tell you the truth either way, because the truth doesn't belong to me or to the government or to anyone. It belongs to everyone." He paused. Across the world, people stopped. In taverns and town squares, on ships and in homes, on marine bases and in palace halls. They stopped and they listened. 800 years ago, the world was one ocean. No red line. No calm belts. No barriers between nations, no walls dividing the seas. People sailed freely, lived freely, and shared a power called anima, the bridge between will and reality, the connection between the physical world and the spiritual one. It was a gift. It belonged to everyone. Then a group of people, the ancestors of today's world government, decided that this power was too dangerous to share. Not because it was destructive, but because it made people free. Free people can't be controlled. Free people don't need kings or celestial dragons or a government that tells them what to think and where to sail. So those ancestors did something unforgivable. They destroyed the civilization that had built the world. They suppressed anima. They constructed the red line and the calm belts to divide the oceans and separate the peoples. And they spent the next 800 years making sure no one remembered what had been taken from them. I know this because I've seen the evidence. The vaults of Vera, an island the government destroyed to silence its scholars, contained poneglyphs and records that tell the whole story. The government knows it's true. They've been fighting to keep it secret since before I was born. But here's the part that matters. The part that's not about history. Harry took a breath. On the Ophideia's deck, his crew was silent. Hancock was silent. The world was silent. The red line can be unmade. The calm belts can be dissolved. The barriers that divide our world can be removed, not through violence, not through war, but through the same power that built them. Anima. The power the government tried to erase. I have that power. I'm the first person in 800 years who does. And I'm telling you, all of you, that the choice is yours. Not mine. Not the government's. Yours. Every fisherman who's never seen the sun. Every sailor who's lost friends in the calm belt. Every nation that's been cut off from its neighbors by a wall that was never supposed to exist. This is your world. It always was. I'm not asking you to follow me. I'm not asking you to fight for me. I'm asking you to decide what kind of world you want to live in. One that's divided by walls, or one that's connected by the sea. The government will try to stop this. They'll call me a liar, a criminal, a threat. They'll send Marines and agents and weapons. That's their choice. But they can't stop the truth, and they can't stop you. My name is Harry. I'm the son of 2 women who loved me enough to change the world. And I'm telling you, the world can change again. He set down the receiver. The Den Mushy's eyes closed. Silence. Then, across the Grand Line, in taverns and on ships, in underwater cities and mountain villages, in marine bases where soldiers looked at each other with new eyes, the silence broke. Not with a single sound, but with a million, a rising tide of voices and reactions, and the unmistakable vibration of a world waking up. Hancock put her hand on Harry's shoulder. He could feel her shaking, not with fear, but with the barely contained force of a pride so immense it threatened to crack the sky. That, she said, was worthy of a Kuja empress. I learned from the best. Obviously. She squeezed his shoulder. Now brace yourself. For what? For everything. Everything came fast. Within hours, the responses poured in. The Revolutionary Army committed its full force. Dragon issued a statement endorsing Harry's message and mobilizing cells across the Grand Line. Pirate crews rallied, not under Harry's flag, but alongside it, the Emerald Serpent's banner flying beside dozens of others as independent fleets converged on the New World. Fishman Island declared support. Hattori's voice came through the Den Mushy, rough with emotion. The sun, Emerald Serpent. You promised us the sun. Vice Admiral Sora made her move. In a coordinated action that sent shockwaves through Marine headquarters, she and 18 other officers, vice admirals, rear admirals, captains, publicly broke with the government. They didn't defect to Harry's side, they formed a third faction, declaring allegiance to justice rather than to any government or pirate crew. But their breaking weakened the Marines' cohesion at the worst possible moment. Kuratsuchi remained still. Harry felt the admiral, distant and unmoving, and wondered what the man was thinking. Whether the truth Harry had shown him in the anima connection had taken root, or whether duty would reassert itself. And the Gorosei responded. Not with words. Not with fleets. With something worse. Harry felt it before anyone else, a shift in the world's fabric, a tearing sensation at the edge of his expanded awareness. Something was happening at Mariewa. Something vast and terrible, a mobilization of power that dwarfed anything the government had deployed before. The ancient weapon. Not one of the 3 legendary weapons, something else. Something older. Something that had been hidden beneath the Holy Land since before the Red Line was built, powered by stolen anima, dormant for 8 centuries. The Gorosei were waking it up. Harry. The fragment's voice was urgent. I can feel it. They have an anima reactor, crude, artificial, built from stolen knowledge. It's been powering their authority for centuries. The celestial dragon's divine right is just the reactor's ambient energy, making people compliant. And now they're channeling its full output into something. A weapon. A nullifier. The suppression device on the black ship was a prototype. This is the real thing, a continental-scale anima suppression field, powered by the reactor, designed to flatten every anima signature on the planet. If they activate it fully, your power won't work anymore. Nobody's power will work anymore. Hockey is a shadow of anima, suppress the source, and hockey weakens too. Devil fruits are channeled through the same substrate. If the nullifier fires at full power, every devil fruit user in the world will be weakened. Every hockey user will lose their edge. The only power that remains will be the government's own, the ancient weapon, running on the reactor, immune to its own suppression. Harry's blood went cold. A weapon that suppressed all power systems worldwide, leaving the government as the only force standing. The ultimate expression of the principle that had driven them for 8 centuries, control. Absolute, unchallengeable, permanent control. How long? Harry asked. I don't know. Hours. Maybe a day. The reactor needs time to charge. Harry looked at Hancock. She was watching him. She could read his face the way she read battlefield formations, and whatever she saw there made her hand go to her hip, where her stance shifted into the posture of a woman preparing for war. What is it? She asked. He told her. He told the whole fleet, broadcasting on the Kuja communication frequency. The reaction was immediate, not panic, because these were warriors, but the grim, focused recalibration of people who understood that the stakes had just risen from change the world to save it. We need to get to Mariewa, Harry said. Mariewa is at the top of the red line, Cosmos said. The most fortified location in the world. Getting there would require going up. I know. Harry looked at the red line on the chart, that impossible wall, stretching from sea to sky, the spine of the world's prison. But the red line is made of anima-infused stone. The builders created it. Which means it responds to anima. You want to climb the red line using anima. I want to walk up it like it's a staircase. That's insane. Cosmos, we are well past sane. How fast can we reach the red line from here? She calculated. 6 hours, if we push hard and the weather cooperates. Then push hard. Harry turned to Hancock. Mother, I need the Kuja fleet to do something. Name it. I need you to create a distraction. The biggest, loudest, most impossible to ignore distraction in the history of the Grand Line. I need every marine ship between here and Mariewa looking at you instead of me. Hancock's eyes lit up. Not with warmth, with the cold, devastating fire of a woman who had been given permission to be exactly as terrifying as she wanted to be. A distraction, she repeated. A spectacular one. Darling, I am Boa Hancock. Everything I do is spectacular. She turned to her sisters, to Nyan, to the assembled Kuja warriors, and the orders began flowing with the precision of a military mind that had been running a warrior nation for over a decade. Ships were assigned, formations were planned, and the Kuja fleet transformed from a protective escort into an attack force in the space of minutes. Harry pulled Marguerite and Kikyo aside. You two are with me. When I go up the red line, I go with a small team. Speed over force. Up the red line, Marguerite said flatly. Up the red line. To Mariewa. To Mariewa. To fight whatever ancient weapon the Gorosei are charging up. That's the gist, yes. Marguerite looked at Kikyo. Kikyo looked at Marguerite. Some communication passed between them that didn't require words, the shared language of warriors who had been fighting alongside the same person for long enough to develop their own dialect of exasperation and loyalty. We'll need climbing gear, Kikyo said. You won't need climbing gear. I'm going to shape the stone into steps as we go. You're going to reshape the red line. Just a small part of it. A staircase. A staircase. Up the red line. To the seat of the world government. I never said it would be a small staircase. The red line loomed. There was no other word for it. It didn't appear on the horizon the way islands did. It grew, rising from the sea like a wall built by gods, stretching upward until the top vanished into clouds and stretching sideways until it disappeared in both directions. The sheer scale of it defeated comprehension. You could look at it and know, intellectually, that it was a continent-sized wall of stone, and your brain would refuse to process the information because the information was too large. Harry stood at the Ophideia's prow and looked up. And up. And up. 20,000 feet, Cosmos said, her voice hushed despite herself. Give or take. And I'm going to walk up it. You said that already. It doesn't get less insane with repetition. The Kuja fleet peeled away, 9 ships, breaking formation, heading for the marine installations that dotted the red line's base. Hancock stood at the prow of her flagship as it turned, and she looked back at Harry across the widening gap of water. No words. They were too far apart for words. But Harry saw her, straight-backed, imperious, beautiful, blazing with a fury that was about to make the marine forces very unhappy, and she saw him. They held each other's gaze for one long, infinite moment. Then Hancock turned away, and her flagship surged forward, and the sound of the Kuja pirates going to war echoed across the water, war cries, the crack of snake arrows, The unmistakable resonance of Mero Mero Mellow turning the first wave of marine defenders to stone. The destruction had begun. Harry turned to the red line. He placed his hand on the sheer stone surface where it met the water. The rock was warm under his palm, thrumming with the ancient anima of its construction. He could feel the builder's work, 800 years old, layered deep, the most ambitious act of engineering in human history. They'd raised this wall from the ocean floor. 20,000 feet of stone, infused with anima, designed to divide the world. And they'd left the key to unmaking it in their poneglyph because they'd known that no wall should stand forever. Harry pushed his anima into the stone. The rock responded, not resisting, not accepting, but recognizing. The same soul-lock sensation he'd felt at Barra's vaults, but on a continental scale. The red line knew what he was. It had been waiting for someone like him since the day it was built. Steps formed in the rock face. Not carved, grown, emerging from the stone like buds from a branch, each one solid and wide and perfectly placed for climbing. A staircase, spiraling upward along the red line's face, materializing 10 steps ahead of Harry at all times. That's, Marguerite stared. You're just making stairs. The builder's anima remembers me. Or remembers what I am. The stone wants to help. The stone wants to help. I know how it sounds. It sounds like the stone wants to help. Marguerite, can we discuss the existential implications of geological sentience after we climbed 20,000 feet? They climbed. The staircase spiraled upward along the red line's face, and Harry led the way, the staff in one hand and anima flowing through the other into the stone, coaxing each new step into existence. Marguerite followed, bow ready, eyes scanning. Kikyo brought up the rear, mask down, senses sharp. The climb was surreal. The red line's surface was not uniform. It shifted between smooth stone and rough crystal, between dense rock and lighter mineral formations, each layer a different era of the builder's construction. Harry's anima read the layers like rings on a tree, each one a chapter of the world's secret history. At 5,000 feet, they passed through a cloud layer. The world below vanished, the sea, the fleet, the battle, replaced by white nothingness and the bite of cold air. Harry pushed anima outward, creating a bubble of warmth around the three of them. At 10,000 feet, the air thinned. Marguerite's breathing grew labored. Harry extended the warming bubble to include an oxygen enhancement, a technique from the second poneglyph fragment, designed for high-altitude anima work. At 15,000 feet, they hit the defenses. The world government had fortified the red line's upper approaches, of course they had. Gun emplacements, guard stations, automated weapon systems. But they were designed to repel physical threats, ships, climbers, invading forces. They were not designed for someone who could reshape the stone they were mounted on. Harry walked through the defenses the way water walked through a streambed. Gun emplacements sank into the rock as the stone flowed around them. Guard stations found their foundations shifting, their walls bending, their occupants tumbling out of doorways that had suddenly become slides. Automated weapons fired, and Harry caught the projectiles and returned them to their launchers. He didn't kill anyone. The guards and operators were soldiers, people doing a job, following orders. He disabled, diverted, and dismantled, and they stared at him as he passed with the stunned incomprehension of people watching the impossible happen. At 20,000 feet, the staircase crested the red line's summit, and Mariewa spread before them. Harry had never seen the Holy Land. He'd heard descriptions from Nyan, from Hancock's bitter memories, from intelligence reports and historical accounts. None of them had prepared him for the reality. Mariewa was white. Blindingly, aggressively white. White stone, white marble, white towers, white walls. It gleamed in the sunlight like a crown on the world's head, and it was beautiful in the way that a cage is beautiful when you've never seen the bars. Every surface spoke of wealth and power and the absolute conviction of its inhabitants that they belonged above the world, literally, physically above it. Harry stood on the red line's summit and looked at the seat of the world government, and he felt the anima reactor pulsing beneath it like a diseased heart. There, he said, pointing toward the central complex, a cluster of buildings at Mariewa's heart, larger and more ornate than the rest. The reactor is underneath. Deep, maybe as deep as the red line is tall. How do we get to it? Kikyo asked. Same way we got up here. I go through. He walked into Mariewa. Not sneaking, not skulking, walking, the staff in his hand blazing emerald, the staircase reforming behind him into a gentle path that descended from the red line's edge into the Holy Land's outskirts. Guards appeared, shouted, attacked. Harry disabled them without breaking stride. His conqueror's haki radiated outward in a constant, low-level pulse that dropped weaker-willed soldiers where they stood. And those strong enough to resist found themselves facing a young man whose eyes blazed with the light of a power system their training had never prepared them for. The streets of Mariewa emptied before him. Celestial dragons fled into their mansions. Servants cowered. And from the central complex, Harry felt the Gorosei's attention fix on him like 5 suns focusing on a single point. They know you're here, the fragment said. They're accelerating the reactor's charge cycle. You have minutes. Harry ran. Through white streets and past white buildings and under arches that had been built to glorify the people who had destroyed the builders' civilization. Marguerite and Kikyo ran with him, covering his flanks, their warrior instincts operating at full capacity. Arrows flew behind them, not at them, but at the guards who tried to close in from the rear, each shaft finding its mark with Kuja precision. The central complex loomed. Its gates were massive, 30 feet of reinforced steel and sea stone, designed to withstand siege weapons. Harry raised the staff and pushed. The gates didn't open. They dissolved, the metal and stone flowing apart like water, the sea stone crumbling to powder as Harry's anima overwhelmed its suppressive properties through sheer concentrated force. The gates became a doorway and Harry walked through. The interior was a cathedral of power, vast, vaulted, the walls covered in murals depicting the world government's founding. The 20 kings who had established the current order, their faces beatific, their posture righteous. Propaganda carved in stone. Harry didn't look at the murals. He looked at the floor, where his anima could feel the reactor humming beneath layers of stone and metal and ancient engineering. He raised the staff and brought it down. The floor cracked. Not randomly, deliberately, in a pattern that mirrored the one Harry had seen in the Vera vaults. A mandala. A focus point. The cracks spread, widened, and the floor opened, revealing a shaft that descended into darkness and emerald light. Harry jumped. He fell through layers of stone and metal, his anima slowing his descent, the walls of the shaft blurring past. Deeper and deeper, past dungeons, past archives, past structures that predated the current government by centuries. Down through the Red Line's heart, through the accumulated weight of 800 years of rule, toward the source of the pulse that had been calling to him since he'd entered the new world. He landed in a cavern. The reactor was there. It was enormous, a sphere of crystallized anima, 30 feet in diameter, suspended in the center of the cavern by a web of chains and channeling devices that were clearly not original. The sphere itself was ancient, Builder-era, pulsing with the same pure energy as the anima core from Vera's 7th vault, but vastly larger. Around it, the government had built a cage, machinery and sea stone and suppression technology, designed to harness the sphere's output and direct it. Currently, that output was being channeled upward through the red line structure, spreading outward in a wave that Harry's expanded senses could feel propagating across the world. The nullifier, the continental scale suppression field. It wasn't at full power yet, the charge cycle was still building, but it was close. Minutes away. And standing between Harry and the reactor, 5 figures waited. The Gorosei. Harry had never seen them before. He'd heard descriptions, 5 elders who ruled the world from behind the scenes, ancient, powerful, the ultimate authority of the world government. But descriptions hadn't conveyed the reality of their presence. They were old. Not elderly old, in a way that transcended normal human aging. Their power was dense, concentrated, a weight on reality that made the air itself feel heavy. And their anima, Harry's eyes widened. They had anima. Dormant, corrupted, twisted by centuries of misuse, but it was there. The same fundamental energy that flowed through Harry, present in these 5 ancient men in a form that was barely recognizable. They'd been feeding off the reactor for centuries, using its energy to sustain themselves, to extend their lives, to maintain their power. Parasites on a stolen heart. Harry of Amazon Lily, one of them said. He was the tallest, white-bearded, his eyes carrying the weight of centuries. The Emerald Serpent. The anomaly. The wielder, Harry corrected. Yes, the first in 800 years. We've been waiting for you. Waiting to suppress me. Waiting to contain what you represent. The elder's voice was calm, the calm of absolute authority, of someone who had been making world-altering decisions for longer than most civilizations had existed. You've read the poneglyphs. You've learned the history. You understand what anima is, what it can do. And you think that makes you righteous. I think it makes me informed. Information without wisdom is a fire without a hearth. It burns everything. The elder gestured at the reactor. We took this power from the builders because they were going to destroy the world with it. Not deliberately, through carelessness. Through the arrogance of believing that a power this vast could be trusted to individuals. Anima in the hands of millions, do you know what that looks like? Chaos. Wars fought with world-shaping force. Mountains raised and oceans split by anyone with the will and the talent. We saw it happening. We stopped it. By enslaving the world. By ordering it. By creating a structure imperfect, yes, sometimes cruel, yes, but stable. 800 years of stability. 800 years without the apocalyptic wars that the Builders' era produced. We traded freedom for survival. Harry looked at the 5 ancient men, and he saw it, the truth beneath the justification. They believed what they were saying. Not entirely, there was too much cruelty in their history, too much naked self-interest for pure conviction. But at the core, beneath the corruption and the atrocity, there was a genuine fear. The fear of what unlimited power in unlimited hands could do. He understood the fear. He even, in some small way, respected it. But it was wrong. You didn't trade freedom for survival, Harry said. You traded everyone else's freedom for your survival. You sit at the top of a wall you built to keep the world divided, feeding off stolen power, and you call it order. But it's not order, it's a cage. And the people inside it never agreed to be caged. They don't need to agree. They need to be safe. Safe from what? From each other? From themselves? Harry raised the staff. You're afraid of what people might do with anima. You've been afraid for 800 years. And in those 8 centuries, you've done more damage than any anima wielder ever could. You've enslaved nations. You've erased history. You've sold human beings in auction houses and called it commerce. You've kept an entire species in darkness at the bottom of the ocean. All because you were afraid of what freedom might look like. He stepped forward. The Gorasei shifted, not retreating but realigning, the way predators adjust when they recognize another predator. I'm not here to destroy you, Harry said. I'm here to shut down the nullifier, and then I'm going to walk out of here and let the world decide what happens next. Not you. Not me. The world. We can't allow that. You can't stop it. The tallest elder moved. Despite his age, despite the centuries, he was fast, powered by the reactor's stolen energy, his body sustained beyond natural limits. His strike carried a corrupted anima that made Harry's skin crawl, a twisted version of the Builder's power turned into a weapon. Harry caught it with the staff. The impact shook the cavern, dust falling, chains rattling, the reactor pulsing brighter in response to the energy discharge. The other 4 elders moved simultaneously, surrounding him, each one bringing centuries of combat experience and reactor-enhanced power to bear. 5 against 1. The rulers of the world against a 17-year-old boy with a lightning scar and a staff that glowed green. Harry smiled. He fought the way the Builders fought, the way the poneglyph had shown him, the way the crystal-downloaded combat forms guided him. Not with brute force, but with anima's true expression, connection. Bridge. The power that linked will to reality and made the impossible possible. He didn't try to overpower the Gorasei. He flowed around them, redirecting their corrupted anima, turning their attacks back through the bridge of his own power, using their strength against them. Each elder was individually formidable, but they were fighting with stolen power, channeled through bodies that were sustained rather than strengthened. Harry's anima was his own, natural, integrated, the genuine expression of a system they'd spent 800 years trying to erase. The tallest elder's corrupted strike passed through Harry's guard, and Harry caught his wrist and pushed anima through the contact. Not an attack, a correction. The corrupted energy in the elder's body fought against it, but Harry's anima was purer, stronger, and for one instant, the elder felt what he'd been stealing, the true resonance of anima, clean and bright and free. The elder's eyes widened. His grip weakened. For just a moment, centuries of conviction wavered. Harry used that moment. He spun, staff blazing, and hit the reactor's cage, not the reactor itself, but the machinery around it, the government's parasitic apparatus that harnessed and corrupted the sphere's output. The channeling devices shattered. The suppression wave stuttered. The other 4 elders converged on him. Harry took hits, a palm strike to his shoulder, a kick to his ribs, an energy blast that scorched his coat. He rolled with each impact, hockey absorbing the worst, anima healing the rest, and he kept hitting the cage. One device at a time. One chain at a time. The chains, the fragment urged. Break the chains. Free the sphere and the nullifier fails. Harry grabbed the nearest chain, seastone infused, thick as his arm, and pushed anima into it. The seastone resisted, dampened, fought. Harry pushed harder. The crystal in the staff blazed, amplifying his output, and the chain cracked. Then broke. Then shattered. He grabbed the next one. And the next. The Gorosei attacked him as he worked, and he fought them off with one hand while breaking chains with the other, and the cavern shook with each link that snapped, and the reactor sphere pulsed brighter and brighter as its cage fell away. The last chain broke. The sphere pulsed once, a single, enormous beat that resonated through the red line, through the ocean, through the bedrock of the world itself. The nullifier wave collapsed. Across the planet, devil fruit users who had been feeling an inexplicable weakness suddenly surged back to full power. Hockey users felt their spirit sharpen. And in Harry, the anima that had been fighting against the suppression field expanded to its true, unfettered potential. The Gorosei staggered. Without the reactor feeding them, their unnatural vitality faltered. They were still powerful. Centuries of accumulated strength didn't vanish instantly, but they were diminishing. Aging. The stolen time catching up. It's over, Harry said. The tallest elder looked at him. The ancient eyes were clear, clearer than they'd been during the fight, as if the reactor's removal had stripped away something that had been clouding them. Something corrupting. Perhaps, the elder said. And there was something in his voice that might have been relief. Harry climbed out of the cavern with Marguerite and Kikyo, who had spent the duration of his fight holding the entrance against every guard and soldier the complex could muster. Marguerite was out of arrows. Kikyo had a black eye and a grin. Between them, unconscious bodies were stacked like cordwood. Done? Marguerite asked. Done. Harry held up the staff. Its glow was fading. The amplifier had burned through its stored energy during the fight, leaving it dark and inert. He looked at it for a moment, then tucked it into his coat. It had served its purpose. The reactor is free. The nullifier is down. And the Gorosei? Alive. Diminished. I left them in the cavern. He paused. They'll need to answer for 800 years of crimes. But that's not my judgment to make. That's the world's. They walked out of the central complex into Mariehua's white streets, and the sun was setting, painting the Holy Land in shades of gold and rose, and for the first time in 800 years, the stolen light didn't feel stolen. The den mushy in Harry's pocket crackled. Hancock's voice, breathless and fierce and alive. Harry, the Marine fleet is retreating. Sora's faction has seized 3 Marine bases. The Revolutionary Army is moving on government positions across the Grand Line. And a pause that hummed with emotion. And Fishman Island is reporting that the Sunlight Tree Eve is growing. The energy suppression on the deep currents has lifted. The light is getting brighter. Harry closed his eyes. The light is getting brighter. Come home, Hancock said. Come back to the fleet. We have work to do. On my way, mother. He walked to the edge of Mariewa, to the point where the Holy Land met the Red Line's summit and the world dropped away on both sides, 20,000 feet to the sea, the Grand Line on one side, the New World on the other. The view was staggering. The world spread before him, vast and broken and beautiful, waiting to be healed. Harry raised his hand. Anima flowed from his palm, into the stone beneath his feet, into the Red Line itself. Not the destroying technique, not yet. That choice wasn't his to make alone. But a message. A signal. A pulse of pure anima that radiated from the Red Line's summit across the entire world, carrying not words but feeling. Hope. Freedom. The choice is yours. Every anima-sensitive being on the planet felt it. Every hockey user felt a shadow of it. Every person alive felt something, a warmth, a lightness, a momentary sense that the world had shifted on its axis and come to rest in a new and better position. Harry lowered his hand. The last of the day's light caught his face, his scar, the gold serpent earring, and, for a moment, he stood on the roof of the world like a figure from the builder's carvings, a young man with the power to reshape reality, choosing not to wield it alone. Then he turned and walked down the steps he'd carved in the Red Line's face and went back to his mother and began the long, difficult, extraordinary work of building a world that deserved to be free. 3 months later, Harry stood on the deck of the Ophidia and watched the sunrise. The world had changed. Not overnight, change never worked that way, despite what stories suggested. The Gorasiai's arrest and trial had been a process, not an event. The Marines had fractured and reformed under Sora's leadership, rebranded as a force for justice rather than governmental control. The Revolutionary Army had transitioned from insurgency to governance support, helping islands establish self-rule. Fishman Island had begun the migration to the surface, a process that would take years, but had started, finally, irreversibly started. The Red Line still stood. The debate about its removal was ongoing, the world was not yet ready for that decision, and Harry refused to make it for them. The information was public. The technique was documented. When the world was ready, the choice would be there. Harry's bounty had been rescinded. Not by the government, by the global council that was slowly, painfully, imperfectly replacing it. You can't put a bounty on the person who freed the world, had been the general consensus, though Harry suspected some people would have liked to try. He'd returned to Amazon Lily. Not permanently, there was too much to do, too many places to go, too many people to help. But for a while. Long enough to sleep in his own bed, eat food that actually tasted right, and let Hancock fuss over his hair until she exhausted herself, which took roughly 3 weeks. The voice in his scar had gone quiet. Not silent, present, always present, but peaceful. The fragment had settled into something that wasn't quite a separate entity and wasn't quite a part of Harry. It was its own thing, a remnant of another world, adapted to this one, existing in the space between what it had been and what it had become. "You're thinking about her," it said one morning, as Harry stood on the Ophidia's deck watching the sunrise paint the new world's ocean in fire. "Which her?" "Both of them." "You always think about both of them." Harry smiled. The scar was warm, not burning, not pulsing, just warm, the way a hearth is warm. Comfortable. "I was thinking about what comes next," he said. "What has come next?" "I don't know. That's the whole point." He'd given the world a choice. Not a solution, a choice. What they did with it was up to them. There would be mistakes. There would be setbacks and failures and moments when the old order's shadow fell heavy. There would be new problems that nobody could predict, because freedom always created problems that control never had to face. But they would be real problems. Honest problems. The problems of people deciding their own future, stumbling and falling and getting back up. The sunrise climbed. The ocean blazed. And Harry leaned on the Ophidia's railing and felt the world's heartbeat, steady, strong, no longer caged. Behind him, footsteps on the deck. He didn't need observation hockey to know who it was. "Your hair," Hancock said, "is still a travesty." "Good morning, Mother." She stood beside him at the railing, tall and proud and impossibly beautiful, the gold of the sunrise catching her features in a way that would have turned lesser mortals to stone even without her devil fruit. She looked at the ocean. She looked at her son. "Where are you going next?" she asked. "There's an island in the East Blue. A small one barely on the maps. The locals have been reporting strange energy readings. Could be a dormant anima site. And you need to investigate. Someone does. And that someone has to be you." "It doesn't have to be. But I want it to be." Hancock was quiet for a moment. The silence between them was comfortable, the silence of two people who had said everything important and could now simply exist alongside each other. "I'm coming with you," she said. "You don't have to, I'm coming with you. Amazon Lily can manage without me for a few weeks. Sandersonia will handle affairs." She looked at him, and her expression was the one he'd seen on the balcony the night before the first battle, pride and fear and ferocity, woven together, inextricable. "I let you sail alone once. I chased you across the Grand Line. I am not doing that again. Where you go, I go." "Mother, this is not a discussion." Harry looked at her. She looked at him. The sunrise blazed between them. "Together," Harry said. "Together," Hancock confirmed. Harry laughed, bright, real, the sound of a young man who had been given the world and had given it back and was happy, genuinely happy, standing on the deck of a ship with his mother beside him and the open ocean ahead. He turned to the helm. "Kikyo, set course for the East Blue. We're going on an adventure." "Again?" Kikyo called back. "Always." The Ophidia turned its bow toward the horizon. The serpent figurehead cut through the morning waves, and the emerald serpent's flag snapped in the wind, green on black, bright and defiant, and behind it, a second flag, the mark of the Kuja, flying alongside. Mother and son. Empress and prince. Two people who had found each other across the void between worlds, bound by a love that had survived dimensions and wars and the weight of history itself. The ocean opened before them, vast and free and full of possibility, and Harry sailed into it with his eyes forward and his heart full and the warmth of two mothers' love like a fire that would never go out. The world was wide. The sea was endless. And the story was just beginning. Somewhere, in a place between worlds, a woman with red hair and green eyes watched a ship sail toward the sunrise. She couldn't touch it. She couldn't reach it. But she could feel it, the distant warmth of the protection she'd woven into her son's blood, still burning after 17 years and an impossible distance. She smiled. She'd made the right choice. Both of them, the spell that sent him away, and the love that let him go. Her son was alive. Her son was free. Her son was loved. Lily Potter closed her eyes, and the space between worlds shimmered, and the warmth of her smile lingered like the last light of a star that had given everything it had. It was enough. It had always been enough.